I'm doing good. Unfortunately, I don't know that we've heard Orbital, but either way, I am happy to be here. It's what he said, and I honestly, we got two great teams coming up on our first matchup of today. It is going to be Army West Point Black going up against Queens Gales. Both of these teams, they've got their maiden victory, but Army West Point Black 2-1, Queens Gales 1-1. Unfortunately, the last Queens Gales match, we don't know how it went. It was unreported for now, so well, maybe win or loss, who knows? We are going into this Challengers White Division matchup, though, ready to go. Orbital, how you doing? You got things figured out?
I hope so. Can we get a confirmation? Hey, we're here. We're here. My whole intro is already gone, but you know what? We don't care because, again, Vincent ran us down, and I think that's the best part. Again, these teams coming in here trying to vie for that top spot. Currently, a lot of these guys are sitting at that 50th percentile, 1-1-2-1, and that's going to be the big challenge. Of course, let's run down the rosters. Of course, we'll start with, of course, I believe, the Army West Point Black, if we can. That I do believe is actually going to be Queens Gales B. If I'm that is Army West Point Black. My brain does not want to work right now. Very, very sorry. Again, Hutch, Vibin, Mexec, Saya, and MIB Police is one of the best names I think anyone could grab.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, let's take a look-see at Queens Gales. This Queens Gales team, I feel like we've seen a whole lot of. This is the B team, but let's take a peek. It's going to be Clappy, going to be Conceited, Kato, and Charcoal. Yes, indeed, coming in there as the final player. I believe the sub coming in as well, if I'm not mistaken. One of these players was not, I think it was Osco, probably was not quite able to get some of these network issues figured out. Sad to say, but yeah, Crispy apparently in for one of these players. So nonetheless, let's get to talking about the lineup we got today when it comes to the map pick ban, how things went. And Orbital, we are headed to Breeze to start out. It's gonna, a nice salty air. Definitely love to see that. Followed by Haven and then Icebox should we need it. As we get ready though, I'm excited to see some Breeze.
I'm loving it, right? The stray away from the standard, I would say, 4 that you almost always see. Ascent, Haven, Split, Bind, right? Those are the ones that we almost always see here, at least with the NECC. But seeing finally that Breeze come in, that Icebox, and hopefully one day the Fracture, because I think Fracture is hilarious. I can't aim for crap on that map for some reason, so I don't even try it. But it's great to watch teams have to try and figure out the angles and everything like that.
I have bad news for you, my friend.
Uh-oh.
It's not the map, it's your aim.
Ah, listen. I've been told that by about 95% of the of my teammates, but I don't listen to them, Always got to have that positive mental there.
There you go.
Breeze, though, one of my favorite maps. Again, I love the long-range areas. I love the opportunities that it affords with a lot of those battles. And as we get underway, we are going to see Army West Point Black on that attacking side first. And, of course, with the defenders being Queens Gales B.
Yeah, I definitely do like to see that. And, well, an interesting kind of adjustment has been happening within the Tier 1 and Tier 2 scene, Orbital. And that's the KO. We've seen a whole lot more KO. Used to be it was a Sky or you're losing. I think I saw Renegades, X-Cast a Renegades match where they played a Breach, and it was absolutely atrocious. It was scary. But that was before KO existed. And now as KO has kind of become more and more popular, I think for 2 reasons. Number one, as a counter to the KO, remember, to the chamber, if you hit the chamber with a suppression, they can no longer use the things such as the Headhunter or the Tour de Force. So having that as a counteracting factor to the chamber is huge. And in addition to that, I also think it's been pretty strong from the beginning with that suppression ability, the null command, and everything else that goes with it. So we are seeing 1 KO there for MIB Police. But Crispy, on the other hand, that's our stand-in, who is looking to lock the Sky by the look of it. So we're going to see an interesting sort of dynamic as it gets locked in, Orbital.
That's the fun part about it. Again, the teams kind of jockeying for their own positions, figuring out how they would like to play the map and how they try and take kind of their own twist into these scenarios. Of course, working into that attacking side, I'm very, very interested. Like you said, especially for that opening round, going to be a lot of, hopefully, headshots roaming around here. And we'll get underway here again. Army West Point Black looking to put up their 3rd series victory here, and for Queens Gales B, I believe they are trying to look for either their 2nd or 3rd, depending on how one of their series has been reported. That'll be very, very interesting as well. Already, you can see a couple interesting pickups here. I believe Charcoal sitting up with that suppressed, and then the rest running classics. Clappy going for the big claps with that Sheriff.
Yeah, you do tend to see that as a pretty consistent factor. Sometimes the duelist picking up the more powerful weapon, using that Sheriff, like you said. On the pistol round, I mean, it's hard to say whether it's worth it or not, but that one-shot headshot potential is fantastic. That's what you want to see.
Ooh, and we are seeing a hard rush towards the Bee's site and a quick line of sight by the Viper. Now they're going to go ahead, chase into mid here and try and split up top. It is a full setup there, so they're chasing very, very hard. Queen's Gales B still routing one on the side, and Hutch is going to take out Kato very, very early on. Now it's going to be Crispy trying to do the same, but the agency is not really there as Vibant goes ahead and takes out Clappy. Queen's Gales B completely lose control of this site. Crispy, though, is going to at least grab Sire right back. Shots across the site as the spike is already planted down. We're going to see that Viper pool being laid into waste. Yes, indeed. Hoping to flush out some Army men.
Well, it might be police going to go down. Sheriff in hand for Charcoal as well now. But 3v3 on the site. And there's Charcoal. Yes, indeed, with a couple of frags. It leaves just the chamber in position. Now Vibin on the wrong side of the toxic screen. The toxic screen falls, and Charcoal, despite getting taken advantage of initially, was able to find that kill before going down. So Queen's Gales, they lost the initial duels. They lost the site, but they win the round nonetheless.
And that's really, really impressive on that site, especially pushing into the likes of 4 or 5 members. Army West Point Black just couldn't get around the defensive Viper wall. They couldn't really make heads or tails of it. And Queen's Gales B take advantage. They go ahead, grab all 5 kills, and are looking to put their Sova and Sky a little bit further in the lead again, looking for those ultimate charges. With the weapon buys here, we are going to see Crispy and Kato working their way towards higher buys. That is why they're running just the pistols on hand. Clappy, of course, going to be swinging hard. Can't get any kill, and that's actually pretty detrimental here. 20 HP and a kill there. Hutch says, nah, no thank you. That SMG is sitting on the ground.
Yeah, really strong push initially, but of course, the retake is where things sort of fell apart last time for Army West Point Black. Now it's going to be Queen's Gales to retake once again, and utilizing their advantageous positions to great effect. That said, Vibin on a trade. We're still a bit even. Owl Drone finding some information. It's going to be Cyanogen found out and finding a kill as well. They're swinging and fragging. Now down to a single player. It's MIB Police. And he's got a fragment ready to go. That could be huge, but he actually doesn't go for it. A bit of an interesting decision, all things considered. This is rather close. It could have been a round if we just saw MIB Police go for the utility rather than the duel, but it's not to be.
That again, Army West Point Black moving quickly, moving efficiently. They have so far been able to enter sites with, I believe, men advantages. The problem is always on that retake. Queen's Gales be allowed to pick off 1 or 2 stragglers on the back end. And that's very, very dangerous, right? Army West Point Black have got to get their defensive holds on this attacking side under control. They have to be able to set up properly, whether that means slowing things down a little bit or working their way forward at a faster pace, clearing out their angles, and then going on a chase for kills. Those are really your 2 options, but you have to lock that down. Remember, it's always 2 parts to your attacking side.
Certainly is. We're seeing a lot of utility thought about right there by the KO, but it's still not to be. And this site relatively bolstered because of the 2 hits prior to this. Yes, indeed, gonna fall. And that's a trade for Kato, the headhunter, working wonders, making this very, very simple for Army West Point Black. That being said, Kato swinging a little bit too wide, getting taken out by the opposition chamber. 1v2 Charcoal has to find it.
This is once again going to be the chance, but if Charcoal can get this one, that'll be 3 robbed rounds. if this is going to be the standard, Army West Point Black have got to be a little bit frustrated. Vibin needs this headshot. A bounce up. I can't see anything, but the noise is made. Charcoal is going to go ahead sprint by. This should be the arrow, given the recon bolt vision. Oh, no. That was a shock bolt. Down to 52. A single tag in the chest from the Sheriff would do enough work. That's going to be the defuse. A walk by could be quite dangerous, and that's a shot you can't make if Vibin takes a 3K. And finally, Army West Point Black are able to take the round, but it was by no means an easy one, only surviving with a single rifle in hand.
Yeah, and that's far more detrimental to the Army side than it is to Queens. The reason being that, well, Army West Point Black put all their eggs in that basket that round. That was their round to go for the win. They win it, but with, only one surviving, they lost a lot of those guns that they purchased up. On the other side, Queens Gales, they played for the bonus. They really didn't heavily invest, and so now they've got pretty much everything they wanted. Granted, one player on a Guardian, maybe a little bit less than ideal, but here we go. Tour de Force coming out.
It's an early call for it as well. This is going to be the trade back and forth. Kato and Vibin going to sit up in this hallway. And for the first time, of course, in this game, it is going to be the attack on A. But this time it might work. Syajin is able to take one, gets a reset. Hutch is going to take the head of the Sova. And now it's on the attack. Syajin takes a second. And that'll immediately put Army West Point Black on the winning side. Vibin takes one out of Kato. And MIB Police takes Clappy. A clean and flawless fourth round of the game. Army West Point Black tied up 2-2.
You know, I guess they just needed to go A instead of going B, realistically. Though I will say, Queens Gale's defense over on A is left something to be desired. The reason I say that is that they gave up the site, and while that in and of itself isn't a problem, they also didn't have a really great avenue back into that site where they gave up the plant for free. So playing retake, not a bad decision, but they need to manufacture those retakes to be a little bit better. Here we are for a bit of an eco round. I say that, but the Tour de Force has been committed, and the flit is missed.
Ooh. That is a beautiful setup shot. Again, Army West Point Black's entries have been phenomenal. At this point, you're almost, if you're Queens Gales B, just give the site, right? Don't try and challenge the squad who seem to have every angle prepped properly. That'll be a couple shots, though. Crispy gets a good tag down. Is immediately healed right back up, and Syajin gets a kill onto Yes Indeed, all down to 2. As this is going to be very, very dangerous. Again, a very nice angle held. MIB Police just picks up an easy kill, and it's going to be a second flawless in a round, putting 3 in a row for Army West Point Black.
Yeah, Army West Point Black doing a really good job there. You mentioned the entries, right? And that's true. They've done a fantastic job of the entries from the pistol. But the other thing to note right now, they have done well to adjust slightly, not to get caught out there on the retakes. And they've done well to pick up a couple of rounds in a row because of that. Not to mention the big win that we were seeing before on that big gun round. But here we go again. Queens Gales, they've got the economy back in their favor. The Trailblazers are going to find Max Neck there. Find out that something is going on here at B. The Owl Drone, if that might give it away, the Seekers certainly will.
Seekers will give information of at least 2. Syajin doesn't take all of them, but is going to leave a few open. Again, just trying to maintain that air of mystery. Army West Point Black, feeling a bit more confident, are going to go ahead and slow pace down as they couldn't find any opening frags. Willing to take the slower route, and this has to put Queens Gales B a little bit on edge. You can see him testing the waters over there a little bit in mid. Don't want to cheat too far out on that elbow side. A little bit of poison goes in. Yes, indeed. Going to walk forward. 50 seconds left on the clock. This is the longest that Army West Point Black have waited. Great suppress goes down, but they're not looking that angle. And this could be a flank. This actually could be a very solid flank if they do get it. Clappy is going to fall, but the chase in the back is good. Crispy is going to get 1. Crispy almost gets 2. Yes, indeed. Picks up Syajin. And that's going to be the flank working in their favor, popping up that Hunter's Fury. Shots go well, and Charcoal takes Vibin. It's all down to 1. Mexec is going to run straight into the Sova's bullet. Swings, but gets it. The bullets are sprayed, but doesn't get the kill. Very, very nice shot as the spike is picked up and you're chasing to A. You should be able to get there with just a couple seconds left. And my gosh, is this going to be close to Army West Point Black?
Yeah, they got the plant though. And now the 1v2 to come. Mexic. Oh, and he's going to go for the swing. Unfortunately, the timing not there, and Crispy gets the frag. Here we go. Queen's Gales B right back in this thing. And off the back of a nice re-aggression. I want to talk about that re-aggression as well for just a moment. It's crucial to get aggressive right there in that moment because Queen's Gales had zero info on the map.
Yes.
They had no mid control. They had no B main control. They had zero A control. Both of their A players were basically in A spawn. And so without any information, they could be easily taken out. Instead, they get aggressive. They go for that information gathering play with 2 players, and they get a huge win off the back of it. It's exactly the timing and the move that was needed for Queen's Gales B.
Needed and much happier now that they're tied up again, chipping into Army West Point Black's wallets here. Crispy is going to send out that Trailblazer once again. Going to try and spot anyone out. Can't find anyone, so Vyman is going to set up those teleports. And hopefully take a good swing here. So far, no real information as that Viper Spit is going to cut off the entry into B. MIB Police, though, is going to take that chance and is willing to eat that decay. Some shots go out, so yes, indeed, is given that information. And Kato just sprays into the poison, I believe. And it says, yep, the MIB Police definitely deserve that one.
Yeah, MIB Police was sort of playing with fire there, though. Crispy's gained a lot of good information here at mid, but might be found out right this moment. He's back. He is found by Mexac, but that's good damage. This is a 4v4. The Blade Storm is available, and it's here for Clappy. How many can Clappy find? Not able to find anything at all. What a great running frag there from Mexac. And he might be met by Charcoal. In fact, he gets away with it. Are you kidding me? Charcoal for 1, but Vyban to trade 3v2 now. As Queen's Gales are no longer here at the A site. Got to rotate back through.
That definitely hurts. You burn that ulti by Clappy and you fall, putting your team into dire straits here. That is not a fun one to have to deal with. It's all down to the Viper and the Chamber. Kato and yes, indeed, are going to have to try their best here. Again, in a long pull out, Army West Point Black actually saying, let's go ahead, concede back. We know when they have to go ahead for the defuse. We had the perfect line of sight. But that's going to be a swing. Saiyajin can't find anything. Yes, indeed, still pretty healthy. Is going to miss, I believe, on that poison, and that's going to be a shocker. Saiyajin picks up a free headshot. Kato sends it right back. But again, it's too difficult. I don't think you go for that defuse. You go ahead, save the weapons, and say, we'll get him next time. That'll be Army West Point Black going ahead and picking up a 4th round.
Yeah, tough luck there for Queen's Gales. Really weren't able to put together what they needed in that retake position. It was close, but no cigar. And a good defensive setup too for Army West Point Black. You got to say they played it passively, waited until the spike was tapped, didn't get too aggressive, and all that good stuff. Here we go again. It's going to be a big round, and the reason I say that is look at Queen's Gales economy. It's busted, broken, out of date, and they don't have anything to rebuy if they go away this round. So, where of course Army West Point Black, I mean they got money for days at this juncture.
Their wins have been much more convincing. It's been much more standard and well swept, right? 2 flawless rounds so far on the records. It does look like information was given, though, the hulls, and just didn't yield the results that they wanted, but they have been thought of to go for this B site. Clappy is going to take the trades back and forth, but a very nice teleport means that Vyban is able to rotate back with the rest of the team. This could be a very, very solid entry in. It is going to only be that Viper for the side of Queen's Gales B. Can they maintain? Army West Point Black taking a little bit too long, giving enough time for Queen's Gale B to rotate at least 1 to help out.
It's going to give the information away here to Army West Point Black. Hutch, the leader, pulling it in, but it's Kato and yes, indeed, both winning their duels. That's something we really actually haven't seen happen before. We talked about it But Army West Point, they've had such a strong entry presence that this is not a consistent thing that they've been able to see. And Vibin tagged by the Owl Drone, able to find one successfully. Now Cyanogen and Maxek are both successful. Cyanogen really needs to find Yes Indeed here on the site as Kato dispatches with Maxek. No more the planter and no more Army West Point Black. It's tied 4-4, and Queens Gales in an important round pick up the win.
That felt that it was Queen's Gales B to win. Army West Point Black got a little bit hesitant on those entries, right? They only had the information of one. They had information of Clappy in halls. That's all they had outside of the metal doors. Wasn't much else, so they took a little bit longer. If they had chased in like they had in the early stages, they would have only found a single member. They would have found Yes Indeed hiding in a corner, could have potentially taken him out. Hesitation caused them demise, and now they got to take this one slow. They are stacking over on A with a little bit of a route on the outside. It is going to be vibing to try and take the chance, but Clappy takes out MIB Police straight through that wall for at least one or two more. Very nice. Poison goes up, but Charcoal finds Mextech, so that ultimate is immediately down. Hutch takes out Charcoal, and it's going to be the swap second forth. Hutch is going to try and take the sprays. Yes, Indeed is picking them off one by one. Cyanogen takes out Clappy. Yes, Indeed trades it back. It's down to a 1v1. Cyanogen takes out Yes, Indeed. And it's down to the Sky and the Jet. Crispy walking around. Is this going to be the spot? Oh, Cyanogen doesn't swing right. And that'll be Queen's Guilds B, rounding out a 5th as we inch closer to halftime.
We're certainly on the way, but hey, there is still a couple rounds left to play. Army West Point Black not out just yet from the spike plant and the economy they had prior to this. 2 rounds in a row of winning is not enough to break their economy. They've got money to buy back in, and Cyanogen, in fact, has a Blade Storm. We saw how deadly that could be. A big triple kill in that first gun round, if we recall back. That said, it was Clappy who's really struggled to get involved in this game. I think partially because Queen's Gale's economy has not really been an operator-friendly environment with the fact that they've been so poor, but also just not even having the chance. I think he's been rotating in from the A side, whereas we've seen all those B hits. But he was really able to turn the tide in that last round. Now looking to do the exact same, as there are A players ready and waiting, but a couple over it in tube. So we might be seeing a bit of a split, and that's something we really haven't seen a lot of from Army West Point.
It is a little difference of a little bit of a switch up of the playbook, but of course it does net them a clean plant. The question is this 5v5 retake going to work or not? Hunter Siri is going to go out. Yes, indeed, takes out Vibin. Doesn't look like that attacking Hunter Siri gets anything. A good suppression dart goes down, but can't really find anything. Shot goes out. Clappy catches someone in the shoulder. That's going to be the Shorty taking it home. Clappy takes 1. Yes, indeed, swings on 2, putting it out of 3K. Hutch is going to find Charcoal, and the swap on the other side means Clappy finds the 5th. It'll be Queen's Gills B taking 4 home and taking the round as they sit on 6-4.
Clappy really getting involved. 3 kills last round, 2 kills this round, and that is precisely what you need from your operator player when the operator is in their hands. That said, now things are a bit brutal here for Army West Point. They have no money, and they're going to have to put together a pretty darn good plan to figure something out for this round. That, as I say, they might be going for... I need to come up with an interesting name for this buy, because I see it so often. It's going to be the Blade Storm plus Tour de Force plus buy what you can, I believe.
It is the higher end bargain bin, I guess is the best way to put it, right? You have the ultimates, you're going to use
Ultimate bargain bin.
Yeah, I like it. We're naming it the ultimate bargain bin. The problem is of course it is the bargain bin. It doesn't always work for you. Yeah, Cyanogen launches 3 knives, finds nothing. That'll be the spike being planted here as Army West Point Black, again, quick entry onto B. This is their bread and butter. And they're going back to it. Clappy, of course, with that op, is going to try and swing in.
Oh, Vibin.
Vibin hiding off in a corner. This flank could be big. Uh-oh. No one's checking. Uh-oh. This could be big. Takes one. Almost gets two. Yes! The point blank is good. Hutch takes out Kato. And this round is looking glorious as once again, it is a flawless round for the ultimate bargain bin price.
Oh my goodness. Sometimes, you know, you go into the bargain bin and you find the perfect shirt. You know, it fits just right and you're loving life. That's what we just saw from Army West Point Black. They did it exactly how you want to see. And that timing on the flank. So you think about, okay, great timing in general, but no, the audio cues that Vibin was listening to were just perfect. Goes around the corner. Here's Hunter's Fury going, so he knows that he's stuck in the animation. And in addition to that, Vibin goes for the shot on the other player first, knowing the animation cancel is going to take a minute. So he gets both those frags because of an intelligent decision waiting for that audio cue. I absolutely love it.
Too good is all I saw right there. Now we're going to get a little bit of a recon. Bolt, once again, it is going to be the chase. Army West Point Black basically said, well, screw it. It hasn't worked in the past, but we're going back to old tried and true. And the quick, the clean clear out. MIB police raiding this B site. It is going to be the plant with 5 alive versus 3. Crispy is able to take 1, but Mexec says that's all you're getting. Charcoal is going to tag down 1, get some information with this owl drone, and Clappy can't swing fast enough. MIB police takes 3 into custody and finds the boss later.
Oh my goodness, what a shutdown right there. The KO stepping up massively, and just going back to that KO conversation, one of the reasons that I think KO has been a less than a desirable agent pick up until recently, not only because of that chamber interaction I was discussing previously, but it's also the fact that as more people get involved with the KO is now able to frag better from that position. We initially saw that the KO, it was really tough to frag out. Really, really difficult. But more and more players getting familiar with it. I think Rossi on the TSM side of things, oh my goodness, so good at getting frags whilst playing the KO, and everybody else has been taking notes.
I mean, notes is what makes or break the deal, right? You got to learn somewhere. You got to pick up the strat somewhere. Unless you're willing to spend, 2 to 3 hours just grinding it out, or more. Of course, 2 to 3 hours to some is not considered a whole lot. That is the perfect lineup. Gives a lot of great information to the rest of the squad, and it is going to be the poison sprint out for this squad. Queen's Gales B are going to try and take a page out of Army West Point Black's book. Cyajin is going to find Crispy. Clappy is going to find a second. Cyajin takes out Clappy, and it's a trade back and forth. Charcoal wins out that duel, but a long-range shot. Mexec tags the head out of at least one member. It's a 2v3. As Mexec hides around this side of Pyramid. Vibin takes out Kato. That's going to even the odds. Can they find the angle, though? You want to chase in a little bit quickly. You want to take that swing. Vibin doesn't get shot at, and instead is going to shoot back. Yes, indeed. Took a little bit too long trying to take that chance, and now it's a problem. Charcoal has to walk through that poison, and right up meets Vibin. 3K for Vibin to kick off this round. Or this half, I should say.
Yeah, Vibin taking pages out of the zombie playbook. Double tap always, and that's what he's done. Getting those couple of quick headshots with the Ghost. It's beautiful. And it gives Army West Point Black a great advantage into this coming half. Remember, Queen's Gales able to win out on that pistol round last half as well. And that actually set them up pretty darn well considering how much they struggled in gun rounds, Queen's Gales. So we'll have to see if that continues here. The defense of Army West Point needs to stand tall, though, against what is not really a force buy, more like a semi-investment.
Investments can yield positive or negative results. It only takes time to see if you do come out with those positive sides, with the big gains, of course. Of course, the swing top as Clappy is going to take a couple shots, has to keep watch on a couple other angles, so unfortunately with only the Sheriff here, can't do too much. Hutch, of course, watching that door go up. Wondering who else is going to be there. Oh, this is a very close battle. Clappy wants nothing to do. Do you not see the shoulder? You don't see the shoulder. Oh no. That's going to be a swing. Do you get it? It's down to 21. You unload the entirety. Mextech having to swap to the pistol as well. Means Clappy is going to fall. That's going to be the opening frag for Army West Point Black as they do chase pretty hard in. But Vibin takes out Crispy. As again, the plant still has not gone down. Vibin has done a great job holding off this angle. Gets a second on the back end before dropping behind the wall. Phenomenal stuff coming out here. Mextech is going to find Charcoal. Cyajin takes out Indeed, as Indeed takes out one member, and that's a cleanup that you like. Army West Point Black going to secure 2 in a row, as they should, after getting this defuse.
It's a funny interaction there. Vibin actually used the rendezvous to get back into the back site after it had already been cleared by a player who was pushed forward. So it was a really big surprise to see Vibin just materialize in front of their eyes for Queen's Gales. It's one of those things to keep in mind. Those fast rotations are a possibility here on Breeze, in part because of the rendezvous potential set up by Vibin, by the Chambers. And speaking of Vibin, 16-6, leading by a large margin, especially in that KD ratio. But it's going to be the bonus round. We see a lot of Spectres, 1 Bulldog and a Sheriff for West Point Black. And it is a full gun round on the other side. And Crispy utilizing that gun to great effect. Yes, indeed, as well.
And Army West Point Black went for that more aggressive push once again. Again, in the bonus round, you're trying out. You know you're not going to have the gun advantage, so might as well. It is going to be 3 members dropped as they tried a little bit of an aggressive peek. And looks like they are going to pay for it. Queen's Gales B just going to go ahead and rush over to A. They know they have full control. Army West Point Black going to take their chances over on B until they hear the sound of the plant and then possibly get taken out. It is going to be the angle held. Cyajin almost takes out Kato with a very nice headshot, but of course it's only going to be 1 HP left. Queen's Gales B is going to heal that right up. And Hutch is now going to try and spray and catch someone. Can you get anyone? You do get one. So not completely out of it, but still very, very nice job by Queen's Gales B.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are playing like that for Queen's Gales. You know, you get the bye in the 3rd round, you win against the bonus, and now you play for the rest of the half, essentially, or at least the economic battle for the next couple of rounds. This round, potential to break both sides economically. You see the operator there for Cyajin. Something we really didn't see on the offensive side with the exception of the Vibin toward Force, so be on the lookout for that. That's posted over towards A for right this moment.
Do they wish to continue? Again, with this little bit of a default hold, that looked like a... Oh, that was a good throw. Sorry, I for some reason thought that was different. No, very nice throw. Gets a little bit of a suppression down, trying to check off where that attacking jet is. So far, no real peaks. Mextech is going to go ahead, get spotted out ever so slightly. The chase out is there. Minute 5 left. Still plenty of time for Queen's Gales B to really choose a target. And now they do. B looks like it is going to be that chance. It's going to be a rotate of the Viper. Crispy going to try and walk in. What more can you get? Vibin down to 30 HP. And is going to hold out for the rest of the team to try and follow up. Clappy starts things off with MIB's face.
Yeah, that's 1 man taken out. Vibin on the follow-up, though, does connect. 30 health to work with, and that is massive. Mextech doing wonderful. It's 3 frags for the man on the Viper. Clappy now to do it all alone. Bladestorm of potential, but with 26 health, it's wonderful work. Hutch to close, and Army West Point Black able to pull that one off. Really, Hutch doing the massive work. Yes, Mextech got the frags, but it was the placement of the recon bolts that made that so possible, that created the opportunity for Mextech to do what he did.
It was so good. So clean to watch. And again, with Queen's Gales B taking things a little bit slower that round, waiting for the default, waiting to see where they really want to go, it gave Army West Point Black a chance to kind of get those routes. Now we're going to go ahead and head into that 17th round. It's going to be a big opportunity as Queen's Gales B go ahead and throw up the first Bladestorm of this half for the attackers. Crispy is going to go ahead, try and send that Trailblazer, figure out where anyone could be. Clappy wandering around this corner. Still trying to wait for that owl drone. Go ahead, spot nothing on the entry, which does give ideas of where someone might be. Clappy is going to take a peek. Swing out as Cyajin says thank you. MIB Police says hello too. And Cyajin is going to pull out the knives of their own. So many shots and all of them miss means Charcoal gets 2. Queen's Gales B are almost going to even things up to V3. You need to get that spike down. You need to get that plant and start working your way forward. The shots through that barrier are going to hit home. I think it scrapped out a little bit. Spike is down. Shots up top. Mexec again with the clean shots is going to lay things down. It is a 3v1. Very difficult to defend against that. Hutch will take out Charcoal's life and put a 10th up for Army West Point Black.
If I had been lucky to stay alive right there, missed literally every shot with the Tour de Force, but the team bails him out. Cyajin with a good start, Maxek with a good close. And this again, despite the Cyajin big miss on the Bladestorm as well. So honestly, I mean, Army West Point getting bailed a little bit there by the individual plays, but nonetheless, 10-7 is the score line, and you can see the economy a little bit on the lower side for Queen's Gales. They are going for a half buy at the moment. Sheriff, a Spectre, Bulldog even for the chamber up on top, but see where this lands. That's a very nicely placed recon bolt. Big fan, but it's going to be taken out pretty quickly, and Cyajin's ready and waiting. Oof. Got the frag.
Queen's Gales B trying to pull an entry off, but you can't pull an entry off the entry masters here. Army West Point Black like, nah, that's our MO so far. Cyajin takes another one. Indeed is down to 2 HP in the decay, and is quickly tagged up by Mexec. This is a slaughter by Army West Point Black. The conditioned fights, these angles being held here, perfectly done by them as they hang on. Cyajin takes a third, as that'll be a swing wide. Crispy is trying to figure out a way out, but the shorty finds the kill, and Crispy falls as the last kill. 11 so far for Army West Point Black.
Yeah, huge moment right there. Army West Point Black, 3 rounds in a row, and on the half, it is 5 out of 6. That's where we're sitting. And with the 11-7 scoreline, this next round, 1 for the potential map point. Army West Point Black going to be playing for that. Cyajin working wonderfully on the defensive side. Once the man picked up an operator, it's changed all of the information. But Tour de Forest being pulled here. Same thing for the Seekers. Queen's Gales pulling no punches as they look to re-enter. That's a nice shock dart doing a little bit of tagging damage, but nothing more.
And Mexec also holding off on these stairs. It's been Army West Point Black. They are jostling their members around, which I really, really like. Again, not setting up in defaults and just swapping the members around. It's a full defensive side. Either they slide over towards the A side or they slide over towards B. I really like how they prep differently each time. It really keeps Queen's Gales B on their toes. And so far, that's actually what's keeping Queen's Gales B from fully entering right now. 45 seconds left, and Mexec makes it even harder. Charcoal is taken out on the head. A couple shots go out as Mexec gets collapsed on. It's still a 2v4 as Queen's Gales B gets routed. A great right click from Clappy is going to give Cyajin a hard time, but Hutch gets the revenge, and Hutch with the swing takes a second headshot. That'll leave 2 alive as Army West Point Black are sitting on match point.
Started to look a little bit dicey, but somehow Hutch dangled his way into that position, and also the swing afterward. Massive work from Hutch to just kind of make his way into good positioning, and you know it's not always possible. Just put it that way. And this is round 12. Their gain for Army West Point Black. The bad news for Queen's Gales, of course, is that their money is a little dicey. They're lacking in some shields, lacking in some upgraded weapons, but a Guardian. It's not like it's the worst case scenario, but oh, Cyajin, he's going for broke. He's looking for this early victory.
Well, MIB is doing the same. They're going to chase in, and MIB police, remember, the entry on their own, the riot police at your door, going to wipe your memory here in just a sec. Give it a second. Vibin going to help out here. It's almost like this game never happened as Army West Point Black claimed 3 lives so early on. Clappy is going to get shot at, is clapped down, and Charcoal takes out Hutch, but Vibin finishes it off with a 19th frag chasing after Cyanogen at 20. Army West Point Black go ahead and take Breeze 13-7.
Yeah, and it was like everybody there for this squad kind of had a specific thing they were good at, right? I mean, we talked about MIB having such a fantastic entry. We talked about so many, so many big moments over the course of that, clutch moments, Mexec as well. But it was a full team effort, and I think that's what's impressive for Army West Point Black. But you got to remember, Orbital, that was West Point's map pick. So as we look towards our second map, which is going to be Haven, you definitely got to keep in mind that Queen's Gales decided to go there.
It is going to be their chance, and we'll see if they can do any different. Again, Army West Point Black have a very nice handle on things. It was a decent map, and we'll see if it translates over to the rest of them. I'm very, very excited to see so, or if Queen's Gales can come back and try and put this to a game 3. Again, these two teams very close in the standings and have similar records so far, so only time will tell. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NECC Valorant action. And welcome back here. We are excited to get started here with our game number 2. Of course, as my green screen decides to break on me, turns into all shades of whatever that is. So we will go ahead and get ready to go onto Haven, though, as West Point Army Black is currently sitting at a 1-0 win over the side of Queen's Gales B. It's going to be very, very interesting, though, as again, the map number 1 did go handily into West Point's favor.
It did. But got to keep in mind, West Point picked that map. Breeze was their specific pick. And, man, their defense was lights out. But Queen's Gales headed into Haven, their map pick as well. And now we can see what they really have to offer on this coming map. We're getting underway with the agent selection once again. Same conversation, I think, for the KO. I've seen a hesitation to go with that on this map in particular. We've seen more of it on the likes of Breeze and it's a couple of the other maps, Ascent especially. But it looks like Vibin might be thinking about going that direction. Instead, going to go back to the chamber, though, maybe.
I mean, we're seeing a hover of quite a few different things, so that's kind of funny. Po80 is going to be in there, as we were talking about, right? The original player that I believe was going to be stepping in. Going to be very, very fun to see. Of course, no crazy agents coming out here. It is going to be fairly standard, as Haven is one of the oldest maps here. It is going to be the one that everyone hopefully knows like the back of their hand. Hover over Cypher, though. Vyman might be taking that one in for a battle, as we do finally start to see some of those lock-ins. Killjoy for Yes Indeed, Jet for MIB Police, Cyajin with the Sova, and Kato to match. So we're looking for the last 3. It is going to be an Astra lock-on. Are we going to get the mirror? Survey says...
Nope.
No, maybe. I don't know. It's hovering. It's there. Possibly.
No. KJ, Cypher, 2 big differentiating factors. As Yes Indeed goes for the Killjoy, Vibin goes for the Cypher. I do think the Cypher's a little better here. That being said, having this nano swarms, that particular part of the kit for the Killjoy is incredibly powerful here, and you can't underestimate that. So, defensively, though, I think that Cypher is really a strong contender. So we'll have to see kind of which balances out, if we're going to see Army West Point take this 2-0, or if Queen's Gales can figure out what's going on. We're getting underway. Queen's Gales, of course, their map pick, so they get to attack first. Army West Point Black picking to go over towards the defense.
It is going to be that kickstart here. Queen's Gales B have been finding some good entries, right? We saw them with, I want to say, a good start back on... I do want to say it was on Breeze, where they did run 3 at the beginning of the first half, so we could see them try and do the same thing here on the attacking side, see if they can make their mark. Of course, with the shorty, if Clappy actually stays with it, that'll be one of the more aggressive buys as well, which will be very, very fun. I am privy to the shorty. These weapons that I love watching the Jets and the Razes go crazy with are very fun. Of course, we get the opener as MIB watches as Hutch gets absolutely obliterated.
Oh, but he's going for more, trying to connect the shots. It might be only for the 1, though. So, not really ideal. Not really what you would like to see. But Maxac in a bit of a nice spot. Really could be a spanner in the works for the offense. And there it is. Maxac able to confirm. That said, Owl Drone going to come over the top. Maxac tagged down by it. 2v2 ensues, as Yes Indeed has connections. He's not going to hit a full shot yet, but has now. Yes Indeed now. The only one left alive against Maxac, and Maxac going for the shots. Everybody's got to reload. Goes now in hand, and Maxac punches up. Got the 3K in hand as well.
That's one of the rougher moments when you both run out of bullets at the same time and someone else goes, oh yeah, I have guns right at my feet. Let me just swap up to that one instead. Very heads up play by Mexec to be able to pick that one up. Again, 3 frags in, as well as that extra ulti charge for the defuse is going to feel very, very good in the pocket. And hopefully they get to continue to manage that ult economy. So far, though, it is still going to be the double Marshall's coming out here with the SMGs to boot. And Clappy, once again, going for that shorty, hoping for some close range battles.
Yeah, the shorty dream's still alive for now. But, I mean, especially on the attack, though, it's a lot harder to utilize. That being said, West Point Black, maybe they'll give him an opportunity. That's some nice drive in there by Hutch on the guiding light. But Vibin not going to be able to find but one. Had said Hutch tagged down with that shorty we were just talking about.
Couple shots go out again straight through that wall. They're hoping to shoot through that wall. MIB police going, yeah, you're not going to hit my teammate at any point. Doors are broken though, so a little bit easier time. Charcoal hanging around the soft edge, and Hutch takes out Clappy. That'll be one of the major guns out, as Hutch might meet an unfortunate scenario, but is able to stave off. Now A is going to be that plant, as again, that's the only one that you really want to go for. Good spike down. The Queen's Skills V now have to figure out how to hold steady, and yes, indeed, takes out Cyogen. 32 HP in a dream. You are going to peek out on the side, but they know exactly where you are, so you get chased down. Yes, indeed, is yes dead. And it's into a 4v2. Queen's Scales a B. Angle their way forward. Extra shots go out. No real information held just yet. Charcoal hiding in that smoke. The defuse goes through, but MIB gets a swing. Vibin takes out Kato. And that'll be the finisher. Army West Point Black going ahead and moving up to 0 here in this game.
Moving up to 0. Love it. Feels good. Nonetheless, we are in a situation, I think, where Queen's Gale's going to be pretty happy with that round. I don't know about you, but, you know, a couple kills, a nice plan of the spike, really bolster the economy. Definitely is a positive feeling, and Queen's Gale's going to be looking to move up and away from that 0 as they get into the gun round. It's going to be the bonus, of course. Army West Point Black, this is what they did last map on Breeze, and they're going for it again. 3 Spectres, 2 Sheriffs, and a whole lot of half armors are on the cards, and MIB getting aggressive. Is it going to be punished, though? And it looks like it is. Big whiff shots there by Clappy. Allows for Kato to go down. A nasty trade, though, by Clappy going back. Cyogen out. They're not ready for Vibin. Vibin is in a great spot. He's going to take them out.
Well done so far. I mean, West Point Black gonna take that chance, though. Yes, indeed. Finds Vibin backpedaling in and is able to pick that easy shot. Looking for a little bit more here. Charcoal is gonna get that plant. Rest of the team gonna try and angle in down through garage. They go. Mexec is gonna try and throw down a couple more orbs, but you step out just a bit too far, and Poato gonna pick up the last 2 of that round. 2-1 is the score as Queen's Skills B pick up that bonus. And now we get to see the full rifle round.
Yeah, the bonus, no success there. But, you know, a couple kills. You definitely don't hate that if you're Army West Point Black. But, like you say, now's the time. Now's the chance. Now is the opportunity. The operator out for MIB. And remember, MIB on the KO last time, swapping over to the Jet this time, so definitely a little bit of a different agent, different way of playing. But MIB being attempted to be tagged up through that doorway, not gonna take any damage just yet, though.
No damage just yet, but hoping for the opportunity to get those shots down, as Mexec is going to open up some of those stars once again. Poato sitting on the backside, and Queen's Gale's not really taking that chance again. Just vibing, hanging out, pot shots every so often. Goes ahead, sending in the Hawk, and Mexec goes, well, all 2 can play at that game. Let me just take away your vision. Clappy is able to find MIB police, though, and that was going to be in that mid, I believe is where that frag went down. Great cross kill. B might actually be the option if they so choose. However, it is going to be 3 swinging into garage. What do they find? They find a little bit of a nebula. The alarm bot not going to find too much else. It is going to be a chase in. 35 seconds. You got to start making a move. Army West Point Black going to get some notifications. You can see them running straight over to try and help. Poato is going to take out Mexec and Cyogen. And for Charco are going to get taken out. Vibin is going to fall. Garage is going to be lit up. Poedo with a 3K. One more to swing. Can you get the fourth? You almost got it, but again, the blind is too strong. However, you did your job. 1v4. Hutch able to take a second. Now I guess you just look for a few of those exits, as a 1v3 is not a spot you want to be in.
Well, Trailblazer could give some information. In fact, nice information gained, but a nice adjustment there. Good call out. Charcoal swinging into the position where we just saw Kato sitting ready and waiting. So Army West Point losing the bonus, losing the gun round. Now in a tough spot. They've got to buy just pistols. Don't have enough to really purchase up. And that said, you could be seeing some utilization of these ultimates. 4 of them online for Army West Point Black. And Queenscale's not too far behind. Yes, indeed. Just one away on that ult orb. At the moment, it's looking like a very fast A take. We see the Seekers committed already there for the offense, and the Bladestorm for MIB Police. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment considering the man disadvantage already here.
Or it could be that big change up. Unfortunately, it's not. MIB Police go ahead and losing that ultimate. Mextech going, I don't know what else to do. Having play is going to be the call out, but I mean, it's a 2v5, and these ultimates are not exactly the most aggressive ones. You know what is aggressive? It's going to be that Sheriff to the head. Charcoal getting taken out. Yes, indeed. Get some revenge. Vibin is going to try their best, but you can't beat that rifle. Yes, indeed. Takes a 3K, and it'll be 3 for Queensgales B.
There you go. 3 in a row. Quick and easy. Queensgale's doing good work. Army West Point Black have a bye, though. They've gone for the full Phantom array. 5 of them in hand, and now missing out on a big piece of that 4 ultimate puzzle, but just one of those pieces. They still have a couple to work with themselves. Queenscale's not doing too shabby either. That lockdown could be an interesting idea, considering the lack of a Hunter's Fury to deny it. It might be Police seemingly interested in getting aggressive, and well, he's not the only one. Maxek down mid, in through the side of window here. Don't know if they're going to be spotted once that Nebula falls, though. That's going to be interesting. Looks like the answer is no, but Charcoal, good for it. Couple of kills already. Now, Maxek spotted out. Clappy has that one, and it's down to a 5v2. Army West Point Black just losing player after player in position after position.
It's a painful one to have as Army West Point Black, like you said, losing 3 members, 2 very healthy, but it's going to be 1 on site. You can't really move too far. Syajin can't get away from those stars. He is going to get swung on. Charcoal takes the 3K. Hutch going to swing in. Gets a deke, almost gets a second, but I mean, it's pretty difficult to swing that fast. It'll be 4 in a row for Queensgales B. Those openers didn't mean anything to them.
Certainly did not. And 4 now in a row. Huge moves from Queensgales. Remember, they're map pick now, and they are flying through this attack side. And in addition to that, remember, Army West Point Black, so good defensively on Breeze. Now, they've simply fallen apart here in the early stages of half number 1 of Haven. Now, they do have some weapons. Couple Stingers, couple Sheriffs, and quick death for MIB Police.
Clappy just doesn't care. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time Clappy has just sat out in the middle and just been like, yeah, I'll challenge anyone that tries to cross B. I'll go ahead and take that kill. Another one gets laid in. It's 3v4 as Mextech gets a shot on Clappy. But around the corner they go, and Poedo is going to take out Mextech. Another one to follow as Syajin gets their head taken off. And Vibin is going to walk in. 31 HP, already a couple bullet holes in their body. Might unfortunately have 1 or 2 more as the turret gets set up. That is a very rude turret as well. And Vibin just says, I'm not sure if I want this. Another Nebula goes right up. Vibin is just vibing in the dark at this point. Just enjoying the little life that is left. I really don't think he could do anything here, so just trying to make sure that you can try and stay alive. That's going to be a swing wide. Shots go out, and every single piece of utility that Yes Indeed had popped right there.
Yeah, you got them all checked off on the checklist: alarm bot, nano swarm, and the regular bot to go
Just
through.
the whole kit thrown straight at the face.
Yeah, pretty much. Got hurt, I would imagine, but
Only a little. Only a little.
I mean, it did result in death. So
Yeah.
here we go again. Army West Point Black desperately really need to get into this half again. They've lost a 5 rounds in a row, I should say. And what was their 2-round deficit initially, tagged down and out. There is MIB Police. He's got the operator, and he's found the opening frag, something we haven't seen as of late in Hutch, doubling down, finding another frag. So one over at the C side and a frag as well over at the A side. Everybody winning their duel. Nice to see.
A little bit of a glimmer of hope. That draw, the star, is going to slow down the Trailblazer. But now you get the information. You did see 2 up there in garage, so where do you go from here? Queen's Gales B. They're wondering what they can do, because again, they just spotted out the spike, I believe. I think that was able to be notified, so a little bit of a jostling for position. This is going to be a firefight held down here. Hutch and Charcoal go ahead and take shots at one another, and Hutch wins out that duel. Yes, indeed, now realizes that flush out of that backside, might have to take a chance just rushing into A. But you only got 40 seconds left. MIB Police is going to get taken out. Poeto takes out that op. That is going to be a solid weapon for Queen's Gales B to be able to knock out of the hands of Army West Point Black.
That's at 2v4. A big deficit to bring. But Poeto might be the one to do it. Here's the push, but Saiyajin ready for through the smoke. Saiyajin still in position, but it's going to be a Vibin frag to pull back. Poeto did have a couple of good ideas, did get a couple of big frags, but it's not enough, and a much needed round for Army West Point Black.
Good one to hang on to, of course, and they're going to keep trying to make moves forward, as we do see the ultimates completely online now. We do see the Cosmic Divide, the Seekers, as well as that Neural Theft by Vibin. On the flip side, though, these are very aggressive ultimates, right? You have the Hunter's Fury, you have the Lockdown, you have the Blade Storm, which I'm assuming Flappy is going to go ahead and run up there. Yep, already popped. And now you're going to possibly get that full sprint. And to utilize the majority share of these ultimates, Queen's Gales B have got to get on the angle quickly. But, yes, indeed, takes the shot a little bit late. And because it's late, it was blind. That is an unfortunate one to lose. Clappy is just going to spray through that smoke, hopefully going to catch anyone, but only gets the wall right behind that barrier and is going to get a spray. One Clappy just going on the aggressive. How quickly can you push? Spray again into that smoke is going to be Clappy taking a 2K. MIB Police is going to look for one more, but the spike is down. Queen's Gales B feeling confident here into this 9th round. Army West Point Black going to look for the retake.
It's all about timing, though. Vibin in a good spot. MIB Police finding that secondary frag. And no, not able to find Clappy, but it's still all the kills for Army West Point Black coming through. Next set going to recover the operator, I'm assuming. And, well, yes, eventually that gets picked up. And Queen's Gales, they had a pretty rough start to that round. They kind of brought it back into contention, but Vibin's position was crucial to get that player who was on the site on the default box down and out. That's key, because that default player could have been playing around it, playing for the trade on the push. And Sid, we saw Mexec, we saw MIB Police both get those kills without getting traded out. So 4-5, we're on the way back for the comeback. Army West Point doing that pretty well. They're going to have to continue to find round wins because, well, Queen's Gales still has money, and honestly, MIB Police kind of coming away with the swing that he shouldn't have had. But Poeto says no 5-0 here. We're going to be taking him out, and honestly, that's all on MIB Police repeat. Never want to repeat that angle twice.
Nope. That is a death sentence as Kato gets a shot onto Mexec. Spray through the back is going to be Vibin. Neural Theft is going to go out. You are going to use that to try and get a little bit more information on the 3v4. Poeto is going to find Hutch, but doesn't know Vibin's there as well. Cyanogen takes out Yes Indeed. Looks like the Neural Theft is going to get a little bit more. Vibin takes out Poeto. Down to a 2v2. Charcoal takes out Cyanogen, and it's all down to C. A single member is left for Army West Point Black. Information is not going to be as useful anymore from that Neural Theft, so flying a little bit blind here. You can probably hear the bouncing off the back end of that walkway. That means it's going to be the C-side lobby being held out by the last two remaining members of Queensgale B.
Yeah, Vibin doesn't really have any tools to work with either. There's no Hunter's Fury, but plenty of tools to deny the defuse. Recon Bolt the first. Here comes the Shock Darts, I would imagine. No, I don't think he's got any left, but the swing certainly is good for it. Kato gonna put that to bed. Easy does it. And actually, Kato did have one shock dart, just not two. So he couldn't confirm the frag. Queensgale's making a move, making that win. They do lose 2 rounds, but they quickly bring it back.
The crazy thing to me is if they had stuck on that spike, it would have been a round win for Army West Point Black, I think, because Queensgale's B didn't swing as early as I thought they would, right? You had 2 down the line.
They jump peaked. They jump peaked.
Oh, they did. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I was looking at it. I was like, could they have actually held out on it? Could Army West Point Black have been able to pull it off? I was mistaken, though. Still, very good attempt there. Queensgale's B going to look to try and run it back again. They are sitting on 6. They want to start pushing into that 7th or 8th range. Yes, indeed, is looking to lay down that early lockdown. And it is going to be used. There is a very small corner that it looks like Army West Point Black are going to stack up in at least 2 members. Maybe only one.
I think only one could fit there, if I'm being honest. But
maybe you can stack, but that is MIB Police just running hard with those resets. He is going to swing, misses that kill, and can't finish it off, but 2v3 Queensgale's B going to look to get the spike down. Mexec hiding in the corner, takes a couple shots, and empties the entire clip, and can't find anything.
A bit of a crucial miss there by MIB Police. I mean, you know, you understand that it's not a full gun round necessarily, and that you aren't expected to win. But Army West Point, if MIB Police, if you put my words together, had taken a little bit extra time on that planter, had confirmed the frag instead of getting a bit ahead of themselves, then we could have seen a quad kill even from that Bladestorm. Instead, it's punished, and again, you can't be too mad considering the eco, but still, a miss is a miss. And now playing for 7-5, our Army West Point operator back in the hands here of MIB Police, as you would expect.
MIB actually gets tagged down by the turret, just kind of letting it shoot, trying to decide if they actually want to chance it in or not. 2 stars are down over there in C entry. That might give the information necessary. Again, with the Trailblazer out, and you know where the sky is. And it sounds like all the utility is being thrown down that C side, so it will be a decoy play. Going to try and rotate for Queensgale's B. Army West Point Black haven't really taken any damage, so if they call this rotate outright, they might be able to help out their own side A. Looking like it's going to be tested here in just a few.
About a minute gone. Queensgale's, you're right, looking to commit more than likely. They do still have their Sky over on the other side. Might just be selling a bit of a fake. Nebula is going to go out. Are they going to be pulled shortly? Here we go. Yes, indeed. Ready to go forward. There's Clappy to push forward initially. It's a bit of a off-angle Cyanogen. Good for the double kill. And MIB Police coming through the Nebula. Able to find some success. Now Cyanogen going down, but MIB Police trying to fight back around the side of the default box. Hits the leg, but not the frag on Kato. The spike is in a very exposed position here on A. Queensgale is going to have to do some magic with very little time in the tank. And Vibin and Mexec are good for the secondary follow-up there. Double op now available.
And well done by Army West Point Black to keep it within 2, and not only that, win the final round of the half. You give yourselves a little bit of a pat on the back saying, all right, yeah, we got a single round. Let's try and do it again. Here in the pistol, so far, their early pistol rounds have looked very, very good. I would like to say I think they won one also in the past game as well. And, I mean, so far, 2-1 in that residency, so... Can they do it a third time? Are they able to do it a third as they are trying to climb back? If they're able to win this pistol, it would set them up for a potential 7-8 scoreline if they take the anti-eco and then lose that bonus. Of course, maybe they can just run it 3, say, look, we're not even going to lose that bonus round. We'll just take all of it. 7-5 is the score as Army West Point Black on the attack.
Well, we'll see if the second half works well for Army West Point as it did before. Nice timing on that swing. No dice on the frags. This time, though, it's good. Clappy. Gonna clap one. Looking for more. Hutch is there to find Clappy before that can happen. Bit off on the shock darts for Queen's Gale's re-entry.
The re-entry could be good. Again, 3v4 is always quite dangerous, and you can see him trying to take that chance. The stars go out once again as Charcoal just trying to use everything in their utility belt. That's going to be a swing, though, as MIB Police finds, yes, indeed, holding off, but it's a quick take of 2 as Charcoal and Kato take 1 apiece. Shot, though, is Cyajin taking out Kato. And Army West Point Black lose 2 on the back and still take the round.
A nicely done pistol round for Army West Point Black. The big key right there is trades. Making sure to have a couple of additional players on the site at all times. It's exactly what you want to see. It's exactly what you wanted to have for the squad. And, well, winning out both the pistol rounds, that is a potential recipe for victory, right? 7-5 on the half. You're down one by a couple of rounds, but you're winning the secondary pistol. That gives you a wave right back into a tied-up scoreline. And yes, indeed, aggressively looking for information. Going to get punished with their life. As it looks to me like C push is underway. Guiding light going out over there, and the Nebulas as well.
MIB Police also planting in their own smoke. Is able to get it down, and around the corner they go. MIB Police mows down 2. Clappy and Poeto can only find 1 apiece, and they'll put it at a 2v3. Kato wondering if they actually want to enter into the site, right? That is the big question mark. Do you take that chance? Of course, you probably do. You don't really have much to lose here. That'll be the spray through the smoke once again, as it'll be Charcoal looking to head the charge.
Oh, and that's some good timing on that swing. 2v2 now. But it might be Police spraying and transferring onto Charcoal at the end there. Good for a quad kill with the Bulldog. But again, damage done. West Point, not a perfect round. You can see they've had to force into this round a little bit more than they wanted to. It is a bonus technically, but realistically, the money is going to be a bit tight for the coming round if they were to lose it. That said, maybe, just maybe, Army West Point not going to lose this one. First map, they kind of ran away with things on this round. But Queen's Gale is looking to put a stop to it, put an end. It's fast, quick, loose. The blades out, and yes, indeed, going to deny them. Might be Police no more. Maxek trying to fight back, and Cyajin has done that well.
Well fought from Army West Point Black. They find the entry in, but again, Cyajin gets shot in the chest by Kato. The plant is going to come through on A and down to a 2v3. Hutch is just trying to keep everyone topped off. Again, you yourself are quite low, so you can't do much more than that. Angles are going to be used from that B site and also from that A main area, or the lobby, whichever one you want to call it. Entry of 2 behind these boxes. They'll take a swing. Mexec takes 1. Clappy finds Hutch. Looks like that might be all that they wrote. Mexec is going to spot it all going wide, and of course you get the shot. You spray through the smoke, and you can't get the kill. Clappy gets the defuse and the round to follow up.
Big win for Clappy right there. I talked about the economy, talked about how it's not perfect for Army West Point, but Well, the good news for Army West Point, they are going to be good to get some guns out. A little limited on the armor there for Vibin, but ultimately not the biggest of deals. And down to a single player, it's sort of a flip of the script of the last map that we just saw, right? You win the round if you're Queen's Gales, and you're in a weird economic position. And actually, I'm really not a big fan of what I'm seeing them do. They only invested a couple of pistols. I would have loved to seen, I mean, even Spectres or Bulldogs over just pistols for Queen's Gales. You cannot give away the economic game at this point, despite the fact your money's low.
It's going to be that gamble. Of course, Clappy, with a single rifle, might be able to put some work in. Hutch is going to listen as some shots go out. Don't want to take that chance. Clappy. Oh, the save is good. Vibin able to pick that one up, and that'll be the rifle. As you said, it is now going to be down to the pistols. Queen's Gales B going to be having a difficult time as the A site is going to be rushed here. I love this call by Army West Point Black. They say, look, that rifle is down, meaning they might or might not be working with only a little bit. The Marshal crying out in fear, saying, hey, I can't see anything. And the spike goes down. Army West Point Black have a good chance at putting this at an 8-8. A spray through as Cyajin just unloads the Odin.
Quick and easy. Po 5 8-0 does do well. Find something back, but ultimately the damage being done by shock darts, by shots, by everything. It's too much to overcome. Queen's Gales now a breath of air. Could kill both these players. Yes, indeed. Good for a kill on their own. Sheriff doing wonderful work, but still, Army West Point Black winning the round. I guess you could call that decent for Queen's Gales when they didn't invest, but to me, you've just given away a free round for Army West Point Black. You've given them a free round to build their economy. Now, instead of it being a swing round, you know, Army West Point Black have money to spare.
They really, really do. They have way more than they probably should. And at a tie, Army West Point Black, they might be feeling, and if they read the gun situation correctly, that if Army West Point Black win this one, Queen's Gales B are going to be down and out, right? You can start doing those quick rushes that you've been wanting to do, maybe that you did on Breeze. And yes, indeed, is able to find one before falling to Cyajin Spray. Again, the Sova and an Odin. Maybe more iconic duo. Arrow goes out. B or C is scouted here. Seekers are going to find one as well, but Kato finds Cyajin right in the head. Mexa gets some revenge, but it's a slow one at least. 3v3 here as the Blade Storm is out for Queen's Gales B, but the spike is planted down, and now it's on the defensive. Army West Point Black going to go ahead and charge back up the C pathway. Hopefully not get found out. Charcoal might be walking into a dangerous position, but the rest of the team is there to help out. Poeto gets 2 on that run. That's enough to put it to a 1v2. Army West Point Black will be sitting on Mexec, who gets 1, can't get the second. And that's going to be the round. Queen's Gales B moving up to 9 and 8.
Yeah, and a little bit of a mistake there, I think, when it came to Mexec going through that nebula, or not the nebula, Cosmic Divide, excuse me. He went for the kill on the second, or on the planter, rather than on the second player who wasn't on the spike. That's just a a small thing, but it matters a lot, because if you go for the kill on the spike planter, the other player can just shoot at you. So you want to go for the kill on the player not defusing the spike first, assuming that you haven't waited too long, and of course at that point he hadn't. So small thing, but a big deal for Mexec, and we're seeing Queen's Gales an interesting decision nonetheless. They've gone to go for the save instead of going for the buy. They could have really afforded some purchases. They want to make sure they have plenty of cash into the coming round. That means that they put a lot of pressure onto this next round to potentially win it.
And if they don't, they're looking at a 10-8 scoreline. That would mean Queen's Gales B would be 3 rounds away from victory, and 3 rounds away from pushing it to a map number 3. Only West Point Black don't want to let that happen. They want to end it here. They don't want to have to go all the way to Icebox. Vibin kind of knows what's at stake here. Is going to slowly creep their way up to B. With no one really challenging them so far and 50 seconds left, this could be a plant, a very cheeky plant, but a plant nonetheless.
It's good to clear out that site. Kato snucking his way in. Here's the Ares working wonderfully. Vibin gonna fall. Hutch on site, and yes, indeed, pre-parse, man. I don't know how Slygen didn't find that kill, and it's a tag on towards that final player, but no dice. That's a big round, a big moment, and Army West Point Black are at a deficit of 2. Queen's Gales gain double digits as well. The only good news here, or actually there's a little bit more than one piece of good news for Army West Point. They have a lot of ultimates. They're coming up on that Bladestorm as well, so that's almost 4. And they have all the guns they could want. But this is the round they sort of have to win based on their saving strategy, based on the fact that they went for the, for the low buy, then the full buy in the next. They have to win here. Otherwise, their economy's in the grave.
Not only that, if they don't win this one, it puts Queen's Gales B right closer to that victory. And you can't be messing around with that. Hutch and Syogen are going to go ahead and try a little bit of a quick entry again. That Owl Drone comes out a little bit later than they probably would have liked. The Cosmic Divide is already going to be tossed up, and that's going to section off a majority share of Queen's Gales B. So they're kind of hiding around this corner. Hutch hiding under Heaven. Queen's Gales B wondering how they want to aggress on this. A majority share stack into Heaven and Connector. I'm not sure if that's what they exactly like, but it is going to be where they're at, and a lockdown does come in. Utilize hopefully the grid effect.
The Hunter's Fury, though, they have it. They're pushing forward. Not going to be denied by that lockdown. Yes, indeed. Clappy, Poet, everybody's going forward. 2 left alive, and Kato taking down Syogen. It's a very late flank from Vibin, and 11 for Queen's Gales. You smell that, Orbital? I smell Icebox coming.
I'm not sure if you can smell ice, but if we can, that's about the closest that we can get, I think, right? 11-8 is the score, and I love it, right? Icebox is one of the ones that I personally like. I think we both like it as a map in general, and I think it's going to be a fun time. Of course, we still have to wait for the rest of this match to play out. Army West Point Black, there is a small window of opportunity. It's very small, but it is there. And they're sending it here. They are sending it. You can see the rifles being bought with light armor. They're saying this is the round they want to work with.
And I mean, it's not bad from a purchase standpoint. They've got most of the things that they can need. 3 really close rounds in a row, though, the last couple. I mean, you see all 3 of them are defusals. And there we go. It's time. Yes, indeed. What a great little find. MIB Police has the Bladestorm out. He's shut down. Syogen trading out. But yes, indeed. Coming around the corner. Again, trade's effective. It's 2v2. The Seekers are ready to go. Also have the Neural Theft. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. What will be used?
There's a few opportunities for them to work with. Hutch hiding around a corner. If you're able to get this link off, it could have a huge opening. It's going to be a swing of 1. Poeto is going to get the kill, and Vibin gets the shot. That's going to be great, but down to a 1v1. You got to peek. You got to peek. It's going to be the diffuse charcoal. Oh, sticks it. Hutch, you didn't check, and that is going to be charcoal with a very aggressive diffuse. Wins out the round. Queen's Gales on the match point to win out on Haven.
That's really tough. It's a 50-50. You can't really blame Hutch in that situation. He's basically doing the old coin flip, whether he peeks or not. And he chose not to. He got coin flipped. It is what it is. Now Queen's Gales able to potentially close the match off the back of that coin flip. We have to see. Just a 4-round deficit. So, one kill, or excuse me, 1 round or 2. And Army West Point back are right back in there. And Vibin with an opening frag onto Po80 is definitely a good start. Neural Theft going to come out, but denied on re-entry. Look at the shock dart damage as Mexec goes around the corner. He's going to equalize and puts us into this 3v3 that's quickly taken aback. Going back and forth, but MIB might be the clutch up player, and he is. All 3 for him.
If there was a time for MIB Police to pull out a couple kills, that was it. Keeping Army West Point Black a little bit in this game. Yes, it's a very, very tough task, but you made it work. You're one step closer to getting double digits. You're one step closer to getting that all-important tie and pushing into overtime. Chances are there, and with the full buys, it's going to feel very, very good. However, for Queen Scales B, they're running that Odin once again, working with the operator. These are all very heavy-duty weapons here that are going to shred through Army West Point Black if they make the one wrong move. A hard chase into B, though. Connector is going to be sprayed out. Kato finds a lucky headshot onto Cyajin with that spray and pray. Clappy getting vibing. And just like that, Army West Point Black lose 2.
A deadly loss at that, potentially. Again, Icebox right around the corner if it's needed. And Hutch going down 2v5. Oh, what a great adjustment from MIB. Unfortunately, taking massive damage off the back of that. Another Nebula going to go down. MIB snuck his way into the site. Find another I'm not sure. Now it's Maxac versus 4. Blades out and ready for Queen's Gales. Maxac does have the spike in his hands, so he could just go play the post plant, but even still, a very difficult task. He's just waiting to find a pick. I do think this is the right decision for Maxac initially. He's not given an opportunity there. He needs to just go. And he's got the Blade Storm. The Blade Storm no longer a factor. One more kill and he's got the Cosmic Divide. Committed to this, and actually he doesn't need the kill. He just has the plant. And he can pick up this Cosmic Divide. That's a really big, potentially, thing to work out. Putting up a Nebula. He's getting overly aggressive. This is an interesting decision, but an understandable one. He can't just play passive. Otherwise, it's a loss. The swing. Oh! He's got the triple. One more frag, and it's a so far away yes, indeed.
That might be it. That might be the turnaround. That is going to give such huge plays over to Mexec. Oh, you're going to peek, though. A couple shots go out. Can you dance? And remember, all you have to do is bait the time. There's going to be a spray through. That's going to be a shot through. 7 HP, and that'll be Mexec. 4K to save the game. Army West Point Black sweating bullets right now as it moves to 12 and 10. Not just that, they may have just done it. Queen's Gales B are going to have a rough purchase. They're actually going to save here. As Army West Point Black have done it, they've broken, or at least semi-broken, Queen's Gales B economy and net themselves a soft weapon purchase. How do Queen's Gales B? Army West Point Black should have weapon advantage moving in to this 23rd round.
The 1v4 clutch just outrageous. Here we go, though. The Seco. 3 Queen's Gales players aggressing on through B. Couple through Garage. It's an A hit, though. The Blades are out. The Cosmic Divide committed. And okay, a Bucky in hand as well, just in case the Blades are no more. Quick little flankaroo here, a couple of players. But at that distance, not going to work so well. And shut down there by Mexec.
Out of nowhere, Queen's Gales B go ahead and lose the momentum. They lose steam right at the tail end. Kato can't do anything as Mexec is going to watch as Poedo takes a tumble. That'll be the crushing time. Army West Point Black feeling good about that one. Feeling real good about it. They carried over so many, but here it comes. The big weapons are out. Big guns ready to fly. As, yes, indeed, Kato and Charcoal are going to carry over ultimates. This is the prime situation that you kind of want to be in here if you're Queen's Gales B and want to mount that epic defense to take map number 3 and avoid going to overtime.
I'm still dying.
I don't know why.
I'm still dying about that fall. I'll come back to it, though, because this is huge. Great usage from Kato, who's been very good finding kills, specifically with that Hunter's Fury. It's not something you see every single time. It's not something everybody's perfect at either. And now the Owl Drone being committed. interesting decision. And yeah, Cyanogen going to fall all the way back. It might be police already cleared the angles, cleared the information. Nice little opening there to be denying the recon bolt. But there's still the lockdown, and there's no Hunter's Fury to answer it back. And there's that lockdown going to come forward. Now is the moment. Now is the opportunity. You could see, of course, the Cosmic Divide be used on the back of this as well. And there it is. Maxac committing to getting detained.
Oh.
And now a 2-player advantage.
They're going to go for it. They're just going to go ahead and try and stick the defuse. And Charcoal was ready and waiting, and that'll be the finisher. It was a rough one to try and retake in. Army West Point Black tried to do the best that they could. Queen's Gales B, though, reign supreme and push it to a third map. I couldn't ask for a better time, of course, as that was an exciting one. 13-11 on map number 2.
Awful close. I mean, you gotta be heartbroken, right? Just for that. The fact that the 1v4 clutch to bring it to that position isn't what wins the game. They don't pick it up. Army West Point Black, but it's still very much alive. They've got another map. They've got Icebox to come. But that being said, we're going to have to take a short break before we get there. We'll be back with Icebox right after this.
And welcome back. We're ready to go for map number 3. And that thrilling map number 2, it was so close, but Queen's Gales B were able to pull it out, and now we get the decider. We're going to Icebox. We're going to freeze our butts off, and hopefully someone comes out a little bit warmer than the other. That is going to be the options here today, as again, we get a third game here in the series. I'm very, very excited. Vincent, are you ready for this?
I am, but man, that map 2 for Queen's Gales, anything but easy. It was difficult to overcome the likes of Army West Point Black. They did a really good job, I thought, at just extending the into that match. It was so close, and to be fair, it was the ultimate advantage there in the last round that really sealed the deal. Of course, things were looking good before that on the aim front too, but you gotta always think, okay, what would have happened? Well, now you got to put that behind you. Got to head in to Icebox. Got to refocus as we see what Army West Point can do against Queen's Gales on this map. I will say that don't know if either of these teams were super thrilled to be here. It's just kind of what was left over. And we'll have to see if we see the standard fare or any differentiation here in the agent select.
I don't think we're going to get too crazy. MIB Police still going for that kind of over-the-top aggression here. Seeing that Raze come out is, I do want to say, a little bit interesting, right? The containment, I think, the tight corners is usually what I like to see Razes on best. You can really, really utilize those paint shells. But it is going to be for Clappy once again, most likely that Jet, and that'll be the operative to watch out for here. Mexec still hovering with a few, but that'll only time will tell.
I do think that in general Raze is decent on in this map, but I've always just believed the Jet Reyna duo is better, and in the more modern era, utilizing the chamber with the Jet is better. Or I guess in the Queen's Gales ideas, they're going with the Jet Reyna plus the chamber, and that's also a little bit interesting that we're seeing no Sage at all here. That's very meta. That's nearly 100% pick rate actually in the pro scene as well, and there's a reason for that. You put that wall down, it just buys you so much time to play with on the attack side, especially when you get onto the site, get on A, get on to B, put the spike down behind that wall and get the heck out of there before it's broken. So no opportunity for that to come into the fray. And the KJ is also an interesting decision. This used to be a pretty common occurrence, but with the introduction of chamber, it's become basically non-existent.
It's rare, and it'll be interesting to watch. Again, without those lockdowns, without that Sage wall, this is going to be a drastically different Icebox than we're usually used to, right? We're going to be seeing a lot more ground fighting. I think this is going to be going back to Army West Point Black's tempo. Again, this is going to be them on the attack. They'll probably be rushing pretty quickly in. We know that they like to get aggressive on their attack side. We know that they like to try and play a little bit fast and loose, and maybe they get back to that form. Again, game number 2 saw them stall out a little bit. They couldn't push as quickly as they wanted to. And again, Clappy running that shorty could be the stopper to their aggression, could be the cork that takes away all their steam. Only time will tell, though, as we go ahead and get our first push. Army West Point Black is going to take that chance all the way on A. It is going to be the call for the rotate as Queen's Gales B are going to run their chances. Boombot goes out. And it is going to be swung on. Clappy finds one, quickly has to reload, is able to bounce out as Charcoal is able to find MIB Police. It's looking like a solid play from Queens Gales B, as this time they were a little bit more ready for it. Poedo is going to find Vibin, and it's all down to Cyajin. You got to take out 3, got to get those beautiful headshots, but can't even find 1. As Queens Gales B comes out with the pistol win.
Yeah, Poedo, Charcoal both doing wonderful work right there, and Clappy did find one with the shorty, but that isn't really the story. The story for Clappy is actually the distraction being made. Everyone worried about Clappy's dash out, going back in, all that kind of good stuff. And while that's occurring, well, Poedo, Charcoal, they both come in, they both find a couple of frags aside and give Queens Gales the advantage. 1-0, like you say, that scoreline, and a limited investment for Army West Point Black. They have gone for a couple sheriffs, but mostly going to go classics as they push in through the tube. We're seeing some kitchen control being gained. The spike plant actually already down.
Again, a quick rush by Army West Point Black. It's the bread and butter, as we said, and they haven't had their morning toast just yet. As Charcoal and Poedo take out 2. Poedo takes a second, as that's going to be a collateral through the wall. Feels good, man. Poedo is going to try and take a swing. Who wins that duel? Mexec wins it out, but the damage is done, and the deaths have reigned supreme. As it's a 1v3, shots go out. Mexec going to try and get 1. Is able to get it. Can't find the second, though, as Clappy says, shut down. You are going to sit and watch me defuse with 14 seconds left. Queens Gales B watching as these situations do occur as Army West Point Black continue with their quick attempts.
Spike plant plus 3 kills, though, is brilliant for a eco round with that level of investment. You can see now West Point going for the gun buy, and Queens Gales the bonus. The bonus, I will say, a little bit lacking. I mean, classic plus armor is just never ideal. Okay, Bulldog now out for Poedo. Never mind. I thought we were going to see classic plus armor. That would have been a little bit ridiculous. Headhunter, of course, here for Kato. Missing a shot, falling back, tagging that armor right off of his back as well. Ooh, nice shock dart. A little bit of tag damage. And no heal available.
Available, and Clappy finds more. Vibin is able to find Clappy. Can they trade back? Cyajin is going to look for a bit more. Is going to take a swing. Over heal is not going to be enough as Charcoal takes the head off with the Sheriff. Beautiful shots to be had at 5 HP, no less. It might be Police looking for a few more angles in the 3v4. The Owl Drone is very, very important. Tagging out a few. Mexec gets caught loading in that utility, and that is going to be the opening that Queens Gales B needed. Good swing to the right means Vibin isn't going to get that kill. Finally, with the right click of the classic, still can't find anything as an entire clip is unloaded, and Queens Gales B take 3 in a row. That was not a round that they were expecting to win, but they did, as Army West Point Black have got to go back to the drawing board. The fast attacks aren't working any longer.
Yeah, and it was really in the initial phase of that push that things got bogged down. Of course, getting tagged up with the shock dart really made MIB Police's life miserable. And in addition to that, also got hit by something else to tag down to just 30 HP. And with the fact that we saw Charcoal win that duel with the pistol with no vision whatsoever is a little bit ridiculous. You never want to be in that position. And Charcoal finding that success. Ooh, nice position to place that snake bite. The plant once again going down early and often.
It is going to be the trade again. Hutch with that pistol is feeling so good, but it might be Police's Cyajin fire right back. This time, feeling confident in their own shots. Clappy takes a quick peek, empties about 4 bullets, and looking for a bit more. Is going to throw down the smoke, try and get the defuse going, and that might be the call. Sprays through the smoke. Clappy does get tagged enough to actually fall back on. Great paint shell on the side, and MIB flushes Clappy out. Kato is going to take out Cyajin. It's going to come down to 1. Can Kato do it? No, you can't. Hutch with that Sheriff claps 2. It's going to feel real good. That's going to be a round back as Army West Point Black are looking to try and start their comeback material. As Queens Gales B go ahead and purchase up.
On the board and now down only by 2. Army West Point Black doing well, like you said. In the Queen's Gales camp, though, there's plenty of flowing cash to go around. And Clappy, interestingly enough, going to adjust, go for the shorty, and the Blade Storm to follow that up. So eyes peeled for Clappy as he pushes down mid by the look of it. Meanwhile, Army West Point Black, they've grouped up a squad as they move in towards the B side. Toxic Strain going to be committed as well. There might be police looking to go over the top, and entry gained.
It has been breached. The site has fallen. Queen's Gales B gonna give it their shot. Angles go in as MIB Police quickly tries to heal back up. Hunter's Fury goes out. You do get some good damage. You can see it hovering over, and there's MIB Police falling in that angle. That one hurts quite a bit as Kato finds another. And then goes the defuse again, and the aggression is there as Clappy gets out alive with those bullets indeed and finds two. Mexec finds Poedo. Mexec hiding in their own poison as Clappy can't find it. Looking like they were going for the knife. That's a bit cheeky. Swing goes in. Mexec gets 3. Mexec gets 4 with the poison. But it looks like the defuse is going to come through. Yes, indeed, is going to finish that one off. It was messy. It was crazy. But Queen's Gales comes out on top.
Yeah, utter chaos occurring in the Viper's pit right there. Just so much going on. It's almost too much to handle. But at the end of the day, Mexec doing a brilliant job of finding frags, but it's just not enough. And when you need to find all 5 frags, need to ace for your team, well, someone else unfortunately has dropped the ball. And I think in that case, it was the players kind of outside of the pit. They lost their gun duels big time. And so Mexec had to be the hero, not able to be that. And, well, another round underway. Poedo already finding another frag. Now, MIB trying to trade out, and you can see the aggression in middle that West Point have been exploiting is really no longer a weak point, or rather a strong point. There's been adjustments towards mid. There's been adjustments towards B to watch out for it as 3 players walk themselves into the side. Actually, bring back a even and now man advantage. Cyanogen, the one to create it, but Charcoal back the other way, quick and fast.
Oh, and that shock bolt is good. Does get some good damage down, and that makes it easy for Clappy to come in and clean up. Again, the chase. Oh, but you went for it. No! Clappy thought they could get away with it 3 times in a row, and Hutch says no. 9 HP, not even close.
Honestly, that's a really interesting play from Hutch, because I think that knowing that Clappy knew that he has a Hunter's Fury and expecting that to be a very, for him to play very passive, also the potential of being tagged down there, Hutch gets ultra aggressive, walks forward, and finds Clappy without a gun in hand. That's just really, really smart play, really good anticipation on the thought process there from Clappy, and Hutch clutches up the round for the team. The tour de force committed defensively for Queen's Gales B. That's going to be over at A, but it's going to be another B hit. We've seen the B hit time and time again. Only a single A hit, I believe, and it was unsuccessful. So the B Rush simulator continues.
But I like it. This is the one time that I'll say I really like it, because Army West Point Black are forcing Queen's Gale to up their tempo. These consistent plants are forcing Queen's Gale to play at a faster pace, and we're seeing who really can play it out like that. Yes, indeed, is hiding inside of that smoke. Kato takes out Cyanogen, and it's working wonders here. Army West Point Black kind of hold themselves into this single style, and Queen's Gale's B are starting to read it very well. Poedo takes a 3K. Great 2 shots there. Hutch can't find too much as Poedo takes the 4th. It's looking cleaner and cleaner as Queen's Gales B round out more and more rounds. 5-2 is the score as Army West Point Black, the single play that they've had so far, is starting to be read so easily.
I mean, they have had some variations on it, and I don't think the play is the problem, because it's that retake, right? I mean, we just saw 4 defuses in the last 6 rounds, and the only 2 that didn't come off are wins for Army West Point Black. So it's definitely the retake that Queen's Gales have figured out, not the defense of the site. In fairness, though, they're playing a lot of defensive retake setups, and that definitely sets them up well for that particular move. Gonna see a push here coming at A this time. You gotta swap it up just a little bit, and it's gonna be a rendezvous to get back out there. Mexec going forward, frenzy in hand. No spike yet. There we go. It's planted down. But here we go. Another retake setup here for Queen's Gales. 5v5.
And Charcoal spots too. That's a big spot. Gives so much information. Mexec is going to find the first. Poedo and Clappy take one apiece behind. It's down to a 4v2. That's all they need as Vibin takes one. Clappy is going to fall. Poedo takes out Cyanogen, and Vibin finds a kill. Poedo takes a 3k though, and another multi-kill round means Queen's Gales B put a 7th or 6th on the board.
That one a little bit more on the expensive side. Good for Army West Point Black to keep the economy a little bit more reasonable. But as I say that, I mean, Kato at 9k before buying, Poedo at 6.2 after buying. It's not enough. And I mean, here soon, if we don't see Army West Point winning some more rounds, honestly, I mean, that's basically Queen's Gales money guaranteed for the rest of the half. But they've got, maybe a round or two to work with Army West Point Black. If they can pick it up, then they could maybe force a save before we head to opposite sides. Nice bolt right there by Charcoal. That actually gives a lot of information. And this time it's the A hit, but this time it's with guns.
Guns do make all the difference. Feels good when you have a full weapon in your hand. Cyanogen says it definitely feels good. Clappy is taken out, one of the main aggressors of Queen's Gales B. Cyanogen takes a second great headshot to round out this engage. Queen's Gales B already down 2, and with the poison pit up, this might be one that they don't want to chance too hard. No reason to force it. You're already 4 rounds up. So maybe just look for 1 or 2 kills. Hutch, of course, just wanting to lay out as many as possible, clear out all of the equipment, and really take this one home. MIB Police says, yeah, that's what we want to do. Charcoal is about to get rounded on and kind of knows that the swing is good. As Charcoal takes that win, MIB Police took a shot. Wasn't able to make it work. Cyanogen finishes it off with the 3K at 7, 8, and 2. Feeling a bit better. At the top of that scoreboard, still a long ways to chase down Poedo at 15, though.
Yeah, but that's the right way to go. That's how you get into this game. Nice recovery as well on the operator. So Army West Point Black with a chance to tie things up, but they have to win 3 more rounds in a row here to do just that for the halftime swap. And we can see Clappy. The only ultimate ready is going to be Clappy's Blade Storm. Charcoal close, but not quite yet there. And taking better of it. Charcoal not going to throw the recon bolt. That's a bit different. Not necessarily what you would see. He's going to wait a little bit. But Kato, op in hand, has a connection, and it is working.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Queen's Gales B continuing to run forward, but I want to see Army West Point Black. They played this one slow, haven't given any information about the spike just yet. I don't think actually they did. That was a kill that was going down. Oh, that's a right-click miss. But Poedo is there to help out. MIB Police goes, gosh dang it, 1v2. Not cool. Kato going ahead, swinging inside of this A site, still looking up top, trying to clear out that rope. Hutch is going to go ahead, fire off that recon bolt, hopefully get some information. And now take another swing. Arrow goes out, so you know there's at least one, and you're going to try and take that shot. You get a little bit of a spray down. Charcoal finds a head instead. Cyanogen takes out Charcoal. And the quick snapbacks are starting to run rampant here.
That op battle for Cyanogen, crucial. And this is crucial for Vibin as well. Vibin can't fall, and he doesn't. But Cyanogen does in the meantime. 10 bullets to work with. Phantom in hand. Vibin, a good move. Knows where this player is. Has to reload. 1v2. Taking the fight on the site. Gotta go for the plant, though. Not a lot of time remaining. Clappy around the backside. I wonder if Ivan's going to know this. Well, he's going to find something. He's going to go for the lockdown play. Now he knows where Clappy is, and he's got to commit. Now Clappy can destroy
so good.
Oh no! Vibin! What has happened? And he forgot to put down the nano swarm, so now a possibility here for the defuse. Clappy not going to hold it. Going to just go for the kill. And now Vibin is aware of what's gone down. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie or at the merry-go-round.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness! Clapping good for the frag. Vibin looking the wrong direction. And plenty of time for the defuse. Queens Gale coming away with the half win already.
Oh, that was painful to have. And honestly, Army West Point Black looked pretty good there. I'll give him that one. Vibin had the right idea. Toss down that lockdown, force Clappy to make that adjustment and really take a chance. But you let it get out of hand. That was a perfect shot in the back. You almost had it. Ran out of bullets. And I mean, the arm. You can't shoot him so many times with the arm. At some point, you got to hit the back. It was a good attempt, though. Army West Point Black, they're getting closer and closer. These rounds have been on edges of a knife, if you will. Queens Gales B, though, the overarching score 7-3 feels real good. You're looking to maybe even push double digits if you can win the next few, or at least a move closer to 9. I believe that's about as close as you can get. Kato, of course, holding down this bot side, seeing that Insomnia go out, and that leaves it wide open for Vibin to take the shot.
Certainly does. Push going in. Hunter's Fury going out. It's a bit of a push and pull, the tide, they could say. And Maxek does well to get the plant, of course, and Cyajin has something to say for the Army West Point Black side of things. 5v3 now. Trade for MIB Police, but again, trades work well when you already have the advantage. Yes, indeed, though. Coming in, he's been the clutch factor, looking for the one more time. Can't do it, though, and Charcoal's out to survive. Army West Point Black on their way to 5, possibly.
Army West Point Black, their attacks have always been a little bit lackluster, and they always tend to, as soon as they say, okay, switch to the other site, that's what they're going to do, and they just kind of run it into the ground, it feels like. Their defenses is where I really do like it, though. Again, on map 1, they look good, and map 2 is a little bit rougher, but here in Icebox, they have a chance, right? If they sit at 5-7 instead of 4-8, I think that gives them a lot of credence to work with here. Mexek, of course, one of those carries from before, one of those clutch players that has really shown up here. I want to see a little bit more out of them. Full 5 over here on the side. Paint Shell goes out. Charcoal is not going to take any damage, but that's going to be a bounce to the Raze. Raze, you got to turn. It doesn't matter, as Poedo is going to watch as the team falls like flies. 3 kills go through very, very quickly. Clappy claps back, puts it at a 3v2. And Clappy so far ruling those charts for the side of Queen's Gales B. For a bit more, sees the angle, tries to take a Hutch, but can't find it. Hutch finds the head. And Kato, with that 2 to force, is looking maybe for 1 or 2 frags.
Yeah, speaking of heads, he has the headhunter as well. Here we go. Ooh, spotted out, tagged up. What to use, what to grab. All good questions. Kato gonna be trying to clear out some of these angles. Does just that, but that does leave a lot of question marks. And Hutch aggressing, finding that final frag, and Hunter's Fury just 4 kicks and Gales. Queen's Gales on top, but it's been a bit of an interesting story. Is that 7-5 scoreline? I want to see more from MIB Police, and I do think that a lot of this has to do with the fact that, you know, it's sometimes a little more difficult to get this Raze going on the map of Icebox than it is to get the likes of the Jet or the likes of Arena. So, it's not to say it's impossible. I just need to see more from MIB.
100%. I would hard agree. We talked about it, right? The paint shell's spreading out a little bit too thin, right? The alarm bot is able to spot people out, but again, takes a little bit too long. So Clappy going to try and show us how it's done. Still only 1 kill above MIB, so keep that in mind. Yes, indeed, is going to throw out that wall, though. Try and get a little bit of layering down. Poedo is going to walk into this B side, and Army West Point Black going to see that Queen's Gales B are doing something a bit different. A default pistol start is what they're going for. No 5-stack on every site. Instead, playing it nice and slow. Up top, you can see the Killjoy riding it out. And Clappy hiding again. Loving this shorty play here.
Well, I will say there's a big difference between playing that on the offense and playing on the defense.
Yeah.
Can be a little bit more difficult, but these close angles are certainly easy to find. But that is the problem.
Yeah.
The shorty needs to be very, very short range. But Poedo maybe bringing it back, able to find 2 at B, calls the rotates in for sure. And now, oh, what a absolute dominating performance from Poedo right now.
It's gonna continue. It's gonna continue. A skeet shoot on that 3rd kill, and then the 4th from long range. Feels so good. That's an ace for Poedo. Rule that chart at 22-9. Poedo ain't stopping. 8 rounds for Queen's Skills B. They win the pistol. They're looking to win this anti-eco as well. They're most likely going to push to 9-5. Army West Point Black not enjoying the long road that they have ahead of them if they want to try and bring it back here in Game 3.
Certainly is going to be a longer road than Army West Point Black we're looking to be riding on, considering that loss in the pistol round. Only 1 upgrade, or 2 upgrades, excuse me, MIB and Cyanogen. Looking to do just that, but spam damage not working. Maxtech able to confirm an orb. And Cyanogen a push. That's going to be the trademark, though, giving all the info. And from there, Queen's Gales pretty much have the run of the mill, as indeed with the frag there, Vibin all alone. Big sad.
Big sad, big mad that the rest of the team has fallen Vibin. Gonna just chill out, hopefully get 1 up top. The pistol does a fair bit of damage, but yes, indeed, goes, yeah, you can give it all that shot. I got 3 closing in on your position. Flawless round for the side of Queen's Skills B, and they'll take it to the run. 9-5 is the score. Army West Point Black will have a chance at taking a 6th back. Full buys coming out here, but not as deep as they would like to go. This is a painful one. 3 lighter sets of armor here. Well, it will be, once again, Queen's Skills B with full weapons hot. Kato looking like they are just going to run that pistol for now. I thought I saw an SMG there, but I guess not.
Headhunter.
Yeah.
He's got a
Might as
headhunter. I mean, he's got a ghost to back it up just in case. This is the bonus round, to be fair. So, yeah, and
There it is.
here's Kato. Headhunter in hand. Can he find any heads to hunt, though? That is the question of the hour. Push going through, spike going down. Clappy already got 1, making it double. Hut trying to play Overwatch, but he's also dispatched his Poedo to find another off the back of that pistol ace. He's going to be Clappy to taken out there, getting a bit overly aggressive. No heal available for Poedo, and okay.
Oh.
Headhunted for Kato.
That was... It was the 0.5 second showdown and then just dead. That one hurts. Queen's Gales be on a tear right now. 3 rounds to kick this off on the second half. They are looking like they want to sweep out the next 3 as well. Army West Point Black going to pick up those sheriffs as well as the marshal and go full Western on Queen's Gales B. Unfortunately, the Outlaws do have way better armory sets so far. And not only that, they have the Empress on top. Poedo, a 4th round Empress feels good. Really good. Kato goes ahead and throws back that teleporter just for a little bit of safety. Recon bolt up top is going to be taken out, but the wall is going to delay their entry. Queen's Gales B. Got to be real careful about the Reyna back door, though. You can see the pinch coming in here. The longer they hold, the more dangerous it gets, and MIB Police tries to do the best that they can. Clappy takes the pistol kill. Mextech takes out Poedo. And now the swing on the side means, yes, indeed, finds a headshot. Clappy finds another head. And that'll put it at a 4v2. Cyanogen on the top side with the pistol in hand is going to take 2 shots. Only lands 1. And Clappy finishes it off with a 3K.
Back to business. Back to winning here in half number 2 for Queen's Gales. Not dropping a single round yet in this half. That could change now, though. Army West Point Black have guns to work with. Vandal, along with a plethora of Phantoms. But, again, they've already lost that opening gun round, and so picking up a second one. I mean, Queen's Gale's on a tear right now, and like you said, very much looking like they want to be in position, just kind of run over things. Run over they might. They have a Blade Storm to do it. Pit as well on the site if they need it. Of course, the Empress rarely talked about, but a massively impactful ult for this team. Here we go. Clappy out and over. He's going to miss the shot there. Max that good to recover. And eventually, yes, indeed, good for that trade to know. Po8-0 winning fights against Cyajin. Kato as well. It's looking dire.
If they lose this one, keep in mind Army West Point Black are going to have the bargain bin buys. West Indeed says, yeah, we want you to pull out of the bargain bin. Plant is going to go down, and still the Viper's Pit rules supreme. Vibing going to have to take that chance, take that gamble. They want to charge right in. Army West Point Black wondering what they can do in a 2v4. Around the corner they go. Vibin does find Kato, so the sharpshooter himself is down, but Po8-0 adds on to the already, I want to say, 25-26 kills that they've racked up. Hutch on top is unfortunately going to be potentially spotted out. Is going to drop into this corner. Oh, but they heard and they swing. Po8-0 takes a 3K and is on 27 as we head to match point for Queens Gale's a B. Out of nowhere, they look so resilient and so strong here on Icebox for this mini reverse sweep.
It ain't out of nowhere, Orbital. It's Po8-0. 27 and 10. I mean, you know, you win a half. How do you win a half? Have a guy go 20 kills in a half. It's really quite simple, actually. There's no, you know, crazy things going on from an ultimate standpoint, from a strategic standpoint. It's just, you know, find the opening kills, play for the trades effectively, and everything works out in your favor. But Army West Point Black are going to need some favor here to win things out. We've been going A whole lot, says Queen's Gale. So why don't we hit B? Vibin, though, looking to deny that with the lockdown. And the Nano Swarm does help out. Mexec and Hutch through smoke, but Clappy clapping their cheeks as he finds a double kill in the back lines. Cyajin, now the hope, now the prayer, but Cyajin no longer in the server. It's 2v2.
You might have been able to see a gun there. Kato should have an idea of where at least one of the members are. And with the Jet swinging in the lurk, it's going to be very, very painful. Clappy wants those nice kills. At 28 HP, it's going to be 1 or 2. Throw 2, miss both, and MIB takes a kill. Mexec got some help there. And it's feeling a bit better. Kato going to watch as that poison ramps up. And with the 2 to force, is going to just have to take those shots. Try and take a swing, but Mexec, you stepped up a bit too close, gave a wider angle to shoot.
30 seconds left.
That is unfortunately going to be the 1v1. MIB does have the leniency of waiting for that plant, but Kato says it ain't B. It ain't going to be where we go, because our success has come from A. Can you get that chance, though? Are you going to bait it out even further? Kato looked like they were fainting into A, but the rotate swing right back. Oh, information's given. It's down to the 1v1.
Well, this is a dangerous play, and that's why Kato, maybe overthinking things just a little bit, played it right up until that point. And, I mean, it would have been a great hold if we saw MIB over-rotate or rotate through mid, but, I mean, if not, you just commit to the plant. I don't know. It's just a big mistake, and especially planning out in the open there. You could have gone around the box, but didn't do that either. Lots of question marks for me, but Army West Point Black, they're staying alive for now. If they want to continue singing that anthem, though, they're going to have to continue winning rounds because there ain't no choice for them. They got to continue buying. They got to continue winning. Otherwise, it's game, set, and match.
Oh, that is that was a very unfortunate Nano Storm that hit the top part of that doorway. But Clappy, Clappy sees the Odin. Clappy says thank you. Onto the poison they go, and Clappy's down to 7 HP, but it's enough. It is enough as MIB Police sends in the artillery, is able to find one. It's a 4v4 fight as Kato is going to try and hold steady. A minute left to get the plant down. Hutch is going to swing into A, and it's going to be a fierce battle here. A nice little bolt goes out. Can you get any information? The recon is going to be good. The shock bolt, not much better. MIB Police takes out Yes Indeed. Who else is going to fall next? Charcoal wants it as the poison goes up. The plant is good, and Charcoal gets swung on. MIB Police and Hutch, each take one apiece. That's going to be a 3K for MIB. The raid is on as Poedo wants his Empress to succeed. Shots from long range, takes the dismiss, but can't come out of it safely. Mexec takes out Poedo, who is sitting on 29. That's just nice that Army West Point Black letting Poedo get another chance at 3K, but they take a 7th for themselves with 2 still alive.
Nice adjustment. And it's almost all the way. As, I mean, Army West Point Black, they're on their way back. They have just 5 rounds to go, but that is a whole lot further than I think you would think. That said, if all we have to see is Poedo pick up like one crazy round, you know, pick up a triple kill or something insane like that. And that's why it feels inevitable for Army West Point Black to be going by the wayside. But either way, here we go again. Hunter's Fury for Hutch. Really struggled, I would say, to find kills with this Hunter's Fury has Hutch. I just got to give that, you know, credit to the likes of Queen's Gales, who've had a lot of success there. Mexec quickly able to take the gun out and find Clappy. So an opening for Queen's Gales as they push forward.
Oh, and that's going to be the Nano Swarm plus Poison combo. Drops the Rhino down so low. Queen's Gales B. Not expecting that amount of defensive capabilities to come out here. At least not so far. Again, 55 seconds left. Still plenty of time to work with. There goes the wall. And that's unfortunately a shot through. Cyajin just taking a couple of pot shots and lands one of them. 3v5 with Army West Point Black, feeling confident here with 5 alive, and with another one down. Yes, indeed, will not be running the show here. It is going to be the Chamber and Sova left. And that's the rougher part of the situation. Again, these are 2 agents that don't have much left in the utility box. Single shock bolt is all you got, so Charcoal's got to rely on that Vandal. Looking high. Potentially got to look low as well, and he's going to fire this around the corner. Very angrily snipes out Mexec and goes, I win.
That's one way to thin the herd.
10 seconds left.
Time running low, and they're just saving. No commitment here for Queen's Gales. And with lacking information, lacking utility, lacking fragging, okay, never mind. MIB gonna take Kato with him to make it so that it's a little bit less perfect on the save, but there's money still. Queen's Gales still have cash after 3-round losses. Absolutely mind-blowing.
The hold is good, and they're playing on a very, very thin sliver of ice right now, and the ice is about to break if they make one misstep. Of course, they bolstered themselves up fairly well. Mexec has been playing a bit more aggressively as well, and with that Owl Drone, is going to go up and about. Here, at least one bullet, and the rest of the squad is rotating over, so Queen's Gales B going to be stopped by that poison, and possibly a bit more. 2 are floating over to A, though, to try and spot it out. Again, still plenty of time to make the full rotate if they wish, but Hutch was ready for it. Clappy instead gets clapped on the back end. And Hutch is going to quickly shift positions. Kato wondering on the lower end if anyone's still there. And they call it Queen's Gales B, say, hey, there's only one. Hutch holds down both, though. It's not going to deter them. They have to find an opportunity. Queen's Gales B scrambling on this attack. MIB holding up that mid, says, hello, hello. Watch me fire. That's going to be a 2 pair of kills with a high card of Cyajin. And they move to 9. Army West Point Black fighting back over 4 rounds in a row. They are trying their best to push us into overtime.
Yeah, they're on the way to that. And Poedo been put in a box, sealed up, designed, delivered, and he's out of this game right this moment. He's yet to find a frag in the last, like, 4 rounds, I believe. And that's not to say that he's playing bad. He's had a phenomenal game, but of course, the difference between the beginning and the end here has been super significant. Nice opening recon bolt. Reason that's nice at recon bolt is it's really hard to actually deny that one. So essentially you just gotta wait it out. So no fast frags off the back of it. Yes, indeed. It's supposed to go towards Cyanogen, but it's actually going to be not pushed out.
Oh.
Shock Dart, though, does its job. Cyanogen, MIB, both good for something. Yes, indeed. Trying to double it down, but Hutch is good, and Hunter's Fury, or excuse me, Showstopper actually comes out. It's going to be denied.
Oh.
Charcoal and Kato, the last two alive, and Charcoal has a third. 1v2 now. Low health for both and missing both. Mexec now re-peeking, having the shot. Vipers, the snake bite is close. But he's got the rendezvous. He rendezvoused out. Are you kidding me?
Kato, big brain move. Might have made the play here, but you got to start spraying. That's going to be halfway done. And no one knows. Oh, Mexec smelled something in the waters. This is a by an inch. Kato waiting it out. 12 HP versus 70, but a spray of the Odin while you're trying to defuse is going to be the danger. You got to go for it. Mexec has got to try something up. That's going to be another snake bite going down, and you fake defuse and have to rotate back out, but Kato finds a shot. That will be it. Queen's Galesby takes map number 3, completes the mini reverse sweep, and will move on to 2-1 here after week number 4.
Yeah, and Army West Point Black had no clue that rendezvous came forward, I don't think. You saw where the Viper was playing, was looking for the swing around the left or right side, and it never came. No question. And I mean, we talked about the coin flip, right? You know, checking the spike versus not checking the spike. That time, the coin flipped the other way, didn't check the spike, and it was good. And Kato wins the round, the game, and the match off the back of it. So, you know, it's such a difficult thing to define, but a fantastic game from Queen's Gales all around. And you got to hand it to Po 8-0. Really doing a big job there in catching up in many, many rounds. An ace, multiple quad kills, if I'm not mistaken, as well. It was a really crazy game from them.
It's scary to watch a single player just say, watch this, and take off in that sense. So that'll be someone that we really have to watch in the rest of Queen's Gale's games. And I'm very, very excited to see them continue in this Challengers Yellow division, or not Challengers Yellow, Challengers White. I got it mixed up because our next series of the evening here on the secondary stream will be in Challengers Yellow division. It'll be Fanshawe Falcons T2 versus Champlain Esports. Of course, we'll have a new set of casters for you as well. That'll be Mick and Infernosis. Going to be killing it on the mic there. Of course, me and Vincent, we're going to be hopping over to the A-Stream here in just a little bit to get started on that third series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Valorant action here with NECC Esports.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This may be the B stream, but it's the A squad coming up in clutch. My name is Infernos, joined here by Mick, aka Dallas, and you can tell we're both having a lot of fun, looking snazzy as well, might I add. There, Dallas. We're both rocking the Samsung hoodies that we had our event this weekend for it, so we're still repping where we can. But Dallas, what are the two teams we're seeing come in tonight?
Well, the two teams we got coming up tonight are going to be the likes of Fanshawe Falcons and the Champlain Esports Club. So, I mean, two squads obviously around the Challengers division, so a little bit up there, definitely going ahead and having themselves some over to run so far. And even then, I mean, we could talk about the two squads, we could talk about the agent selects, everything that we really don't have too much information for. But obviously, the one thing we do have information for already is going to be those map picks because, I mean, man, we sat there, we hopped right into call, and even production was like, okay, here's what's going on here. Here's what's going on here. We got some fracture to come into the pool today.
Something different, Dallas. We went the whole weekend seeing nothing but binds, seeing nothing but, what was the other one's? Icebox, Ascent. I mean, come on, it was getting old. We're still seeing bind, right? So that's still going to be there. But Fracture is also on the chopping block, like you mentioned. Super excited about that one. And it's a guaranteed map. It's not like the third map, right? It's a guaranteed. We're seeing it.
Yeah.
But if we do happen to go to the third map, it will be that coveted Icebox. Let's take a look at the rosters. I think we have those available to go through as well. Fanshawe Falcons will be bringing Boyce, Sai, Troll, Ghost, Drist, and Flame. And then for the Champlain side, what are they bringing, Dallas?
Well, they're bringing the likes of all Sebi, Luxy, Joey, Omega, and DNL to go ahead and start off with the night. And what I've heard is there a little bit of subs to be coming through so far, and even then it also comes down to whether or not the teams really feel that's going to be necessary after that first map. Knowing that Fracture is going to be somewhat of a twist up, and even then when you get around to Icebox, once again, you may have players who have those comfort picks. So, I mean, we know that Fracture is going to be a comfort pick to some extent because a lot of people haven't really gotten too accustomed to it yet. But Champlain making me feel like I should have some champagne showers because, I mean, going ahead, throwing out Fracture, that being their map pick, I'm super excited to go ahead and, you know, have the pleasure of casting this crew, see what they have to offer. And even then with a lot of young talent here on this roster, I want to see how they can go ahead and really lay some foundation, lay the whole planting grounds and see what exactly they can develop as a school here over the next coming year, or at least just over the course of the season thus far.
Yeah, we've been able to see the Champlain side before, and this is our Challengers Yellow division for Valorant here in the NECC, so in case you needed that information, it's readily available. I don't think we've actually seen the Fanshawe Falcons, at least their T2 squad, but both of these teams have a 1-2 record. Unfortunately for the Champlain side, their win was against Clark Red last week, and it wasn't a win on a normal standard of winning a map. No, this was a win via forfeit, so they are still pretty much here at this point, Dallas, an unproven team, and this could be their, I guess, stage show to prove themselves to the rest of the world. But with Fanshawe actually taking a W already, and that was in week 1 against Lebanon Valley College, we've seen them before. They're a pretty darn good team. They're proven. Unfortunately, having 2 losses in a row, they're trying to make that recovery. Map of bind, fairly normal agent selection so far. No raise though on the side of Champlain, instead opting to go for that Jet. We'll probably see that Viper go through just to deny those sightlines and cut off those angles. And you'll also have the Chamber of Omega. That is a very standard choice on this map, especially considering just how popularized it's become in the pro scene. And it's that trickle-down stratonomics that we like to joke about here, about how you can progress through the stages, so to say, of pro scene to T2 to T3 to collegiate and so on.
Yeah, and let's be real here. I mean, even then, look at the likes. I mean, Chamber is just completely viable everywhere. I mean, that's where players like to use them. We don't really see a Chamber going ahead and being that standard. He is going to pop up on every single map, and he's usually also sometimes going to substitute out for that legitimate Sentinel to be brought out. So I'm not going to go on an entire tangent because I'm sure that people have heard it so many times at this stage. I'm not going to repeat myself. But I mean, really just looking at what's going to be dished out thus far for the side of Champlain. A very, very kind of standard layout here from them. You go ahead and get a Viper. You get 2 controllers, not a kind of a pseudo-duelist, pseudo-sentinel kind of deal. And you get the Soba. The Soba is going to be a necessity for both sides, so it really comes down to the differential there. Champlain will go a little bit slower, have more control of the map, have more smokes out, have more sightlines inhibited. Meanwhile, we're going to see the likes of Fanshawe already going with that double initiator with the Sky and with the Soba. So lots and lots of intel to be working with. I'm expecting them to execute onto a site pretty efficiently and find themselves a post plant as well. But that's all going to come down to the Astra and how many stars you use to get onto site and how many stars you use to go ahead and set up for that post plant as well. Because, I mean, Chamber just really going to slow things down rather than actually stalling completely what the offense can bring.
Do you think they were going to see a bit of a slower pacing from the attack this time around? I know in the collegiate scene, pacing is kind of everything. It's a matter of tempo on the attack, and we've seen a lot of teams fall victim to the hyper-aggressive approach on this map of trying to be a little bit too aggressive on the A-short side, a little bit too much in showers, and we haven't seen enough defaulting on top of it as well, and I think those are the main problems that collegiate teams kind of fall victim to. So putting this out on the table, Dallas, progression stages for as these rounds go onward when we're talking about the attack and having Fanshawe be the team to start off on it. What do you want to see first? Do you want to see them kind of start towards B and then pivot to the A side, or do vice versa the majority of the time?
Well, I would like to go ahead and have a little bit of a default towards that fountain. Go move a little bit towards the map, go towards that B side, move and kind of skew that way of the map, but also have yourself a little bit of a default at the same time. That's really all it comes down to. Finding that intel, working off of it, and then making sure to kind of allocate as need be and where necessary. And I think that B, right there in that area, so many players like to go ahead and start off in that hookah. They like to play aggressive off the defense. They like to go ahead and get those long angles, get that sniping lineup towards B long. And even then, where you have the counter pressure, A main, it's kind of somewhat of a stalemate there. But the one place where the attackers have themselves a real advantage could be there towards those showers that they can really utilize it well. So I want to see them just playing for intel, especially with Fanshawe already starting in the attacking side and having such a very coordinated offense. I want to see them buy into that mentality. We sit there and see so many teams get caught up on buying with their brains in some kind of a hole there saying, how exactly are we going to push onto the site? Well, a pretty good starting place would be pressing W and then just going from there and figuring out what exactly lays out for yourself.
Well, just hold W. I mean, like, that's the whole strategy? Just walk, just go. All right, like
no,
don't let
walking
your
is
dreams be
shift
dreams.
W. I just said
my
W.
bad. Sorry.
I need
Jog
them to
on
run.
the side.
We are in the college stages. We've been walking all our life. This is the time of our life where we are supposed to start running and getting things together, or at least a swift jog would be nice as well.
What are you, my high school counselor? Like, going into college will be the biggest difference change you'll ever have. It's easier than high school in a lot of ways, but it's also more difficult in some ways than others.
Just a lot of emails and making sure
Just
that whenever
a lot of
something
emails.
happens behind the scenes, you have to compensate for it.
It's a whole lot of emails and a whole lot of classes that don't actually go through with. Because either I don't show up or the teacher doesn't show up. We'll figure it out along the way. But yeah, I'm excited for this one. Like you said, I think one of the big things we'll have to see in terms of utility usage for the, Fanshawe Falcons side in terms of their entry onto the site is going to be whether or not Drist can distract with the Cloudburst Tailwind combo on. For A site, it's a little harder to employ that. That's what you do typically see a raise as they can boost pack on over towards U-Haul and take control over Lamp and try to swing out from that direction to get control over back of A. And it can be the same thing through hookah window on B. Employing the jet allows for you to Cloudburst, which gives you safety on the site, but that's why you bring a Viper. That's why you bring an Astra. Use their Nebulous, use their Cloudburst to do the exact same thing. Yes, it requires a bit more coordination, but there's no reason why these two teams shouldn't be capable of that.
And even then, I already love the initial swing there from Chamber. Already Omega having to go ahead and get dinged up a little bit and realizing that, okay, this is a double swing. This is not a single player. Having those two players, having the backup there for the likes of Old Fanshawe, can already get themselves on site, already find plenty of kills along, and make sure to have themselves on site as well to back it up. So the spike is already going down. You already see somewhat of a retake trying to come into light here, but, I mean, with so many players across the map, you just have so many setups and it just makes the job that much more difficult.
Trying to hold on. Sevy's trying to play from back of halls. That's not going to last much longer. Aiden will collect for a 3K. This is a solid showing right now for Fanshawe, but look at the recon bolt. So much information for Luxy. It pays off for at least one, but Troll Ghost will get the kill on the refrag, and Fanshawe Falcons will find themselves a round one victory. A very swift push onto the site, and having Aiden be that forefront player to collect for 3, it's a solid showing, because the Silva needs lots of money to afford that util, and is one of the more important players to get that ultimate on the clock so you can play for the post plant.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Fanshawe, it's only round one. We can't really sit there and talk about what happened too much. I mean, you go ahead, you just get some kills with the pistols, and that's all you really can do. You utilize the whole utility that's given to you for free, and you try to capitalize on that as much as possible. So, I mean, with Sova obviously being a necessity there, the guiding light from the sky being a little bit better than I would say out of the likes of maybe a single star from Astra or something along like that. Make sure to play with the rest of your squad and just go ahead and collapse. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Going ahead, doubling down, finding that force at the likes of Fanshawe, pushing onto the site already. You got to go around to U-Haul and you know a player's going to be there and you already find that first frag and you push on the site, you get yourself a free plant. You make sure to speed this round up as much as possible and find yourself in the third.
I mentioned that bringing the Raze you can combo with the Nebula, but we saw that there as well. Drist being comboed with the Nebula on the side of Fanshawn. It works out. They'll get over the top of Jin. Sorry, it's Truck on this side technically, and they'll work their way through Metal, and they'll find themselves an early kill in the defender spawn, and it's just continuing to cascade in that direction. Drist from heaven swings around and finds 2 more, make it 4 in the round. And Fanshawe Falcons will take round 2 in a flawless fashion. It's expected to win round 2, especially when you bonus out and be able to buy out those SMGs. But a flawless manner is a very impressive margin, and that's not good for Champlain, who now are unable to remove any of the SMGs out of Fanshawe's hands, and they don't need to spend a single penny to be able to continue to play in this round.
And even then, it also comes down once again to that hole that really develops inside of your own brain when you're on bind. Every single entry point is extremely thin. I mean, teams don't like pushing on this map. Usually people that go ahead and hold themselves down to it, they like to get on the defensive side. They like to run away with the game there. So, I mean, this is where Champlain has to start that stride. They have to go ahead and get that streak going here with the rifles in hand. Otherwise, this game could spiral out of their control. Obviously, if they lose this one, they're going to go ahead and give some rifles over. They're going to give a round 3 over as well. And they're going to be stuck in the hole here for a little bit while. So, I mean, looking at Champlain already, looking to just have somewhat of a default setup, playing the slow and steady game towards spawn again. This is where things could get a little bit contested for them, because having those Spectres in hand, they need to push even harder just to compensate for the lack of range they got.
I think compensation is a big thing. You can kind of overcompensate a bit too much, be a bit too hesitant on your entries, and I think that's one of the things we're seeing from Fanshawe. They're aware of the, I guess, superiority that Champlain is wielding in their hands, having the full rifle buy and being able to contend, and they're a little bit wary about how they're going to entry up. Look at the way they're defaulting this one, though. I love this spread. I respect the fact that they're not just funneling in one direction. They've got themselves a well-coordinated attack. Now, they haven't actually pushed off of it yet, but 2 players looking to go from short. They were also watching towards Spice to make sure no one would rotate back. They had a player lagging behind near where TP ends. They also had 2 players inside showers. That's a really good default position for an A-sided rush, but you still actually have to be dedicated enough to get onto the site, and unfortunately, Aiden will be the first to fall. Killed by Joey, a second one now for Joey, as they try to swing out once again, and the player in U-Haul just comes up on top once in time again.
And even then, we've already seen both players fall on A shorts. I mean, you can already look at the rest of the team just going ahead and being extremely hesitant what exactly is going on. Nobody rushing these smokes, everybody just going for a default plant, and that's going to give you 300 creds. But what happens if you don't find the kill and you don't pick up that rifle? You can find some exchanges. You can go ahead and get 2 players down. So, I mean, that's a good pick there for Droll. But, I mean, you need to get a little bit more. You need to get whatever work you can, but you just don't find it. 3 players still alive for Champlain. And we can already see that afterwards, in the kind of rear view of that round, we saw such a great start. I mean, as you mentioned, a little bit of a default there towards the short and towards the showers. But, I mean, over towards showers, it was more of a funnel over there. So it all comes down to whether or not you're funneling not only that lane, but whether or not you are funneling each one of these approaches. I like to go ahead and compare it almost to like a track race. Every single person sits there and starts somewhat linear to each other, right beside each other, and they all go on the shot of the gun. Nobody really does that in here. People like to go ahead and funnel themselves in, think of more of the slant approach instead of actually thinking about how much distance they have to run. So we can already see somewhat of exchange coming in. We see Champlain playing a little bit more aggressive towards this B site, but an overall much larger default with the chamber to go ahead and have that TP setup where you can get right back with the squad when necessary. So I really like this look so far, and I like the approach that Fanshawe has going into this.
I like the alliteration to slants, and I think that's a good idea because you can have your QB, your shot caller, the Astra, kind of leading in with utility, placing where necessary, and then having 2 and 2 dive onto site. It can be extremely strong, but let's keep in mind, with Champlain not finding a single kill in round 2, them losing 2 weapons is kind of painful as it does put them in a bad spot in the eco, but they're doing a great job of recovering so far. Joey picks up a Guardian to make up for that loss, and they find 2 off the top, but Fanshawe's clapped back quite quickly. Shock dart to Flame, but Flame had already caught 1 more in the process. We're now at an even 2-on-2, and Fanshawe looking to continue to cascade onto the site. Boyce will hop to go for the spike, hopping off baiting in this position. Aiden watching with the cover, able to find a nice frag, but doesn't cover towards elbow. A 1-on-1, and Luxy finds the 3 instead, guaranteeing a Champlain Esports College win once again. 3 in a row now. Sorry, 2 in a row, nearing what could be our 3rd round for either side.
A great exchange here for Champlain to go ahead and get themselves back at the board, keep on running away with this money, and get themselves another round to back off of that. Knowing that Luxy had that rifle in hand, wants to be doubling up with it, and wants to also keep that with the rest of his team as well. You can see some kind of an exchange here. DNL not really getting all the guns that he wants, but I mean, playing as a controller, I mean, we've even sit there and heard pro players really preach this. Say, if you're going to be running a smokes character, a controller, you need to be running something close quarters. You need to play around your smoke. So sometimes a Spectre, which we haven't really seen too much of, a Spectre or Phantom will always be your best option, and you're playing for these close ranges. So I think that really puts DNL into a scenario saying, look, I can't overextend. I can't go ahead and find myself negative again. And he doesn't even have all that many assists as well. So he just really hasn't been contributing too much to the actual fight yet. So I want to see that kind of exchange come out now and see that pace of game just go ahead and have a massive switch up as we see a massive push towards B so far.
Ooh, great use of the Blade Storm, and it pays off. Drist over the top of Tube, able to take out one. Unfortunately, Luxy with another Shock Dart kill takes out Flame. Joy will employ their own Blade Storm. This one lands into Troll Ghost. It's actually a wall-bang kill around a corner, and it's a 4-on-3. Fanshawe player down, but Aiden capitalizes with a 6-shot with the Sheriff and actually evens off the scoreboard. But Luxy with the Hunter's Fury, the most important ultimate I was talking about earlier when it comes to denying and the post plants. And it's paying off. 2 kills now quickly, a third with Omega finding Boyce, and you'll find Champlain with 3 players left standing. And finally, like I mentioned earlier incorrectly, their 3rd round, this one in a row.
Yeah, and even then, a great look so far out of Champlain. I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing. They just go ahead, they get themselves onto the board, and they seem to really just have this element of confidence to them so far. Sure, you see some players falling here and there, and you have the regular exchanges that you expect in Valorant, especially when we try to go ahead and balance these teams as best as possible. But, I mean, the way they've sat there and had 3 in a row now, they've sat there and diminished Fanshawe's approach every single time, even though it's very quick and just overzealous to get onto that site. I mean, I like the attitude here from the attacking side. I'm just not seeing enough utility to back it up, and even then, you don't have a duelist to back it up on this time.
Yeah, it's a very poor start as well. Do you notice what I saw as well? DNL has actually employed a one-way with the Toxic Cloud over towards Showers. That could make the push through for Fanshawe quite difficult, but looks like they'll employ their own Hunter's Furies. Aiden's trying to ring out towards site, but they have no information to go off of, and so it's a wasted ultimate. Not a single person being tagged, because they didn't get an Aljone tag off. They didn't gather anything beyond that. They don't really have much in terms of information gathering besides the Sova, which causes complications when he wants to pull out that Hunter's Fury and can't apply pressure immediately to deny them from removing that intel. But another kill dropping, and Fanshawe Falcons down 2 very early with only 55 seconds remaining on the clock. And Champlain, they're just holding steady, sitting strong. You can see Omega here, hiding inside of Hookah. This could be a very big power position to play from, but I think we need to see more presence coming right through B long. Nobody's going to go. All 3 are going to funnel in towards Hookah, towards the one-man standing. Omega may have a great spot to play in. Rendezvous out, great position, and now can play on site.
And even then, just a great exchange for Omega to get back on the site. Sure, not the best follow-up shots there, but I mean, you got to look at the rest of old Champlain trying to go ahead and hold down the site. 4v3 now. You have Joey with that operator to be slow to approach onto the site, but DNL grabs a frag, finally makes the exchange here, even for his team, to go ahead and insult the injury. But now in a 1v1, you got Flame there trying to go ahead and for a little bit of a nifty angle, but Joey coming now onto site, now finally being there, last man to the fray, also last shot to be made as well, to go ahead and close out this round. So still keeping the operator, that's the most essential player to stay alive, the most essential gun to stay on the field with how he's been playing with it this far, and honestly, a good setup here for Champlain. Fanshawe, though, I'm not exactly, I mean, the fact they even made a 1v1 was very impressive. They had all 5 there. I fully believe they could have found themselves that round, but when you just don't make the fair exchanges, when you don't utilize your utility, when you don't set up for the side, we saw no Seekers. We saw the Hunter's Fury go in blind. We saw no follow-up with it. Sure, you're investing 2 ultimates, but, I mean, your Sova and your Sky essentially do the same thing. So their ultimates are made to somewhat complement each other, to give you the idea of where you should ult, so he doesn't have to go ahead and throw out his recon dart so preemptively. So already a 4-2 here onto the scoreboard. Champlain has themselves a Viper's Pit they can use down to lock down a free site, and even then, the Cosmic Vibe for retake as well. So it all comes down to really how this game wants to play out, how Fanshawe wants to push themselves onto the site next. And with the Guiding Light to come out and assist themselves towards this A site, they had no approach or no real push off of that, even though they had the utility thrown.
DNL just spraying through corner, thinking that maybe the pull will be able to gather someone, but it doesn't. Instead, just sprays through Nebula anyways and comes up tremendous with the kill. Look at the recon bolt for the intel gathered for Champlain once again. Fanshawe are just struggling to such an immense degree. It's hard to imagine that they'll make it through the circuit that is this A-short kind of push through the siege that they're attempting. I want to point out the early rounds inside Valorant are kind of that feel out period. You get an understanding, you start to feel comfortable with what the opposing team is doing each and every round, and you try to adapt beyond that. The team that can adapt the fastest and the team that can adapt throughout the rounds will be the team that usually comes up on top. But we're not seeing any adaptation yet for Fanshawe, and this could already put a huge dent in their chances to recover. But notice, Viper's Pit employed, Shock Dart sent over the top, and Fanshawe have managed to put the spike down, but Champlain have control over to the site to a certain degree. Drisk's managing to pick up a Vandal, employs it quite swiftly into Joey's head. Will now try to play further onto the site. You'll see they'll use the Seekers as well. Fanshaw trying to say, we've got this round, should be ours to recover. Luxy finds himself a kill onto Boy. Drisk now on the roam, on the prowl, and Flames trying to spray down the diffuser, finds Omega. Second on the Luxy, the recovery! 3K to their name, and Flame is the exact flame of life that Fanshawe Falcons needed in this one. They'll pick up their third round, but after a 4-round deficit, it's a big round to recover from.
And even then, looking at the likes of that Viper's Pit, there was so much I was liking for both sides there. I mean, a very good approach, sure, is a little bit slow, but I mean, they're finally adapting. They're finally getting themselves onto the board. And as you mentioned earlier, adaptation. Honestly, defense isn't really required to adapt until the offense does. It's almost of a back and forth rather than who does it quicker. And I mean, there is not the same, each team does not have the same goal because they have different objectives. One is to keep the spike off, one is to keep the spike on. One has to engage and one has to alleviate the attention. And honestly, Fanshawe not really doing the best job of getting onto that site and creating that entire stress for really Champlain to go ahead and ease up on. So right there, Champlain now having to realize that, okay, well, they can get onto his side. They have gotten a spike plant now in a rifle round, and now we have to show that we are still here. We are still willing to play as well. So Sebi already going ahead, realizing with that judge that there's a lot to go on, but Joey already having 2 in the round with that Sheriff, now going ahead and making an even exchange. The rest of Champlain is alive and well around the map. A little bit scattered, but still finds the spike plant to be denied.
Look at the positioning from Champlain, too hyper-aggressive, and in the process, you're just hoping maybe for an even trade in that fight. They come up on top with then actually a man advantage, and that's more than you could have imagined from a player that's only using a Sheriff and a Judge as your front 2 line. But notice now, see the Operator shot ringing out. It's that tour de force, and Merrily manages to miss, but they take a lot of damage. Togos will try to use a guiding light to make space, but Omega is unfazed, finding the shot actually through the Radianite crate and removing Togos from this round. Champlain on an eco, kind of a thrifty round, managed to make a huge recovery and bring themselves back into the foray with a round win.
And even though the 24s came out, that was still, I want to say Joey was the catalyst for that entire round. Finding
Absolutely.
2 kills with the Sheriff. I mean, going ahead, holding down the entirety A short, and a great little clutch up there by Sebi on the edge to have that frenzy, play things slow and steady, make sure even, excuse me, it was DNL there with that. And now also have a snake bite there to back it up, say play slow. I may not be able to push you, but if I can shoot something around a corner and know exactly where that spike is, I know I can at least deny you. And that's all my job is as a defense, is to make sure to slow the game down until my teammates back up. And that's fine for the 24s to come out, become relevant, and maybe for Joey to become relevant once again, but already going ahead, getting shot down. You sit there and see he falls a little bit short of clearing out these 3 players pushing shower so far, but still now a 4v4 with a cause of divide on the hands of Champlain Esports. They can make sure to play this once again. Read the rotation, get that intel with the Sova, and then make sure to execute off that. But instead, we see a little bit of an early rotate here as the last player seems to be that chamber towards that B side.
And you have an even 4-on-4. It makes it easier for Fanshawe to try to recover in the round, and they'll do that by trying to deny intel and gathering intel at the same time. But they're failing to deny the intel, and that's the facilitator for Champlain to feel, I guess, strong enough to swing out. You send the Isle Drone over, you only tag one with it, but you gather that there's 2 other players beside them, meaning there's probably only 1 in showers. They swing to showers, they find the kill, now they go a man up. Look at Omega, once again, being the player in the foray, right in the front, this time not in hookah, holding next to Cubby on the outside of Arches, and will try to get themselves 1, will collect it, but it's still a 2-on-3 with Champlain having the man advantage. Post-plant situation, Aiden playing with within tube. 2 players from the Champlain side trying to work in from outer halls, and there's a player hanging out near elbow as well. Fanshawe spread themselves quite thin, but it's kind of a necessity at this point. Once the intel is gathered, they've stepped onto site. That may come a little bit too late. It might be too slow of a rotate. Luxy gets the refrag back after Aiden finds DNL. And they can start hopping on the defuser. Last player is now going to come out from Halls. Boyce in a 1-on-2. Livepink's going out, tries to find the head, but Luxy, for the second time today in a post plant, is able to watch the defuser and save the round. 6-3 our scoreline, and we're nearing halftime, only 3 rounds away, and Champlain have put themselves already at break even, no matter what the case comes out.
And even then, that's a great stance for them, especially considering that this was not their mad pick. I mean, and also looking that you sat there and said they may not be warmed up with the fact their last week was a forfeit. So, I mean, obviously they've had to be doing some scrims. They have had some kind of team composition go through in the entirety of this week to figure out what exactly is going on. And sure, it could just be Joey going on fire right now, just absolutely waking up before this match and feeling himself. But still, just every single aspect coming together. just rounds like these are what you need to take note of as a losing team to figure out what are we doing right? How can we keep on playing on this? How can we keep this attitude? Because it feels good to have such a solid lead so far. Sure, it's only 3. Sure, you're only in the first half of the game. But still, you keep on something like this, you can find yourself a 9-3 and an easy closure for the second half as well.
It's just a matter of keeping the tempo up and trying to find out how to constantly keep that tempo and try to bring it back if you manage to lose it. Say you lose a round and things start to swing back. You got to keep it up, got to keep the pace. And we notice here on site, Drist does a great job of swinging up. A little bit slow on the kill on Deluxy, but, you know, collecting the kill anyways, it puts you in a good stride. Aiden with a Sheriff actually finds the head of Omega, but Savvy's flanked Hookah, finds one, now 2. And there's a player sitting on Cubby's site. Could be a very poor position to play from. Joey with the operator inside back hall. Savvy from Hookah again, denied though of the possibility of 4K, but Joey, the buddy ace, comes through and they'll find themselves another round win. Joey, the player that we've been hyping up this whole time, has been dominating, not just with the operator, but it really does feel like that weapon is the mainstay in Joey's hands.
And even then, that was just Fanshawe trying to push for other angles they didn't need control of. They were trying to go ahead, move into that spawn almost when you had the spike down, so just play it slow. You have a player who's going to be savvy there on that flank and Huga finding a 3K on that round. You're not keeping your attention where it needs to be. And it's going ahead and you're just playing for the spawn. You're getting killed by Joey. And then at the same time, you have Sebi just absolutely sandwiching you together and just making you beef, throwing you down and grilling you. I mean, there's just not much you could do there in that case. That honestly, you just have to play it slow. Realize the kind of stance in the game you have. You have now taken control of the site and you're playing defense, but that doesn't mean you have defensive spawns.
You talked about it previously. The signs of a good defense and the signs of life for them is having a player actually be able to do the flank, cut the roam, and actually play from behind when they realize their sight's not being pursued. Great job there by Champlain to do that. That is a very not stagnant defense, and that's exactly what you want, a flowing river, so to say. You need to have a bed, you need to have the pacing that's set, but you also need to be able to aggress and be able to regress in the same round. Unfortunately, this time, a bit of a regress in terms of agent count, as they've already lost 2 and make that 3 with a kill from Boyce onto the A side. The rotation has gone through quite decisively for Fanshawe Falcons, as they'll guarantee a post-plant situation. And there's only 2 players left for Champlain, and I think the operator has unfortunately been cut away, no longer being involved in this round. So when I would usually say, hey, maybe you save this one, maybe you don't, you had an operator, go pick it back up, I don't think there's an option for it. I think they're just going to have to play this one as good as they can and try to cut a couple of the weapons out of Fanshawe's hands.
Yeah, I think it's because the operator's in Drist's hands, and he's already set up over there towards A main, looking for the angle and just waiting for a player to swing out on him. And even then, you see once again, getting overzealous, getting aggressive is going to go ahead and cost at least 1 rifle from the side of Fanshawe, but not enough to really do detrimental damage. So already sitting at a 7-4 here, best case scenario for Champlain, going ahead and making it an 8-4. Fanshawe fighting for a 7-5 right now with 3 ultimates in hand for both. So this can be very interesting. I want to see the compositions because on these rounds, regardless, win or lose, you want to experiment with these ultimates, see what kind of synergies you can get going along, because these are the real game changers to be working with. Sure, Fanshawe's not being nearly as kind of, I would say, influential, with 2 of them just being weapons that operators or these agents can use. But with the Viper's Pit, the Hunter Fury for the side of Champlain, already getting a lockdown towards that A main, you have now made your job as a defense that much easier, especially when Joey and Sebi just double up in the showers.
It's a solid start, and think about when you're in a round where you need to make a recovery in terms of eco. It's a great way to keep the pacing, as you'll have that Bulldog able to be successful. And that buff has been so paramount to a lot of team successes. How many times have we seen a Bulldog kill in the last week, 2 weeks, Dallas? It is like an incredible amount, an amount you never would have imagined occur not just 2 months ago, 3 months ago. It's pretty insane to see that staggering differential in numbers, but we'll have to see how it goes. Tour de Force. Apparently, Boyce thinks that this is a round that necessitates the extra level of aggression. They'll swing quickly onto the B side. I don't think they'll stop, but look, they'll see the Vortex go through as they attempt to step out of Octagon. The Blade Storm being employed now by Champlain, and they're trying to play this one quite aggressively. Joey could come up big. Is baiting out over the top. Has played the updraft to see the sight, but no one gave the sight line just yet. And it looks like Fanshawe will be able to get this spike down. Luxy could contest, but it's just a little slow. Joey with a headshot kill. Aiden swings over from corner elbow. It looks like Fanshawe will make their way away from side, but look at DNL. Once again, Champlain has the flank, and they are going to collect an easy kill. DNL to the head of Boyce. No one fighting back in that exchange, and Aiden, Lonesome Ranger, last player, trying to fight for their life, but Sebi with the Bulldog hounds their way to another one, and it's an 8-round win for Champlain's side.
You have 4
Switching
players to
sides.
kill within 5 seconds as everybody's going ahead and defusing on side of that spike. So not really too much you can do there, but a great start. What you can do is go ahead and give a little bit of a credit to the likes of Champlain for getting themselves into an 8-4 half, especially looking at the performance thus far. Having an outstanding defense at the back of Joey thus far and looking really good. It's going to be him. I just want to see exactly how they switch things up, how they take this to the attacking side, and really where they make these adaptations. Because once again, this is where you're put into the shoes where you have to make the shot. You have to make the play. You have to engage the fights because you are the one deciding what site to go to. The only advantage you have with defenders having so much utility across the map and having themselves already somewhat of a pre-setup and having the likes to exchange on wherever from a flank or from, some kind of alternate avenue, your trade-off is you get to decide where you feel more comfortable as an attacker to take that bomb or take that spike. So I really want to see where Champlain wants to go ahead and make themselves at home, where they really want to decide their kind of big ground is going to be towards the second half and how they're going to play off of that. The pistol round isn't given too much of a read, but you do already see a lot of stars coming out here off the get-go from the Astra. So I want to see exactly how much of an influence that has. If Joey pushes right on the side, can't exactly find a kill as Boise is able to find one. Omega and Lucky there for the trade, so it doesn't even matter in the end stage.
Yeah, Champlain now an agent up, and I have to agree, I'm really curious about where Champlain's comfort zone is going to be. Round 1 could be a big indicator, but with the massive amount of utility that they've had to face off against and employed, I feel like maybe they feel this site may not be the go-to for the upcoming rounds, but look at the swing forward by Driss. They're able to find one with a Frenzy, but it's clapped right back by Sebi with 2 kills in a row, and Omega found one in between the two of them. A very swift and decisive ending, and I think we did see a very comfortable round for Champlain. They looked solid on site. The only thing we saw that was maybe a little uncomfortable was Joey's swing on the side. Target acquisition is quite important, and that's one of the reasons why you double swing in a lot of positions. Forcing 2 players into the LOS, the line of sight for an opposing player, forces them to question who they am at first. Who is the more important priority target? And that is why target acquisition is so important. Spread their aim thin, make them panic, and you'll find the kill. And I think Champlain did a very good job and a pissed around on that to do just that.
Yeah, I like the setup here as well. I mean, just already on the get-go, a little bit of the spread in terms of the way that you have these weapons being bought. You have a couple Spectres, you have a couple Vandals, you have a couple pistols still relevant in these buys. So, I mean, already looking at Champlain, I'm a little bit confused about what Fanshaw's doing because they literally all ran over to the A site purely off of that off that Viper wall. So a huge bait and nothing to say for it. But instead, they're going to flood right through this TP, and we're going to see the horses come to race.
What type of horse is it, Dallas?
I'm not sure. I don't really know my horses.
Really? I
I
think
wasn't,
maybe
that kind of girl, I wasn't that kind of girl in high school.
maybe I think it's more of a Mustang right now. Look at how quickly and how swift and the anger from the side of Champlain. It's an uncontrollable farce from them as they swing onto the site. And not only do they take advantage of the post plant, they don't even do what we saw Fanshaw do constantly, which I agree was not the right decision. They were trying to take control over points that were just not necessary, like back of elbow. They tried to take over halls. Why are you trying to play into the defender spawn? That's their one rotate point. Watch your own rear. And look what Champlain does. They watched their rear through B-Long. They took control over the site. They ensured that nobody would have an easy swing out from halls. They can just cut them down as they swing out if you hold the right side of arches. And the only side that we saw Fanshaw funnel out from was Hookah, and they were completely under control, locked in, and Champlain gunned them down. If that's not wild and reckless, and then I don't know what it is, I'm calling it a Mustang.
And even then, looking at the likes of how Champlain was really prepared for that, if honestly Fanshaw literally just fought that out, they could have had themselves a chance looking at the kind of odd buy that was going on for the likes of Champlain. But I mean, looking how they had just completely reacted counter and just gone ahead and had complete dominance here in this round thus far. Already now making it a 4v2. They're biting back where necessary. Going ahead, creating a little bit more relevancy here in this fight. Sure, you're going to fighting for a 10-5, which, I mean, still 5 more rounds that you need afterwards. But, I mean, still, the stance can't really be all that bad unless you're an old troll. You see the head of a player, don't aim for him, and you get caught switching your weapon. So, Boise able to grab one as well. You sit there now, have a 1v3 going on as Lux is trying to clutch things up with so many players already overwhelming the A site from the exchange and from the rotation earlier. There's just too much presence for you to really back off. So as we now go into the 16th round, we see Champlain still sitting in a 10-5 lead, and ultimate in his hand as well from the likes of Omega. I want to see what kind of adjustments are going to be made. Obviously, the rifles are going to come out. That's going to be a standard that you need to start with. But I want to see Sebi's call here because we sat there and saw a lot of stars come out there in the get-go, and the Bulldog's going to come out because you still need to keep all that utility in the game. You can't sit there. Stars are very, very expensive. I mean, there is no question about that. So you have to find the trade-offs, and I think Sebi's definitely found a good blend with going for that Bulldog, because even early on the defense, we saw a lot of kills and a lot of good damage come out of it.
And notice how much we talked about in round one alone, about how much utility, how many stars were placed on the B site. And we see that once again. Look how much is just stacked in that direction. And it looks like Fanshawe are going to have to start to remove some of it, try to transition over towards A, because it does look like that will be the point of resistance that they'll need to employ. But notice 2 frags already dropping. Aiden coming up clutch for Fanshawe. Luxie's able to find one. Refragged back. Sebi is the Lonesome Ranger alive. And it's the Bulldog not able to find another one. 3 kills. Sorry, no. 3 players alive. 2 kills for Fanshawe Falcons. They'll keep themselves in for another round win. 10-6 our score. This is still a game. We can obviously see a recovery by Fanshawe, especially if we see another round like that last one.
I mean, yeah, I definitely can agree. I mean, already, if you get yourself to a 7-10, you're definitely within that comeback range. You already have yourself an advantage when it comes around to getting this round at least. When you see the buys coming out for Champlain's, they're definitely kind of in a deficit right now in their wallets. But, I mean, Fanshawe not really having to do too much either. We just see Champlain not really having the most coordinated attack out of the likes of what we've seen thus far. But obviously getting an advantage when it comes around to defense, which this map I feel like is very, very defensive sided. I mentioned it earlier. All the attacking arrows are very, very narrow, and there's not really too much you can really play with unless you have yourself a very sufficient default. So already at the looks of it, a first kill here from Fanshawe. Can't really freak out about it though, as it still is an eco. And Joey with that Blade Storm, that's the person who has to wake up and really step up once again like that operator earlier.
Notice the tempo that's been enforced by Fanshawe. It was Champlain trying to be a bit aggressive, and it's just been cut down. There has been no way for them to bring anything back into the fray. Nice headshot kill by Joey the Blade Storm, but taking too long to do so and allow for Driss to find the kill onto Omega, and then to swing once again and find the kill onto Joey. I think Champlain's kind of been, how to phrase this, it looks like their Achilles tendon has been cut. Their pacing that they were employing previously is much slower. They're not able to play at the same pace, and they're kind of struggling at this slower tempo that Fanshawe Falcons have been able to enforce.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think the way the pace of the game has gone, it really hasn't favored Champlain at all. They really haven't gotten their way to go ahead and get a pace into the game and really made this relevancy for themselves. And that's a big problem. Seeing that, I think it wasn't really a tendon that was cut off. I think it was just their legs entirely, because they're just not running onto the side. They're playing it very slow. They're looking for, once again, they're falling into that hole, that chasm I mentioned earlier, making it extremely hard to even really be relevant in this fight, as you have no entry. You don't have your jet going in first. You don't have the right smokes coming to the side. Joey's looking for these closed angles again once, like he has with the operator. But you have a rifle this time. You have to engage those fights. You can't wait for players to really come into your grasp. But maybe this Hunter's Fury could go ahead and change up the pace a little bit, as you could find yourself possibly a first kill. But instead, you open up the site, and that's equally as good in my opinion.
Hunter's Fury is coming out here, and it looks like Aiden's trying to get something. Manages to find 2 in the same shot, and that was starting to look like a Champlain Esports round. But with 2 players already off the board in one fell swoop, it looks like the recovery could be made, and it's Boyce now capitalizing for 2 more on the swing from outside Halls. Joey in a 1-on-3. It looks like a double swing coming from right side of tube. They won't go fast enough. Finds 1, but Boyce collects for the 3K, and Fanshawe find themselves another round. Talk about the climb. Talk about the recovery. They're now in a 4-round spree, and what started off as a kind of a late bloomer half, I would say, in the first half. They didn't really make the recovery, and Champlain just started to walk a bit over them. Fanshawe have managed to kind of do the exact same thing. But notice, we saw the same thing in the first half. 2 rounds won, 4 in the return, and then kind of a couple straggler rounds collected. But notice who came out on top here, Champlain. This time, Fanshawe looking to continue the same pace.
Yeah, and even then already forcing up the timeout, here's going to be Champlain, and I don't really blame them for throwing this out. They need to figure out what exactly is going on, and I can go ahead and tell them their solution. Just their setups aren't there. They finally made an adjustment. They finally sat there and said, okay, let's fix one of our problems. We need to get on the site. That's exactly what they did, but they invested an entire ultimate to do that, and they had no setup afterwards. They had no utility there to back them up. We didn't really see too much Viper influence. We didn't see the Astra smoke scattered about. We need to see that. We need a game plan to come down. And I think they're already kind of discussing that a little bit, figuring out what exactly could happen in this round to bring that relevancy. And on a rifle round nonetheless. So this is definitely the time to do it while you still have a 2-round lead. Even then, that's going to be a econ reset and the second round afterwards when you have yourself another bye. So I think there's definitely some promise, but I think the promise has to be fulfilled. And we have to sit there and see that physical execution for Champlain to really create that into reality. And I think it's not far from there. It really isn't. But I just need to see whether or not they can really spread across the map rather than just funneling in once in and praying that they found the necessary kills, because that just has not happened yet on this attacking side.
Drist with an operator. This could be important, as we noticed how Champlain did a great job on the defense with their operator in the hands of Joey, but notice how he just kind of ignored the owl drone. There was a huge lack of respect for the information being gathered by Champlain. Notice that on the defense, they did a great job of gathering intel as well, and that's one of the reasons why Fan Shaw kind of struggled to get onto a site in any way, any manner, in fact, as there were so many situations where they could barely even get a plant down, let alone survive to even see the spike drop onto the floor of the site itself. But Hayden on site. Omega looks like inside tube. Joey's going to try to apply pressure forward, but still trying to hold on for now. Champlain will unfortunately lose the first frag, but Sebi steps back and gets a refrag this onto Boyce. 4 kills need to be done, and they'll find one more. Now just 3. 2 with Omega's kill onto Aiden, but Aiden already took out Luxie in the same stride. It's only a player advantage in favor of Champlain. The Troll Ghost coming out from elbow could be quite dangerous. Cosmic Divide being employed by Fan Shaw. They're trying to recover on the defense. Troll gets double swung, cannot find the right target, and Omega gets the kill, and Joey finishes things off strong. Champlain have stepped back into it, and look, we are seeing an exact repeat of the first half, Dallas. It's going to come to fruition. Wish it into existence, and it shall be. We could see a tied game. Maybe. Possible.
Which, I mean, it also comes down to whether or not Champlain really wants to go ahead and follow through and do that same exact thing. Looking at Joey on the operator, still having that defensive mentality. I've never really agreed too much with the operator on attack. I mean, I feel like it's definitely sufficient once you get yourself onto that site and get into a post plant, you're playing defense once again, but there are so many check marks that have to be fulfilled. You have to have perfect attendance before you really get to that stage, and that's a lot of ifs. That is a lot of ifs to really sit there and warrant spending 4,700 creds when that's almost 2 rifle buys. So as everything's looking thus far, Champlain wants to go ahead and have somewhat of a default here. They want to go ahead and fill up B a little bit, seeing that the amount of util that's allocated thus far, and you have a Viper wall towards A. I think A is definitely the correct hit thus far. You already get the smokes out. You had the Cosmic Divide coming down as well. So you better follow up, and you better find yourself a plan as well to back it up. And don't push Hookah either, please, or U-Haul.
Playing out of the Cosmic Divide. Why? Flame, a little bit too aggressive in my opinion. Could have taken a step back. Once you know that's down, you need to stop playing to their advantage. Thankfully, refragged back. Nope, instantaneously brought back the other direction. And we're seeing the Tour de Force be employed now by Boyce. A really long con flank. DNL could go for that kill. Looks like they'll unfortunately do just that, as that's going to kind of put them in a poor spot. No one actually on site besides Sebi and Omega, and Omega's down to 32 HP. Updraft going on to the triple Radianite crate, and looks like he'll drop down afterwards. Sebi on a long con play, finding Aiden. Boyce gets the Tour de Force kill to Sebi, and DNL's play here could be massive. They wouldn't be aware that he was hiding in showers. It looks like the spike will go down. DNL sprays through and finds 2. The Cloudburst does deny information, but you can't deny the kills. DNL comes up on top, guaranteeing match point here for map 1.
And even then, already looking at the exchange, I mean, Champlain stepping up there. I mean, playing for the longer game. DNL every single time. The guy really hasn't had the overwhelming amount of kills. He hasn't been the main character for every single fight. I mean, that's definitely been Joey thus far, now sitting at 25 and 17. But being on the opposite side of the leaderboard and still looking for whatever you can do. Playing the game slow and steady. I'm loving, honestly, what DNL's doing. You're only as strong as your weakest link. And I think that DNL right now, the way he's playing the game, is really creating this space for the rest of the team to get this lead. Just going ahead saying, I'm going to throw my utility down. I'm going to be relevant in this fight. I'm going to help my teammates. But even when I'm not there, because I know I'm probably not going to win these gunfights, I just look for these really long flanks. I give intel with my body. I do everything I can do to help my teammates as much as possible, and that is absolutely showing its due diligence thus far.
Look at the pacing that Champlain are trying to re-employ. This is such a problem they had in the middle stages of this half, but it doesn't seem to work out. Joey a bit too aggressive, loses the fight early. Drist uses a Blade Storm to find one more on top of that, but Sebi gets a quick refrag, quick flick, jumping on a hookah, finding a second, looks for the third and catches them as they try to employ the util. Not going to be allowed. Omega finding one more, 2-on-1, and Champlain are 1 kill away from being able to get rid of this map and head on over to map 2. Fracture could be on the board, and it's just going to be the case. Luxie guaranteeing, despite being dinked, still finding the kill. And at 13-8 will be our score line here. Champlain take map 1.
An impressive showing here for Champlain. I gotta say, I've never really been a big fan of buying because of how slow teams usually want to play it, and it creates a very, very elongated game for when the inevitable is eventually going to happen anyways. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about that. But seeing how Champlain played the game, they made adjustments as the attacking side, as they should, after having such an outstanding defense, because you are favored on that side. Bind is so narrow, there's nothing you can do about it. It's almost like choking something. And once you finally go ahead and give your hands that tiny rest, that's when you have to make the move to get out of that strangle and find yourself onto the side and get the advantage. It's a very, very narrow window. So you have to figure out when to really take that strike, when to make that move. And we finally saw it come to light. Champlain had so many rounds there after the pistol where they're like, we are just locked out of this. What are we going to do? Well, what is given to every single team that could change the entire tide of a game? A timeout. Let's use it on a buy round, not on a pistol round. Let's sit there and kind of figure out what's going on. And sure, we can throw that round away. We accumulated such a large lead that we now have the time. We can use this to our favor and finally look for that tiny opportunity for maybe 2 or 3 more rounds. And that's exactly what they did. And that's how you're supposed to be Bind. And I really enjoyed the watch up.
We talked about it as a game of adaptability, right? The team that adapts faster typically comes up on top. But it is, defense has to adapt on the attacker's adaptation, right? They have to do it. It's like you said, it's taking turns to adopt. And I really like that way that you phrased it. And we saw the adaptation come through for Champlain. They took them a while, and I think the timeout, like you said, was a huge reason why they were able to make that return. Gives them time to say, okay, rest the fingers, take a break for a second. What can we do? How do we talk about this? They are slowing us down. They're having such a cushion. This much space is being created. We can't get through it. Let's find something else. So they send 2 onto each side every time. They don't just send Joey in. They also send quite quickly afterwards Sebi coming from a different look. They find so many opportunities off of having 2 players be that up front, forefront push that it creates enough spacing that even though they may lose the first frag, they're pretty quickly going to get 2. And we saw that time in and time out. And I think that what we saw there from Fan Shaw was when Champlain started to find rounds, they couldn't adapt. They couldn't recover. It was on them at that point. It was their turn. The baton's in your hands to make the recovery and adapt onto what they were doing, and they just were incapable of doing so. Just didn't have enough rounds, maybe not a big enough buffer to make that recovery. But that's map 1. Map 2 could be a very different story. We're heading on over to the map of Fractia, but before that, we're going to take a quick little break, so make sure to stay tuned. This is the NECC. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC here on a Monday. And you know what time that is? That's Valorant time. I'm going to be Mick. Over to my left is going to be Mr. Infernosis. We're going to be right back into the fray here with the likes of the Champlain Esports. And it was something Shaw. It was a very weird mispronouncing. Yeah, Fair-Shaw.
They got some consonation. You know, they got Fanshawe Falcons. Fanshawe Falcons T2. That's their thing. It's got, you know, some
lots of numbers, lots of letters, but also lots of players and lots of maps to still possibly go on as we now see ourselves going on to Fracture. The highlight we had during the map selection earlier was going to be Fracture. It was a guaranteed map from the likes of Champlain, who did decide to go to this map. And surprisingly enough, even after a winless season thus far, the only one they've gotten thus far has been from the likes of a forfeit. They've now put out the first map, so they're definitely making themselves a case inside of the series, and even then, now they're going on to their map selection. So, what do you have to think about this one? And you always ask me about compositions. I want to know what you got to think this time around.
All right, one of the big things in collegiate is having breach, which is kind of normal for pro league as well, just because of the control that you can do. But a lot of college teams aren't comfortable on breach, and they will still employ a KJ just to still have that comfortability on site with the baby cage, as you call it. But for the looks of things, Champlain and Fanshawe have some level of comfortability when it comes to that breach, so we will see that go out. Nothing substandard in that regard. Seeing a Cypher makes me very happy, just because I think Cypher is a very underutilized operator on a ton of maps. I think the control that he dictates in these maps is just too strong to kind of let go. And we are actually looking like we will see a KJ from the side of Fanshawe as official alpha. Will actually sub out, or sub in, I guess we'll say on this one, and kind of replace one of the players for Fanshawe. It looks like they'll also replace that player in terms of playing the KJ for their utility usage. I don't think you need to bring a breach and a KJ on this map. Bring one or the other, and on top of it, they're bringing a KO to employ no chamber, which means they will not have a tour de force. They are bringing a Viper from the looks of things. I feel like they don't have enough aggression, though. I feel like they're lacking a lot in terms of on-site utility if they bring the KJ, but I don't know. This seems like Fanshawe needs to lock in, though. I think that's a guarantee. Boys will lock the KO. Aiden will go for the breach, and we will see the KJ. So a breach and KJ combo could bring out a ton of control, but at the same time, it is a huge weakness in the fact that they do not have the ability to take quick steps back like you would in a chamber. No ability to escape from the fight. It's really just face checking as a breach, which is the big weakness for the breach player, and it's also about trying to just wait for the audio cues and wait for the intel being gathered by the utility. If they circumvent that whatsoever, and B-Site has about 9 ways to circumvent the places of utility, as there's 6 different entries onto that site, and there's at least 2 for every other site, which is only other one of A. It could be very difficult to try and play that Killjoy to any success.
No, and that's the most exciting thing. I think right here, you have no idea the rush of dopamine that just went through my system seeing we have legitimate Sentinels this time around. I am so sick of just seeing nothing but chambers and then people thinking, oh, this is a defense. No, it's not. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it down on the field. It is not. He does not have the legitimate utility that other Sentinels provide. So when I saw a Cypher, I took a deep breath in, just ready to scream out yes. But then whenever I saw a KJ, I took a deep breath out, just knowing that the entire cycle has been fulfilled. And looking at these squads, you don't need that aggression here on Fracture. You have 3 entry sites onto every single site that you can go ahead and match it up. Think if it's a 3-2 split. You make that now a 2v1 on every single entry, and you don't need that aggression. But, you know, we already see some of it come towards A, as Alpha already finds 1 on the get-go. But now playing this defense, you can now see the 3v1 as Lexi can find that kill on the Boyce, and Alpha falls as well. So now it's looking to 4v3. The attacking side is still making their way onto site, but Driss has something to say about it.
Yeah, the only really one area they can come from is that link side, and it's kind of a danger zone. Trying to play from drop, Joey fails. Snakebite was sent by Sebi, 20 HP in a dream, finding a kill from over the top of their Cypher cohort. And DNL, who was playing the Viper on last map, has actually transitioned, let up that role to the player that is Joey. It's an interesting transition, I think, from their side. I'm actually quite curious about why they have kind of switched it up to such a degree. Sorry, Sebi, actually on the Astra, not Joey. I think Joey may still be on the Jet for their side, but Drist is playing this one quite slow. They know that they don't have Spike down. They have not planted, and they can just play for that time. And if we do actually see Drist step through this, he'll be bound to about 11 HP, as that will decay their HP a little bit lower. You can see utility being breached through as Aiden tries to force the player off of the actual Spike plant. Camera being sent over the top, trying to gather information, and Sebi is trapped on site. 20 HP, needs to rely on DNL, and they'll do just that. First shot, second shot, both clicks to the head, and Agent and Drist are just absolutely sent to the afterlife. First round win for Champlain, and whew, what a pretty ending to it.
Yeah, even then, already looking at Seb, I mean, I believed in every single bit of it. And even, I mean, also just looking at the setup there, I liked what DNL had. I wanted to see a little bit more of aggression out of the camera there, but I can't really complain too much. When you sat there and used every single bit of utility, you've got yourself on site. You had some even exchanges. You even were at a deficit for a little bit, but you go ahead and turn it around in the middle of a matchup. When you have the spike down, when you have that being planted, and so much being thrown at you, and you still make those adjustments, you still come in on top. Obviously, it was DNL with those 2 shots. Just outstanding work there from the team, but a double down to come through. It looks like another huge A approach, while it's going to be a little bit of a split this time around, as we can already see on the other side of the map. Omega and Joey making a different approach.
Ooh, quick speed, and it's not working out for Fanshawe. I like the idea of using those flashes that your KO can bring to the table, but guess what? Breach also has flashes, and while we do know the big the big weakness to it is the fact that it has to go through a wall to actually do anything, when you're talking about halls on that A site, it's quite easy to find the opportunity to use those in that direction, and it's kind of hard to actually send it through a toxic screen. But Drist, now the only person alive, the only person to come up with any success, and it's only 1 kill, so maybe just a consolation prize for them. Still better than what we saw in the first half, where Champlain took the first 2, and then kind of just had a walking away moment in the second round as they recovered in quite a nice fashion. No kills, flawless for them. But this time, we will see the defense Fanshawe be able to fully defend onto the site. Look at the glass cannon that Drist is employing in this round. No armor and an operator. I get that you feel it's a necessity to have that sniper, the one-shot kill, but at the same time, you can bring a chamber and at least guarantee it by round 4.
And even then, looking at, I mean, everybody wants to be provided. I'm looking at more how the approach on the site is going to be to counter around that. Are you going to be prepared for the operator? Are you going to have that first kill? Which you may, because you can already see Luxy just peeking out, saying, it's a nice little day outside, until you find yourself not looking at anything at all. So already a 5v4 with Fanshawe being up now, having themselves a defense, but already a very, very early rotation on the B as the rest of the team, knowing that the KJ's going to be holding down A all by his lonesome. You're not really too concerned about the stage of the game. But if you are the side of Champlain right now, you want to be pushing up, and that's exactly what Joey does. Finds a kill with that Spectre. Can pick up now a rifle in hand, but Drist still doing work with that. Taking care of the smoke, taking care of the Viper, and still some preventive exchanges coming out across the board. But now a 3v1, a 3v0, and Fanshawe win the exact round they were expected to. A little bit of a compensation there, of, with a couple of players falling, but nonetheless, you still grab the round, you get yourself on the board. So, how is the economy going to look after this? Well, not outstanding, because Aiden can't really have himself a buy, and neither can Boyce, but the rest of Champlain definitely can. And now they know that an operator is on the field, and this kind of an intel is going to be essential going forward to say, are we going to line up for B, or should we throw down a wall first with a Viper and make our move through arcade?
Talk about the control that a first frag also gets you in terms of the rest of the round of the pace that's set. Getting first frag, even if you get traded back, you've set the tempo, and if you go even trades in that order, you will eventually win out in the round. You get one, you lose one. You get one, you lose one. You keep up that pace, and guess what? You'll get one before you're able to lose one, of the round's done and dusted. Great job by Drist to find the opening 2 kills, and unfortunately, that's not going to be the case this round, as we see Omega swing out quite quickly, able to catch the player off guard for just a moment, and that lapse in judgment will allow for that operator to be dropped, and now Joey has collected in this position. Aiden's been spelled, and 5 players left standing for Champlain, and they've got full control over this B site. It's going to be very difficult to push out from Canteen. We can see Flame right now trying to do just that. Boyce working in from Link, and there's not really any sightlines being given up, as Champlain are quite safe in their positions. They're not being greedy, they're not overextending, they're applying pressure and only moving when we see these toxic screens go up. It's up to Fanshawe to push through it, and we can see they're right here. Boyce maybe goes out too soon, and Flames, unfortunately, the player who dies next. It's Joey to find the kill with the operator. 2 players left standing, a headshot kill for official Alpha, but unfortunately it's not going to matter, as Joey and Sebi remove their cohorts and Alpha in the end. 4 players left standing for Champlain. They collect their 3rd round win.
An outstanding round there for Champlain. I mean, I loved every single bit of that. Going ahead, playing it slow, finding that first frag, winning that matchup against the operator. That's already your first kill. I mean, that is a crucial one at that. Going ahead and opening up the map, saying, now, heaven is open. Top arcade, make your move. Make those plays. And Joey, guess what, buddy? If you go ahead and make out that final line, there may be a little bit of a reward for you on the other side. And, I mean, there it is. The operator just going ahead, now playing defense, doing that exact thing they had such an outstanding job of doing on Bind, that they literally just did what they did. They sat there and played defense. They had a Viper wall up. They had a setup, and they never got overzealous and said, this spike will eventually tick down, and while we're running away, so will they. So there is no option here. We know where both players players are, let's just play the freaking game and win this round. And that's what they did. So now at 3-1, having full rifles in hand as well, and having a overwhelming amount of pressure being brought onto this A site, they've already found themselves 2 in a flawless fashion. Just looking to get a little bit more with Luxy almost losing a lot of health to that, and Omega even shutting down Driss. So, I mean, so much here already looking good for him in this time. It's any con, so we can't really freak out.
One thing I really like about Champlain is when they know that they have the advantage in these rounds, they're really hesitant to push up hyper aggressively to overextend. And we're seeing that right now. Though you see Joey kind of getting up in the face, he was been very hesitant to do so. He's taken his time in collecting those kills. And when he does it, he makes sure that he comes out on top. And we see that right there. Finding 2 to clean things off. A flawless round, like you had mentioned, as the flawless kills were dropping time in and time out for Champlain. And their ability to go onto site with utter control, they're dictating everything. And that was one of the big things that led them to their victory on the defense in map 1. And that was one of the reasons why their recovery and the second half of map 1 was also just as good. It just feels like they set the pace, they set the tone, and then they just ride that wave. The river keeps flowing, and the only time it ever hits a hitch is when Fanshawe can kind of start to build a dam. But unfortunately, unlike human dams, it's much easier to break. They're just piling up twigs in front of the competition of Champlain, and eventually it's going to start to unfold, and they'll find their way back onto the site to take success.
The dam only partially blocks one-way traffic. What we see out of Champlain is whenever they know they have the advantage, another thing they do is just utilize those overwhelming numbers and push onto a side out of one way. They don't really split up, but you can see once again, now the game is even. Everybody has a buy, so they split for both approaches onto a site and still execute onto it. They bring pressure on all the sides, get Fanshawe scared, and say, now we make the move. Now we know they backed off, or if anybody's real sticking around, we outnumber them probably 4-1. So we find the kill, Joey goes ahead and opens things up. Now a 5v4, and you still see in the back of the map that KO doesn't really have that much health to be working with. So Boyce also in a really bad spot as the rest of the team is just collaborating, killing, and just constantly communicating.
I have a point I want to bring up at the end of this one for just how strong their A site push is, and while it may kind of give a little bit too much of a glimpse, I think I actually have time because it looks like Fanshawe going to save. Not a bad decision. Official Alpha and their cohort of Drist will step away from the situation for the time being, save their weapons, because there's an operator in Drist's hand. Go ahead and do that, and I don't think Champlain necessarily need to run for this kill, but I think they actually may do just that because they know that they've now won flawlessly 1 round previously. They've got space to lose a couple rifles this time, so it's not going to be the worst decision to gun for this, but Drist sitting up in tower, kind of hard to push this place. You also have Official Alpha on site. They're going to go ahead and send a poison bite, snake bite, and they will remove both weapons. Wow, when Champlain dives, they dive in a very dramatic fashion. Oh, man, I just want to say it here. I'll talk a little bit at the last round because there's just a point I really want to make. That toxic screen. You and I have a lot of arguments about toxic screens. We'll stay up till 2 or 3 a.m. talking about it. Yeah, we spent about 3 hours just on Breeze talking about toxic screens. We reached out to V1's coach, their head coach, and actually asked about why that was that way. They used to be Fnatic's strategic coach. Now they're V1's head coach. Love the guy to death. Andrews is great. He told us why. He explained it. It was a lot of what I was kind of saying, and a lot of the points that Dallas was making were very valid, and he even agreed with that, saying it's just the better of 2 evils. It's just the best in a poor situation. That one right there is a perfect toxic screen. They're sending it from just outside halls in attack respawn still. It cuts off sightlines from rope. It cuts off sight doorway from Link. And guess what? If you're playing a player from Dish and he's uncontested all the way through to drop, which has been the case time in and time out by Omega, as you see no protection from Fanshawe in that direction, Omega can entirely watch rope by himself with the Tour de Force and or a solid Phantom in hand. And we see the rest of the site is just under control for Champlain to take. They just need to clear sight and it's over. Because they can just hide and sit back on their haunches like they've done the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, gorgeous wall there. I mean, I have to agree. I mean, every single aspect. And also just the rest of Champlain and how they're adjusting around that. They know their angles. Their A is looking extremely comfortable. Even then, their B is looking extremely sufficient as well. It just comes down to how they want to execute these sites. Because we just don't see them really switching things up, I want to say. But that's kind of still playing to their advantage. This is their map pick. They're saying there's going to be so much that's going to catch these guys off guard because nobody chooses Fracture, that we're going to have the advantage that nobody's been practicing this map. We utilize it right now. We can close off a very, very early series, especially once we won that bye.
Talk about a decision here. Joey comboing in with Omega on the position of drop, actually trying to lock in the sight lines over towards that tower side of rope. And I've called this before. This is the position of power. This is where we're going to see Champlain continue to cap off. Look at that! Sebi gets blinded, and Joey dives in to save the day. Great position. Unfortunately, Boyce will stop the chances of another flawless round, but it might as well be a flawless as they only lose one in the process, and it's really just an easy cleanup for them. 6-1, and the scoreline and the way that it's been played reflects that in its entirety. Fanshawe are kind of struggling like a fish out of water to try and figure out what works and what doesn't, and they've only found what doesn't so far.
And even then, the setup, you sit there, you walk out, you're saying, all right, congratulations, buddy. You sat there and made it past step one. You stepped out the wall on the side. Well, what's the trade-off there? You've lost all of your armor instantaneously at that, because that's just what the Viper talk to screen does. And then you also run into probably, 3 flashes? So have fun living another second of your life right then and there. You just can't do it. Once again, we do see a default there. We see Joey over towards the A side looking for some early aggression, but you have the trademark there in the back. So honestly, I would sit there and play off with each other. If you're Chamber, you can't really push up by yourself. You have no rendezvous really thrown down for yourself for that safeguard. So make sure to play with your squad here. And Luxy doing exactly that. I love the cross under in the middle. You can sit there and see where they're saying, all right, we have a lackluster man right now. He's on the other side of the map. We can't make a full push on the side just yet. So let's collaborate. Let's see what we can do. And Sebi playing slow and steady and saying, look, I need to stay alive for this utility. This has to have an impact in the game. If I die, that's not in effect anymore.
This just feels like, especially looking at the scoreline for Champlain's most recent games, and we've been harping on time in and time out that their only victory has kind of come from a forfeit. Who have they been facing for their plays like this to go get shut down in such a big manner? But notice, knife going out, Boyce just being forced to lay there. Omega will finish the job, but in the time that it took Omega to do that, he lost 2 teammates. A bit of a misplay, in my opinion. Yes, you need to remove the suppress, but you also need to cover your teammate. A double player swing is better than solo, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work out. Omega still in tower, though. DNL is holding in from B main. Sorry, A. Yeah, it is B main. I don't know why I'm mixing that up. Playing down, trying to play this one safe. The sight lines are in control for them. Looks like Drist will be the player to swing first, trying to get around the toxic cloud, but looks like Flame will be the aggressor this time around. Drist finds Omega in tower, and then 180 flicks to find DNL as well. A really solid round, and Fanshawe make the recovery.
Which, honestly, I don't think there was really too much there Omega could have done to kind of go ahead and give the guy a little bit more leniency. I mean, you sit there, everything that we've seen thus far out of the likes of Champlain is completely reliant on that Viper. Well, when that gets suppressed, you don't have your screen anymore. You don't have that gorgeous, perfect screen we mentioned earlier. You don't have yourself that bubble to go ahead and cover that spike. You can't throw down the snake bites to go ahead and throw on the spike, make your way out, and make sure to stay alive and kind of just play around the site for these huge flanks. You sit there and have so many limitations that you just really can't figure out what to do at that point. So I like the answer. I like the aggression here from Fanshawe, making it very early and still utilizing the suppression that was still on the field. But that's going to cause an answer here once again for Champlain. I don't think it was really too much of a mess on their part. I think it was just better execution on Fanshawe. And whether or not it was by luck and whether just kind of by pure picks and the suppression to come out from that ultimate, you can't look for these opportunities only, every 7 rounds when KO gets its ultimate. You had to find a little bit more efficiency here, a little bit more consistency to back it up.
The shots ringing out through tower. Aiden's able to find one, but Loxy gets the refrag back. Breach on breach, favoring the side of Champlain. And their player up on top of it, having come up on twice in each of these fights. Flame gets some shots out. They ring towards DNL, but DNL will gain control over towards back site and will be able to go for the plant. Swinging now towards Arcade, and Sebi finds the kill on a Flame, Viper, and Viper. Once again, favoring Champlain. Alpha tries to get a bit too aggressive, in my opinion, and Sebi will punish them accordingly, doing the justice that's necessary for Champlain to finish off this round. And now it's the Victor that came out on top in the last round. Drist, who came up clutch with a 2K, needs to do a 3K in this one. Swings towards Arcade, still gets rid of the trademark and able to find Sebi in the process, but Omega denies it afterwards and takes out Drist. 7 rounds for the side of Champlain, and they are looking to close out this half. There's only 3 away to go. We talked about it at this point being at we said a 9-3 was a huge possibility for Champlain, because I think it was 8-1 at this point, but I think it's also a possibility in this one. I think that there's no denying that Champlain will come out on top in this half. It's just a matter of how much when we close out these next 3 rounds.
Yeah, and it's definitely guaranteed at this stage. And I think another thing to really mention and kind of talk about for a second while we sit there and kind of get into this round is how Champlain really got this fracture pick. Because you sat there and mentioned, who have they been playing prior? Well, probably every other single team in the collegiate scene that just wants to ban fracture as their first map. Nobody likes coming here, and these kind of statements right now are exactly why, saying, are we prepared for this? And if this is their comfort pick, what if we go ahead and just get rid of it? I mean, the kind of curveball to be thrown out, if we just take the ball away from their hands, they have no opportunity to throw it at all. So you can already see, once again, a big setup. The Viper spit coming down, not the toxic screen to back it up this time. Well, it is going to be laid down. It's not going to come out. I think, honestly, you still lay that down. You get some pressure, at least off of one player, possibly your Jet, who can tailwind back. Play that pressure, play for those kills, and then even then you have so many guys up there towards that dish that you make sure to keep your intelligence high. So there it is. Joey already finding one. Everybody's trying to come around there to the main area, but instead just getting absolutely fragged down as they have literally nothing in their hands to be working with. You just, if you're alpha, you're getting a little bit scared, saying, where are my friends?
Where are my friends? Where am I? Where are you?
They went to the green goop and they never came back.
And I'm so sorry. All right. Oh my goodness. Talking about a round though, what goes better than Champlain and the A sites, or Champlain and flawless A sites, or Champlain and basically flawless A sites? Jets and operators? Wardell and Chambers? I mean, Samsung SSDs and reading off our ad script from this Saturday.
And free hoodies?
And free hoodies? Yeah, love this hoodie. It's actually a really nice hoodie. I'm actually really enjoying it.
It is outstanding.
It is pretty gas, actually. But I'm not paid to say that, actually. That's actually really comfortable.
That's
hoodie.
genuinely us just saying that we love it.
But man, Champlain has just had this perfect strategy and have been placing it time in and time out. And I think the best thing about it is they're not just playing A site. They're not only playing A site. They're playing A site occasionally. They're playing it when they feel comfortable with it. They're playing it when they think Fan Shaw is not going to be expecting it. A lot of teams will say, we're finding massive success here. Let's just tunnel vision and only run this site. We're not seeing that. We're seeing a really good spread of objective and really good spread on the map. But this time around, I think we may see it. Just look at Omega right now. It's just a pacing for Champlain. Once they create the space and have done that, they'll send out the toxic screen, and now Omega has control over towards ropes. But a player, it's Alpha, hiding behind boxes, has an opportunity to kind of deny, and they need to remove Flame from top of site, but Flame finding one. Now make it two. Spikes drop on the ground. This could be a poor round. It looking to go that way. Aiden finds another one, but the Blade Storm's been popped by Joey. Aiden with a second, and it's just a 1-on-3. No chance to spray this one down. Sebi will lose the fight, and Fanshaw actually deny an A-site push.
And I think the adjustment made there is pretty much self-explanatory. You sit there and see now the toxic screen, you know where they're pushing. We see so much reliance out of Champlain when it comes down to that toxic screen that if I'm on Fanshaw's team and I see that come out after so many occasions where they just sat there and followed through with it, I'm surprised we didn't see that adjustment made right after the timeout. I mean, honestly, that was the biggest tell on their defense, or at least their attacking side, sorry, that I've seen thus far in this game, is that every single time they throw in that toxic screen, they play off of it. And I'm not really sure what adjustments are going to be made for the defense and how they're going to come out for that, because they better be prepared for it to get themselves a definitive lead. But, I mean, already to have such a massive lead, they have the time to buy once again, exactly like they did in Bind. So I want to see this adjustment be made again, and Driss makes the adjustment of his crosshair, goes right onto Joey's head, and Omega makes an exchange. But how even can this be? Two duelists down, you still have so many initiators for the side of Champlain that they can get themselves onto a site. But with that chamber set up, I mean, it just isn't, it's kind of lackluster comparative, because Joey was that one player to always push up and frag while you're kind of in this little suffocated area.
Look at the lockdown. Baby cage being employed, and looks like Champlain will be at least forced off the site. The control that they establish on this objective is now in a very precarious position. But look, Fanshaw have not pushed off of it. They've not taken control beyond it. They will use their Rolling Thunder. This gives them an even better position. They know Sebi was still on site, but another one sent back. And this one, Champlain, they clap back, finding two. Aiden barely able to collect for one. And is still alive, playing from below, swings to a second, now make it a third. It's a one-on-one. Omega's in a very bad spot, needs to play for the spike. He can just deny the defuse. All he has to do, flashpoint is sent, now hiding behind Crate, can go for the push, gets swung in instead, and Aiden finds a 4K. A huge round, but the time not on their side, and Champlain will still come out the victor via the side of objective.
And outstanding there from Luxy to go ahead and have that patience there. I mean, I don't know who the IGL is, but all credits to you to saying, hold off on that. This is the last round. We had the ultimate to use as well. We have a Rolling Thunder. Sure, they may have one, but the fact that that was a huge mistake from Fanshaw. You already employed the baby cage to shut down. You're saying, look, we can now push on the side with a little bit of leniency here, knowing how little players they still have at their disposal. But whenever you go ahead and back it up with the Rolling Thunder, nobody's really going to be on that side. Why did you go ahead and aim it at the side when you've already know you flushed all the players out of that area? Sure, there was one little trump card there towards the back, but that's not a big enough influence to win that 1v3 in theory. So to go ahead and have the exchange ready. Throw that second one down, saying, all right, 3, 2, 1, they're on site. Another Rolling Thunder from Champlain. Easy kills to wipe things out. I mean, you just can't answer stuff like that easily. Just adjustments like that are not made on, kind of ahead of the game. That is all on the fly experience and communication between the team of just figuring out what to do and having an freaking standing job from Champlain to come up with it.
I don't think there's any way to undervalue how much we've seen from Champlain. Either this is a really strong division, and they've just barely been able to lose, and the other teams are just goated with the sauce to find the wins, or Champlain has come up with something that has flipped this game on its head. But nonetheless, this round flipped on its head. It looks like we'll see Fanshawe take the W. They've already managed to kill off 3, only losing 1 in the process, but they'll lose another. Luxy with a great flank from Drop. Now it's only a 3-on-2. 2 players on site, quite low. Headhunter in hand for Omega. You'll see Util being dumped through by Luxy from Drop. It's going to concuss the site. Kill gotten by Omega. Now it's just 2-on-2. Big recovery. Aiden with a headshot kill. Player from above and below. And unfortunately, Omega slightly overextends and has to face the full front of both and loses the fight.
And as Drist and Boyce both they were literally within that one-shot threshold, whether it was body or head there for the likes of Omega to come on that massive flank. So, I mean, I didn't want to say that round was over just yet. Still an amazing answer there and almost able to come out into fruition. But, I mean, looking at the rest of the team, it's only pistol round. We can't have too much of a read. But, I mean, looking at least so far from what I've seen, playing around that toxic screen, I want to see what that does here on the defending side. Because so many occasions have we seen Champlain play around it. They can't have 5 players on one side. They're going to split things up, and they do not have a KJ. They have a Cypher instead, so there's no damage to come out from that. You have a little bit of crowd control and a little bit of intelligence, but how quick are going to be the rotations, and how quickly are you going to die if you're Joey, which is going to be almost instantaneously in this round thus far. So I want to see a little bit more. I mean, obviously this round's going to be kind of scrapped here for Champlain, but they come back in the next one. I want to see with the rifles and full utility what they can really bring to the table.
Look at the pacing. They're trying to play a book straight out of Champlain's, and it's working so far. Obviously, we have the better weapons. It kind of facilitates a stronger assault, but the siege that's come to fruition has been very strong. Another kill garnered. It's Drist to Omega, and now Champlain left with just 2. Sebi on the flank, tries to play through tower. Nice headshot kill. Cannot replicate that same success, this time onto Flame, who finds the kill instead. 1 on 4. DNL with a shorty. Really no choice here but to play up close. I mean, you have to play that way. And once the shot rings out, DNL's now lost any advantage they had in that position, as they'll take a step back and say, we do not care to fight in this position. We can do whatever we want on site because you have to rush us, because the only gun in hand is an up-close and personal one. You'll hide from below. At this point, I'd say just die to the bomb. There's no need to actually do anything beyond that, but looks like Flame will actually go for the kill, gunning for it, and it's just toying with their prey. Flame is going to play for the knife fight, maybe? Is that what they're doing?
No.
No, okay. He's taking a step back.
He realized he had a shorty. You heard the shots ring earlier. I mean, that gunfire alone will give you a lot of intel to let you know what they're dealing with. And when you hear shorty, you know that so long as I say at least, past 30 meters from you, that's drop-off is almost instantaneous. I'm not going to get enough damage dealt to me where it really matters. So obviously you can toy with your prey a little bit. No one is going to jump into that bomb. So as everything pans out thus far, the first 2 for the side go over to Fanshawe. That's where Champlain has to answer this, where they have to wake up and looking outstanding on this attacking side, which is definitely the favored side for this map, knowing how many approaches are onto every single site that you can always catch your opposition by off guard. I want to see the adjustments for defense. They don't have themselves a KJ, as I mentioned prior. Alpha wants to go ahead and opt for that Marshall, not having a real weapon in hand just yet, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where that money went thus far, but I mean, still, nonetheless, having some kind of gun to deal with the rest of your team on that backup. You can already see the rest of Champlain already set up here, looking for that toxic screen to play around it on A, which is very, very aggressive. Half of that wall is in spawn, and you just can't push there, but Joey's going to say it doesn't matter. You can push on the side. I'm still going to find the kill.
I like the tempo. Champlain able to come up with the first, and what started off to be Fanshawe trying to repeat the same thing they've been doing time in and time out. A little bit of hesitancy from Champlain as they just cut the angle off and now force Fanshawe to rotate underground. Seems like a solid play, but notice, as a player by Dice, I actually just learned what that call-out was the other day by Ashcon. Do you call this Dice as well?
No, a lot of people call this arcade right here.
I know this is arcade, but hiding behind these boxes are called dice, apparently. But Joey comes up with another. Make it 3! So he lomps that off Flame and Driss quite quickly, and he also found that opening pick from that tower side, and it looks like the side of Fanshawe are pretty dramatically struggling. So you'll see Joey drop behind Dice once again, and Aiden, with only 30 HP, will retreat back underneath the side of underground. trying to stray away, but it's Joey with a 4K. Omega gets the other one.
So great opening there for Champlain, an answer that we expected to come out for him, now sitting in, 5 players still alive. So a flawless round for them, a great way to go ahead and keep on letting the flow. But, I mean, the way things are looking this far, that was almost just kind of by gun advantage. We expect them to win that just purely off their fights alone and off the range advantage that they had, knowing that they were up against Spectres and a Marshall, which still didn't find those initial shots, because if you don't hit that headshot, you're probably going to get dinked up a little bit and have at least 3 bullets thrown onto you in the meantime. So now, looking at the adjustments here, you can already tell just from that wall alone, that gives Fanshawe so much intel to say Viper is on that A site, and we don't have to push that. If you opt for B here, you have completely avoided the Cypher and the Viper, which is their entire control and their entire crowd control, to really sit there and stall out of sight. But Joey's already going to be there to follow up on there as well, to go ahead and find that first kill in A. So you don't expect the duelist there, but you also don't expect a rotation to come out, which I think would definitely be warranted right now for Fanshawe if they want to find themselves any chance of putting this bomb down.
Consistently, we saw Champlain with the toxic screen that separated this A site. Notice that we're seeing that right now from Fanshawe, but it's slightly different, and I think this one is the problem. Notice how the difference has gone. Champlain have just opened this round back up again because Fanshawe can't step out due to the problem, 1, with the actual defensive toxic screen, and 2, with the fact that their toxic screen really didn't deny much. If you step out from that position as a defender from the rope side or link side of that toxic screen over towards the actual site side, you still have sight line of sight, and you're probably safe because you can hide away, stow yourself underneath sight, and get underneath platform to deny that sight line. You're in a much better position than you would ever be if you used the Champlain side and you try to step through the Champlain's toxic screen in that position. They tried to replicate. Maybe that was their game plan all along, but it is not as solid as what we've seen from Champlain's, and I think that is a huge denominator for why we saw Fanshawe fail in that round.
Yeah, and I don't want to be offensive or anything, but it's almost kind of what you see in the ranked ladder when it comes down to solos around that silver to low gold area, where you sit there and you're saying, I'm denying sight lines, but what kind of sight lines are you denying? Well, Omega's going ahead and denying any side of the voice at all because the guy's just going to find the kill. But you sit there and say, all right, well, they can't push on the side. What can they do? Well, I mean, they're going to anyways. You expect everybody to flush out of sight purely off the intimidation factor of your toxic screen that you feel like you have a guaranteed round. When you just don't. You need to sit there and play it a little bit more aggressively. You still need other util to back this up, and that's what the breach is there for. Get the flash to throw on the side. Give yourself those kills, and then they're going to have to eventually re-aggress onto that side. Make sure to cut it off before they're way too close, and if they do have phantoms, which a lot of people are liking to use on this map, they're going to be in that one-shot, headshot threshold, and having a phantom, they are definitely favored for that fight. So you need to be playing for a little bit more short range. You need to be closing things off, and if you do have those long-range agents, which we don't see a chamber on the side of Fanshawe, which you mentioned earlier, could be a little bit of a detriment to them. You have a KO as an exchange there. You can get the suppression. You can get an idea of who is where, and you have to sit there and read that Omega is right here on stairs, and he's going to find that first kill and let the rest of the team know there's the bomb.
First kill is very important. Like we said, it kind of sets the pace. You find the first, even if you lose the second, you're on tempo to find the next on the refrag, and you've given yourself a major advantage, especially when you can guarantee that that first kill is uncontested in the process. There has been no refrag yet, but notice, we're seeing the baby cage roll out now onto the B site. Watching the flank for them is Drist trying to make sure that no one, I guess, try to pursue from the rear, but no one from Champlain's doing just that. Omega still sitting on site, will be detained, but guarantees that they'll find a second. It's onto the ulted player of their KO. He'll be dumped onto the ground, still suppressed going out, but Drist now being, unfortunately, rolling thundered on site, and Voice is kind of trapped on the ground. Official Alpha will find one, needs to stay alive in this position, has to find 4 more on top of it. Has to be an ace in this round, and well, from the way that we've seen this, it doesn't seem like it'll go that way. This looks like match point, series point victory for Champlain, and that will be the case. Joey, with the operator shot to ring out, rings true, and it will be Champlain taking us on a 2-0 fashion. No need to see our third map of Icebox. It's done in 2.
Yeah, it most definitely is, and I think that was a great showing there from Champlain. Finally waking up here over the course of the season. I mentioned it earlier. I mean, sure, we have a lot of young players here. We have to see the progression. I think Fracture is definitely going to be one of those homes here for Champlain. Problem is, for it to be a one-trick pony to look so outstanding as it did, once again, as I mentioned earlier, Fracture is always like that first map banned when it comes around to things. If you don't have that first selection, and even then, you never get the first selection, you always get that first ban. You never get to select until 2 of those maps are banned out. So, I mean, the case scenario that they're going to have to be there once again is going to be very, 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 very small. But whenever it does get there, they definitely have a comfortable look. But I mean, as it seems so far, their buying was also very good. Fanshawe not looking the best here in the ballpark, but still have themselves a little bit of potential over the course of the season. So I want to see those adjustments be made. I want to see them possibly go against the likes of Champlain, maybe for a scrim here in the next week to figure out, with it being such a close race, and I mean, feeling what as many adjustments should have been made. I think that's a very, very admirable opponent to go ahead and figure out how to iron these things together. So I mean, overall, an outstanding series, even though it was only 2 maps. Sitting there seeing these two teams not having a positive record, but still looking very positive mentally tonight, it's something great to see overall.
And I think we've kind of seen that upward trajectory from Champlain. Talk about week 1. They didn't even take a map off their opponent. Week 2, it was 3 very close maps, and the third map came down to a 13-11, if I remember correctly. They didn't get to keep the trajectory. They won and forfeit in week 3. Maybe they were fearing what was coming, but I don't think that's the case. Probably some complication came up, but they definitely kept the upper trajectory here. Went from a barely loss, forfeit win, to a guaranteed win. This one's showing just how strong they can truly be. I really like what Champlain brought to the table here. They definitely showed us they are contending. They are not as unproven as we necessarily may have thought them to be, and they are trying to contend here in this division. So make sure to stay tuned for them, and also make sure to stay tuned for more NECC action, as will be another one up. Me and Dallas ourselves will actually be on the main broadcast in probably an hour or so. Whoever knows how long it's going to take, but stay tuned for more NECC. My name is Infernosis. Follow me on Twitter down below. Joined here by Mick. Follow his Twitter down below, his name as well. Thank you to our producer as well as our observer for being joined here with us today. Stay tuned for more NECC.
And welcome back. We're here for week number 4 of the NECC with Fellow and, of course, myself, Laz. And we have ourselves a great match today, don't we, Fellow?
Absolutely. UBCO yellow actually versus UVic black, switching around the colors there, unfortunately enough. We're going to take a look at their rosters, starting out with UBCO yellow to go see what they're bringing up for their 5-man roster here for tonight. We've got Biased, Volt, Pickles, AUS, and also Kurt here for tonight. I think I actually got to cast these guys on week number 1 with one of my other duos, Low, so it's good to see them back in action, but unfortunately they haven't really got any wins at all since last time I've seen them, except for week number 2, unfortunately, Laz.
Yeah, it's been a little bit, but I mean, the nice thing to note, I mean, for UBCO is that they do have a record of 1-1. So, I mean, they are, they're an even footing at the point. So that's not a bad thing. But when we switch things over, when we look at University of Victoria Black, I mean, that's a different roster. And unfortunately for them, they have not been able to pick up a win thus far. So they're 0-3 so far in the season. And all their losses, Fellow, they've been 0-2s.
Oof, and they have been some pretty close calls, don't get me wrong, so maybe their endurance isn't that big of an issue, but it's still not a win in the books for them, unfortunately. I guess quickly we can go take a look at the map bans as well, since we do have all players actually ready in the lobby, but we do want to go see where we're actually going first and foremost in this best of 3. So far, pretty standard stuff, except for maybe like the Breeze pick. You know, we've got Icebox split, and then if we get to a third map, of course, then there is that decider of Breeze. But honestly, not too shocked about this pick, except for the fact we have a Breeze and maybe the split, but that's still kind of a normal map to go to in a BO3.
Yeah, I think this map pool makes quite a bit of sense. I think Split was kind of the odd one for me. I was kind of assuming, Ascent was probably going to be picked, most likely, but I kind of do like this composition of the maps that we see for both these teams. And the fact that we have Breeze as the decider, hey, I'm all right with that. And I'm glad you mentioned it as well, Fellow, because for UVic Black, a lot of their games have been really, really close. Even some games that have gone to the overtime extent. So it's not like they're getting blown out of the water, but they definitely are just looking to cross that finish line as much as they can. And maybe tonight will be the night.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to wait and see. I think we're actually sending into Icebox so we can take a look at the agent selection to see who's actually picking what tonight. I'm expecting some like pretty default stuff. Viper could almost guarantee that. She was meta on this map before she was meta on any other map really inside of Valorant, so it'd be kind of silly not to bring her out tonight. But what are your thoughts on agent selection besides that Viper, of course?
Yeah, I think this pretty much makes sense. Like, I mean, I think it's pretty much a requirement that you should have a Sage. Like, in my opinion, like, I think that makes the most sense. Chamber, I think, has done a lot of really great things, especially with the Rendezvous move. That makes a lot of sense for me. So I think from what we've seen from, the left-hand side of the defensive players, I think this is a good composition. We haven't seen yet the lock-in for UBC yet, but I'm still liking everything. Nothing's really sticking out to me as like a random thing,
Yeah, I think still waiting on a couple extra seconds. UBCO, I think if I remember correctly, they love to just pick all their agents at the very last second. Funny enough, we've got Molten potentially opting for the Euro. I think that'd be the first time I've ever seen Yoruin play. He's not really
Oh
a
man.
favorite by anybody. He is still considered the weakest duelist, as I don't
Yeah.
think his update has gone in through just yet. My
Choose
dates are
your agent.
I still think that is a hard confirm. He's still being worked on at
Yeah.
the moment. And yeah, Molten's going to go potentially opt for that Viper selection instead. So everything is pretty stock standard. The only difference between these two teams is that we have a chamber in the boot of Uvik, and then across the pond, we've got ISP actually on the sky. But both picks are absolutely phenomenal here for Icebox.
Yeah, I'm really liking these picks. I mean, the fact that we have a Sky, it's a good guiding light that you can use. The Seekers are really good information as well, especially with that ultimate. But I think all around this looks pretty standard. I mean, like I said, having Sage is really important. Viper's pretty much a guaranteed must, right? Like all the utility in our disposal is really important. So I like both selections. So I think this is going to make a lot of sense. So we'll have to just see how this can work out here for UV Black. They are going to start on the defensive side. So that's going to be a good note for them. But I mean, we'll have to see if UBCO are going to, play pretty like brute force-ish, or if they can actually have a bit more tactics in this. I mean, Icebox, I think typically, and NA is a lot of full rush, full send, and just commit and see what happens, right? But we'll have to see what UBCO has in store.
Especially for the attack, I feel like Sky is much better for the attacking half. You can really get away with brute forcing your way into a site, especially those guiding lights, if they are timed properly. But also across the pond for Ubik, the mobility on the side of Kevin, it's much better on the defense, unless you prefer being that flank watch kind of role as the chamber, which some people aren't big advocates for, but because he's a very sluggish agent to play, unless you have that rendezvous, he's kind of a sitting bowler you don't want to deal with, but it isn't very agile. But hey, speaking of agility, looks like we already have a B rush in full contention here. Kurt will go for a spike plant up in the top of that mid nest, and already in the post plant so early on, the retake game could be a potential, but that first blood and now a double down favoring UBCO as they already have a 5 versus 3. Hachi is very low in HP as well, so a brilliant start so far by the attacking side. This retake game looking quite choppy simply because of that man disadvantage. Finally, Hachi will try to swing things back in the favor of the defense. Bolton will join in on the fun as well, but it's still a 3 versus 3 with the time not favoring your side. Pickles, she'll be able to find a pretty important pick on towards that duelist, and now it's only the Viper and Sova. Both just kind of stuck next to each other, solidified pretty well as it's only Kree left to stand. They get rid of Kurt, but there's pretty much no time left, and Kree is only on 3 HP, so they'll eventually get finished off by the Sage, and round number 1 goes in the way of UBCO pretty effectively.
Last player standing.
I love the aggression that we saw from UBCO, the fact that, they really just didn't delay it. They just put the foot on the gas and they just committed to that site immediately. I think that's a really good thing, and that's what we were kind of talking about, right? Do we see that fast aggression? Do we see the brute force tactic? Or do we see kind of that slow composition? But UBCO, I mean, like we said, they're a team that do have a 1-on-1 record, whereas in comparison for UVic Black, I mean, they are 0-3. But again, I know we're breaking this down a lot, but they haven't been able to get a win yet. So I think this gives a little bit of a confidence boost for UBCO to really feel a little bit more, for the confidence on the fights. We'll have to wait and see. And even right now, they're kind of playing that default setup, but they're going to be able to commit together. And even now, Molten has to fall back, already taken down to 26.
Yeah, very heavy commitment inside of A because they didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket, but inadvertently kind of did, only having Viper as that one-man army. Thankfully, they have enough time to pivot back around, potentially have some sort of flank being afoot as well. Kevin deals some damage with that headhunter, sorry, but the spike still goes down, of course. Pickles now mopping up 2 there with the Spectre. Voltergeist gets 1 with that Marshall, but it's nothing but success still for UBCO as they clean house essentially instantly once that spike went down.
Yeah, another nice clean round. And now the gun round's going to come through for UVic Black. So a lot of investment put into this. And even you could see 2 of the players only have the light armor. So now this is a lot riding on this, because if UBCO can take this round as the bonus, this is not only going to give them the 3-0, but this is going to give them more weapons to have in the pocket. So there's a lot of pressure here for UVic Black to figure out something and try something a little bit different to see what they can find. But UBCO, they're really mixing up the playbook. It's only 2 rounds in, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, fellow.
Yeah, going for a back garage play round number 2, then basically full blitzkrieg side of mid, always being on some sort of adaptation. That's always been nice to see. And we're seeing another set of changes yet again. This time we've got the Sky kind of prowling about in your A, seeing what they can find out with that Trailblazer. And also a push inside of Tube that allows Kree to get 2 beautiful picks. And there's no one else there to try to find that refrag. Although the Sova is low in HP, they'll get healed up by an orb in the hands of that Sage. Kurt finds 1, so that's at least something to open things up here for UBCO. But that man advantage is still still in the pocket of the defense,
Oh,
and
look at
no
that
one ended up
information.
retrieving the spike. I believe Chamber was able to spot that out, so plenty of valuable info here to boot for UVic. Still about 50 seconds to play with, but they are in a pretty substantial advantage, especially now that Kevin has won that 1-for-1 against Voltergeist. BST and Kurt now step up big, evening things up here on the playing field, and we'll potentially see an A plant here as the Sky has full control of that site, and the Jet can finally retrieve that spike to now go for that previously mentioned plant, Vass.
Yeah, we're back to a 2-2. So they're going to be able to get, UBCO will get in the site. The spike will get planted. So now it's going to be Create. His teammate going to be close on by. They might be able to find Kurt off guard. The heal might be the sound cue. It doesn't sound like UBCO caught that. And now they're going to try to push on through. Recon Bolt will come in. Kurt playing the high ground. Can get this quick peek. An easy shot. That's going to be done. So now just down to Starrock by himself on a 1-on-2, trying to find what they can do. A tough situation to be. We were talking about how critical this round is. It's very important. The tap on the defuse, it's going to come through. And now we just have to see. It's back to the 1-on-1. Can Starrock do this? Can he pull this through? He's got it halfway, so now he's still waiting a little bit longer. The time's getting depleted, and now the Sky's coming in, but I don't think there's enough, and now this is going to be a round for UVic to get this just in time.
Absolutely fantastic isolation there by UVic. The lack of coordination there at the end of the post plant was the biggest issue there for UBCO. They didn't actually try to go for that swing at a properly timed moment, so it allowed Star to actually manage to get 2 separate 1-versus-1s, like you mentioned, during the middle of that post-plant situation, Laz, and it actually managed to favor the way of UVic. And they did actually start out with that huge man advantage with Kree stepping up big up inside of Kitchen. So, hey, starting out on the right foot for once, they're not going to let UVic slide away with a bonus round in their pocket. So now these next couple of rounds between 4 to 6 are going to be much more even in comparison to what we probably would have saw if things were actually a 3v0 favoring UBCO.
Oh, look at this now. UBCO, they're just going to commit to this. The frustration's there. The round that they thought they had in the bag, they're going to push to us. Bladestorm going to be used. Kevin actually giving away his spot. He does get located. But sorry, that's Kurt now that's going to have to find this. He's the player in the hot seat, so he does have that ultimate engaged. Volt going to get taken down. Spike should get planted. And now the swing comes in. That's 1. Make it 2. Make it 3. This is huge. And UBCO now, they've swept the floor, and UVic have no sort of an answer.
Oh my goodness, a brilliant spray down by UBCO. Molten is just wondering what in God's green earth just happened to the rest of his team inside of the B site, manages to isolate out 1. Yet again, that timing on the swing wasn't there. Another dink for Molten, but unfortunately only having that ghost is not going to be great to outduel the Sky. A big round there for Bias T, now having the Seekers for next round, and UBCO, they'll manage to bite back almost immediately after we saw some sort of resurgence by UVic on that previous round as well.
What an amazing round. What a great amount of work from Bias T. I mean, you said it, right? I mean, now I thought it was going to be Kurt that was in the hot seat, but no, I guess it's going to be Bias T that was going to step things up, and you're feeling a little bit left in the dark. And now Top Fragment with a 6-2 scoreline, but we do have a full gun round coming back in for UVic, and they do have the operator in the hands of Hatchie, so this is going to be important. Hatchie will need to be able to find some good ground to work with. Already pushed up. That's some really good control, able to get the shot by his T taken out, so that's a big impact kill. That's great.
And no longer having those Seekers there and able to stave off that A push for just a little while longer. It's still mostly just feeler positions here for UBCO, maybe trying to get control of Kitchen perhaps early on. The repositioning though by Hachi has been quite nice. That can cut off some sort of rotation being in play by the attack, and really their hands are tied at this point. Now 5 versus 3, the Sova completely isolated, so they really can't do much if they wanted to go for a plant here. Molten picks up 1, and Star Oak will follow suit on towards Pickles, leaving only Volt Guys. Thankfully is able to spot out Kevin trying to get cheeky there with an ult orb grab, and we can at least confirm a post plant, but the retake game, it's just going to most likely be far too strong unless people just start swinging out Voltergeist single-handedly. That does happen, but a slow orb catches him in a pretty rough predicament. So plenty of time left to defuse. UVic will now take this round pretty well, to say the least. So at least they have a second round in pocket now.
I mean, the good thing for UBCO that round too, right? I mean, the fact that, it was like a 1-on-5, I think, at the, for Volt. So not the greatest situation, but getting the spike down, the money situation is really good for them, but it still adds more layers, adds more funds, which is really, really, really important that we see from the UBC squad. So you can see there's full investment. I think it's just Pickles that is the one player with light armor. But again, that's to compromise, the purchase that you can have for your utility. So this is a good note. And I think even the operator still is in the hands for Hatchie. So that's important for UVic to kind of bring back some rounds. We talked about the importance of having an operator on defense. We saw the last round, the aggression on Pipes, able to dash out. But now we're going to see that'll be a switch actually going towards B. But right now, UBCO, they're putting the attention towards this A site.
Having to deal with potentially 2 ops. It's only going to be 1 in the hands of that tour de force by Kevin, so not that big of a concern. The Seekers get popped out as well, so plenty of information and space now being created as well here for UBCO. They could try to go for that plant situation now. Kevin gets spotted out, is able to dance around that Hunter's Fury, though, for the time being. A smidge of intel being gathered by that, and now we actually see a Viper's pick of intuition, but Kree, a massive Hunter's Fury to now get rid of that ultimate in the middle of A site. No more control left near that spike. Things have completely turned on a dime here for UBic as they are in a very pristine condition. The only thing they need to worry about is potentially some lineups in the hands of those shock bolts, and maybe also time not being that favorable as well. But Volta, guys, he's got to step it up here. It's a commit by Star. The op finds one towards Kurt, and Molten waiting near elbow can help clean things up with the assist of Kree. Yet again, a 3K to their name, and that Hunter's Fury did way more damage than what UBCO probably would have expected.
Yeah, that was big. I mean, the fact that Create was able to find the double with the Hunter's Fury, yeah, if you can pick up 1 kill, that's amazing. If you can get a double, yes, please. So the fact that he's able to find 2, huge in the amount of way that they can gain some more control into that site, whereas UBCO, you could see they were playing in the back, you know, near Nest and kind of just in the back of A main. So they were really going for the post-plant situation, but then everything got bombarded right after Star Oak was able to throw the Sage wall too. And that's the beauty of Sage. That wall can just create a lot of good or a lot of problems against you, but a lot of big benefits for your team.
So many ults spent up on that round too. Not even a win for UBCO as well. That must be such a huge upset, as they're going to have to be on the back burner, at least in terms of the ultimate department, but not in terms of the kill department. Kurtz will be able to get that first blood. Kree, though, drops AUS. Thankfully, Pickles is actually there to potentially get a refrag, but it's not going to be the case. Hachi's waiting patiently with that op. Down goes Kurt. UVic now still having plenty of pressure established near the top of Kitchen. Kevin strikes on towards Pickles and lands a clean headshot. 2 versus 4 now. UBCO, once again, not really in a proper position. Kevin strikes yet again. They're second in this round, leaving just Bias T in the middle of the site. We've seen them find 4Ks before in brilliant plays, but that's not going to happen a second time here on Icebox just yet.
Yeah, Create's playing a really phenomenal game right now as a Sova. I mean, getting already 10 kills, that's big. And now getting even closer to getting the Hunter's Fury locked and loaded again. But the thing for UVic Black is they still have 3 ults available. They have their res, they have the Bladestorm, and they do have a Viper's Pit. So even the Viper's Pit, kind of even to use it, you know, to lock down the A site, you pretty much are saying, UBC, you can't come here at all. So you're going to have to try another site, which then you can lean the other players towards that other location as well, or the other spike site. So that's really important. But UBCO, we see them have a good start. Now it's starting to get a little bit shaky. We saw before when they group up and kind of execute as a team going full force, that's where they've been successful. When they kind of split things around and lurk a little bit more, that default setup, I think that's where we're starting to see it crumble just a bit.
See, you mentioned default, Laz. I feel like one of the biggest issues for UBCO is not having any intel for when they're going for more of like a non-default take, having a big emphasis on Kitchen that last round, yet we didn't see any guiding lights, no owl drones, no nothing. They just kind of ran in and expected it to be kind of free map control, but the exact opposite happened, and they lost a lot of their player base in that one portion of the map. I would prefer to have a bigger emphasis with Bias T and Voltegeist with their intel, because I feel like that's the one thing they have in an advantage against UVic, not really having any full flash players, and once again, not really having a lot of intel besides that Sova pick. That could really be a huge step up for them, yet they keep falling for the same mistakes over and over again and just keep playing into the strengths of UVic so far.
And now UVic, they're starting to get that confidence built up. Even Hachi going to be able to push up, finds the timing where he could get some kills, but no, Kurt's going to be able to win that. Just a little bit off on the timing. It's a tough angle to go for, but I like the mixture that now we're seeing. So now UBCO, they're going to split this around. So this is what we were talking about. When they play the default, like you said, they want to make sure they can get some kind of information. Kevin, I don't think he's going to expect this. Look at how close this is. Oh, man. They're so close on by, but the screens player's now made the location. Chambers able to rendezvous out of that and Create now able to pick up another kill. So now UBCO, they're putting a lot of this attention towards the B site. The spike is making its advancement. We'll have to see, can they get this thing down? Molten, he's close on by.
Ooh, Kevin gonna fall now. Top of Kitchen. Lance being attended by Bias Team. No one's here to contest, and yes, you may have that operator, but you no longer have that man advantage. But apparently I've been wronged. I've been duped. I have Molten and now Star going big. The Resurrection now equalizing things in that 3 versus 3.
Oh,
Piggles will not be able to outduel Kevin in that altercation. This reposition is going to be much better for UVic. The only thing they might have to worry about are those shock bolts, but they get popped out at a relatively early manner. Still get rid of Kevin, but you no longer have to deal with them. There's still a Guiding Light in pocket, potentially throw
that's
out.
amazing.
Brilliant shot there with the use of that recon bolt to gather some ample information. Molten now fully blind. No one here to punish though, but they have to fall back. No more pressure established on that spike, and Voltegeist with a brilliant long angle will get the last pick of the round. Things evened up once again, 4-4, going in round number 9.
Okay, we got to talk about this round from UBCO because there is like the littlest details make the biggest differences. So not only does Bias T throw the Guiding Light to allow his teammates to swing and get the kills, but then you also have Volt goes for the Recon Bolt, which allowed Bias T playing on Yellow Box, able to find the Sage that was trying to creep on through the Viper's wall, and he was able to get an easy X-ray kill. So I mean, just these little details, they pay off massive dividends, and that was a good amount of work that we're seeing from UBCO. That was some good communication, good coordination, which has been a little lackluster these couple rounds, and now we're starting to see it kind of come into full flourish now.
Yeah, absolutely, and looks like we have Hachi now in their redemption arc. So he's going to be the first one to die here. Most likely not going to see it, but potentially, or maybe I could be proven wrong. A Resurrection does get popped by AUS. Kevin will manage to find sort of retaliation pick. Molten joins in as well. So it's still UVic on top so far, having a really strong opening engagement here for this 9th round. And now we've got AUS just kind of prowling about, trying to face check anything that they can inside of A, but I don't think they're aware of Star. Thankfully, they're going to still win that first gunfight. And now that the Seekers get popped, this should set up for a pretty comfortable post-plant position here inside the A site for UBCO. But once again, that retake game will probably be pretty strong simply because UVic, they've got that man advantage to boot.
Yeah, and even Volt's in middle. Oh no, but Kevin actually wins the better of it, that duel. So now they're down to a 2-4 situation. Bias T doing a lot of great things. The Seekers have been burned already. There's no res available. Bias T swings. He's not able to find it, so now it's just down to AUS. He has to come alive. He needs to do more. He takes down one. The defuse is coming in. Not able to find it as Molten will be able to save his life. And now we have UVic Black going to be able to take this lead by 1 with a 5-4.
So for the most part, by UBCO, they normally end up winning a lot of that round simply by that overt aggression. When we have UVic just a tad bit more reserved, waiting a few extra seconds to go in for that first blood, that's what ends up giving them that huge upper advantage. I mean, a great example was the round where we just saw, I believe it was Kree net a huge double pick there. Not with just a Hunter's Fury, but a few rounds before that where he was just comfortably waiting inside of Kitchen for UBCO to make that first move. So being able to kind of force the hand of UBCO constantly has been such a successful thing for UVic. And once again, just that patience game also playing into the retakes as well during that post plan has been marvelous for them. But hey, we'll see a bit of overt aggression here with that mop, or pardon, with that operator. My mistake to give Hachi that first blood, but unfortunately, nothing more than just that first pick, Laz.
I love that aggression that we're seeing from Hachi. That's exactly what you want to do, but I think that overcommitment and missing a few shots puts him right to the grave. So now this is back to an even playing field for both these teams, but the Viper's Pit has been activated. So we're gonna wait and see, and now it's just down to Bias T. Looking pretty good, but now he's got a pretty heavy task ahead of him. Spectre in hand too. A little bit of utility still available. Oh my goodness, gets gifted one more. Can he get out of this? He will not be able to. But you know what? The fact that UBCO is able to take down 3 people with a purchase like that, it's not a bad thing to consider here, fellow.
No, not at all. But once again, the mid-round patience during that post-plant was pretty nice by UVic. Having that Viper's Pit, they understood that they don't have to worry about that back kick near yellow. They just had to focus mostly on mid, yet they had more than one avenue of approach during that post-plant position. So great stuff once again by UVic. But yeah, it wasn't just a complete morale degrade by UBCO. They still had a lot to prove there on that round, and they still were able to burn through a big chunk of the ultimates there on the side of UVic. But there is still the tour de force, which can be great for those long-range sightlines, potentially 2 ops because of that in the pocket of UVic. And also the Hunter's Fury is not that far away from getting popped either. That could pay dividends once again for that retake potential, which has been nothing but net for UVic.
Yeah, and this is the problem now. Hachi's been playing very aggressive every round. They're starting to get read like a book, and Molten not able to find his shot, but will be able to get away. Viper's Wall is going to be able to save his life. Now Stark in middle. Now UBCO do have the player advantage. And look at how much ground they have, too. They actually have one player that's already through tube. A little bit more lurk towards nest, or even actually towards pipe, sorry, at A. So that's the lurk of the Sage. And this is some good footing from UBCO. And now you can see the spike's going to advance itself towards A. AUS has been able to get some good information. If he finds his kill, this is going to be a free sight. Oh, he gets the shot, but Kevin's able to save that Sage's life, but the damage has been inflicted. And he's able to find another one.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, Kevin. Someone needs to stop this man, but that's what I was talking about, not having that proper information and then potentially having to deal with this time tour de force, not just a full-fledged operator. 4 versus 2 once again. I feel like we're in the exact same setup that we were moments ago, Laz, with a lot left for UBCO to try to prove themselves, to not have this round go to the way of UVic. They'll be able to try to gather some information leading inside of B, but that Trailblazer will eventually now dissipate. A lot of remorse here by UBCO, not fully committing just yet. They still have to wait for the sky to actually fully rotate, and maybe this Viper could actually get lucky and deny the spike from actually going down. Kevin with their third on the round. It catches Molten off guard.
No,
it'll come down to the wire. UBCO will have to stick for that plant. They managed to get rid of Kevin, but there's no time left to actually get that spike down on the board. It'll be around defaulted victory by UVic because of that time waste, and UBCO, they've only got one more round to prove themselves, or this could end up being an 8-4 split for UVic.
Really good response that we're seeing now from UVic. I mean, they've been able to handle this pressure, and UBCO, I like that they're trying to go through the mid. They're trying to go right underneath tube into orange. So this is good attempts that we're seeing from them, but it's just, it seems like, UVic, some of the players are really starting to come alive. I mean, like I said, that last round, Kevin saved the life of Star Oak, was able to find another one with the tour de force, which you mentioned was really important, and I agree. I mean, that was a perfect time to use it, the good capitalization of the ultimate, and that's the beauty of it. It's a free operator, right? And now Star Oak's going to be able to get the Sage Wall to block the whole corridor off, and now knows that UBCO, they're starting to kick on the door, so they're fully aware of this, and this isn't a 3-player stack, and they're committing to it, and Hachi's able to find this too, so that aggression, a little bit more slow-paced, it's starting to pan out.
And we've got Hachi actually doubling down here. AUS off screen gets rid of run. The Seekers get Papa. No one expects Kevin to be so close. Woo! Spike now dropped. It's a brilliant 2K. Poltergeist going on a bit of a rotation here. Catches Hachi off guard. The operator now in the Sova's hands. But at least the spike gets recovered here by UBCO as well. Things not completely over just yet. Molten still having plenty of natural cover, and no one spots them out just yet. That recon bolt not gathering any information up until now, as Molten will finally fall back. But thankfully, they've got that toxic screen to allow for some cover here. Kevin immediately gets rid of Voltergeist, and no one expected Kevin to go for the back take once again. Kurt will finally shut down this menace. But it's only up to Kurt. Their position known at this point because they found that last pick. So in theory, this should be a win here for UVic so long as they can just play for that time. But Star, for some reason, decides to go for that swing. At least they're able to find some sort of information to relay to that last defender for UVic. So maybe they can try to stop this plant from going in down. But there is still plenty of time for UBCO to get that spike, put themselves in the post, and a Blade Storm as well in the pocket of Kurt. This actually might be winnable here in the 1 versus 1 as we begin to see that spike going down. Molten not in a position to bait. They spot out the arm of that jet, but cannot land enough shots up until the reattempt on that second swing near the top of Kitchen. Once again, plenty of time left to defuse here for UVic, and it may have come down to the wire, but they still ran out on top, mostly off the back of Kevin as he was doing God's work near the end of A lobby through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, God's plan, apparently. Yeah, Kevin really coming alive, and that's the beauty of it, right? I mean, and this is what we talked about at the agent selection, and this is the thing I love to see when somebody locks in a chamber, is that you have so much variety of plays that you can do, but having that operator ready, able to find, multi-frags with that, doing already the amount of work that's over expectations. So he comes up with 17, and Create was actually right behind with 12. And that was a player that was starting things off really, really well for UVic. But then it was Kevin that, I don't know, he just kind of warmed up and he was ready to go. And now they have themselves an 8-4 lead. And this is going to be interesting to see what UBCO can do, because, I mean, at the beginning, we saw on their attacking side, they like to play pretty aggressive. But on this kind of a circumstance, we're going to have to see something a little bit more with some fundamentals and some foundation.
Yeah, better reserved gameplay by UBCO most likely. I mean, you can already see that, at least in terms of just proper positioning here by the defensive side so far. But hey, speaking of aggression, we saw Kevin go nasty on round number 12, and looks like he'll open things up on the first pistol round with that Headhunter out of all weaponry to boot. So a sight is in their back pocket, forcing a retake pretty early on. Kurt lands a nice tap on towards Kevin, so things will now be on an even surface. But once again, the time now favoring the way of UVic because they have that spike down and they have plenty of lineup potential, both the shock bolts and potentially snake bites as well, depending on what was bought in this first round, should allow for a pretty comfortable position. A great barrier orb actually to force the hand of UVic, and they don't have any lineups here. Things completely turned around based off of that single piece of utility. What a recovery by UBCO, simply based off of that barrier orb, Laz.
That was okay, and that's what happened the first half too. This is what UVic were able to do against UBCO, and now they just completely flip it around and do the exact same thing. Oh man, it's just a sight you don't want to see, I guess, if you're on the opposite side. But I mean, UVic had a really good amount of control. They had a very interesting plant position, having it in the top side of the site. And then, I mean, just that wall, just again, problems start to arise and the panic starts to really sink in pretty quickly. But UBCO, they were able to pick that up with ease. Now they got themselves, a little bit of a lifeline. So we'll have to see if they can recover this second round. And even Volt, look at that, he's already dead.
Oh, Hachi mostly been the only one to try to contest with that early aggression, besides Kevin, of course. So at least things will take a turn for the better here by the attack. UVic not going to be able to find another one just yet. Kurt will manage to stave off death with that Marshall. Unfortunately, Kevin will not meet the same fate. He'll end up falling to the way of Pickles. So 4 versus 4, about a minute left on the board. Plenty of decisions still being made. Looks like we'll have a rotate because Kree is actually able to get incredibly aggressive inside of A. The only one to try to maybe hold down the fort on this side of the map could be Bias T with just that Spectre and a bit of util in terms of a guiding light potentially. AUS gets one off screen all the way near B lobby. So not a bad position at all by the defense. They could definitely go for a flank later on, but now that Hachi is able to equalize things once again for their team, this post plant is going to be much more challenging to actually try to retake here for UBCO.
Oh, but Pickles is in the back. So this is good now because now UVic, they have to focus on both the back entry of the site, but Kurt's going to be death from above, and now the spike diffuse should come through. Stark by themselves. Limited HP. The heal is not even there. 28 seconds, and the spike diffuse has already come through. It's already done. It's already dusted. And UVic, they just have to allow this one to come on through. Going to try to maybe find a kill, but no, it's going to be AUS to send him to the grave right as the time hits the end.
Funny enough, we have seen both teams really not thrive all that much in the post-plant position. I feel like with having both the Viper and Sova, we try to have a bigger emphasis on more proper default positions being held for lineups. But, the first round on the pistol, we saw a plant at the top of that defender nest, which did not help them at all because of that barrier orb. And then no one really being proactive on that flank watch. If you have Pickles get that pick near B lobby, you should expect some type of flank to most likely happen when you commit to A, yet no one was really checking for that properly. So that gave UBCO now a second round. We could potentially see a attempt to win the bonus round out as well, but it's going to be much more challenging now that UVic has rifles to net. But they are currently all stacked up, and they only have the Viper actually watching for the flank. So maybe if they're able to refrag here, this could be a big play for them, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen.
Oh, but his aim was completely off too. He was looking just above the head. But now look at this. Players are getting really close on by. They're just all here for a firefight. It's a brawl. They're all here in Garage and Cubby. What is going on? The spike still hasn't even made it the advancement to the site. They're stuck in the mud right now, fellow. They don't know what to do. Now they're trying to see what they can do in terms of the fight, but look at the damage that's getting inflicted. Heals are being used, but it's looking like it's not even mattering at this moment. UBCO, they're in the driver's seat. They're feeling really good, and they're making UVic. They're starting to sweat.
They're basically just in a rock and a hard space. They can't move forward because it's toxic screen. They can't move back because their 6 is currently being guarded quite heavily by a bunch of UBCO mercenaries. So they really cannot do much here next to Yellow. Hachi will slightly open things up, and just slightly. We've got Kurt still watching here, but the plant will definitely go down with that spike being fully confirmed on towards the ground, but they still need to worry about this back take, and that's going to be the big issue so far for UVic. Things down to 3 versus 2, though, as Kevin near Yellow gets rid of Bias T. We have AUS, though, and just a refrag. Hachi as well. Playing out near mid, just kind of waiting, proxying around that spike, forcing the hand of UBCO, and we could simply have this position won basically because we are in that post plant. Kree gets rid of Kurt, and Hachi swings at just the right time as the commit by AUS was way too slow, and it'll be a 9th round finally for UVic as they find some success on that rifle round.
I think if he would have put the wall on a bit more of an angle too, that could have changed things, because I don't think he had an updraft available. He only had the dash that was there. So that could have changed it a little bit. Maybe not by too much, but at least get it halfway. Maybe able to get that fight, but it was very, very close. But I like the variety we're seeing from UBCO. They put actually a full commitment of their players going towards middle, but then they still had the players on the backside of B, one playing Snowman, one playing kind of that bridge top site. So it was a good pinch that they were going for. It was a bit of a gamble, but it almost worked out. So now we have to see UVic. Again, they have full commitment to this. They have all their rifles. They lost a lot of weapons that last round. And now Pickles gets some information, able to fall back. Going to be able to throw up the Poison Cloud, and even the Viper Wall is now going to come on through. So, going to make this a little bit more of a difficult task here for UVic. And even now, Bias T is pushed up all the way through A main. Bot Molten, if he gets a shot, this could be good. And now he's got the information, and that's a big pickup. That's a top fryer gone from UBC.
I was going to mention that. I loved the position there by Molten, waiting for a flank because they did have a big stack up towards B. Unfortunately, this presence near mid is not going to bode well for UVic. Hachi will finally step up inside of B at just the right time. That can allow for a plant to go down. Kurt, though, with the reattempt on that operator, gets rid of their doppelganger of Hachi. Man advantage back in the favor of UBCO. Still about 40 seconds to decide where you want to push from, but everything is being guarded here by UBCO. They've got the Sova watching mid for that rotation. They've got the Sage in the back of A, and then once again, you've got Kurt in the back of B with that operator. Now the rotate will most likely happen, but UVic are still just kind of prancing around. They don't really know what exactly they want to commit to just yet, and now approaching in through mid, they might try to rush their way in through B. A great Poison Cloud is deployed to allow for that ease of access inside of the B site, but once again, the retake game is going to be a big point of contention, especially since UBCO, they've got that man advantage, so it's going to be a really challenging position here for UVic to actually work for those picks and actually put themselves in the driver's seat in terms of that man advantage once again.
Yeah, and they changed the spike location of the plant too, so they were going to commit that into the site, but actually they put it just in the default position. Allows Molten to have a little bit more of a advantage spot, but has to win these fights. Now UBCO know exactly where he is, and you can see the lineups are coming in. Placements are there. And you throw the one, but they're actually just going to tap it. They're not going to commit to this. This is a good play. This is a little bit of a cat and mouse. UBCO, they pick it up with ease. They don't even lose a player in that situation. And that's like you said, the retake game was really critical. It's what was going to determine if UBCO can pull that through. But honestly, that was really smooth and a good effort from UVic. I mean, that was, if Molten could have had a little bit more time for the lineup, maybe something could have changed.
Such a challenging position, though, to win that because Kurt can just play range on you, so you can't swing at all. You have to rely on those lineups, and then UBCO, they kind of understood that's like, you know what, we're just going to push, and we've got the man advantage, so we can just quite literally throw bodies at the problem and just see what happens, and it was a pretty straightforward recovery by them. UBCO only going to grant that one round, and now it's mostly just pistols here for UVic. They've got the Turtle Force pop, so that could be at least something to open up the kill feed, but besides that, they're definitely looking at a pretty massive deficit. These ultimates by both the Duelist and Sentinel, Jet and Chamber are really going to have to go big if they want to leave some sort of major statement against UBCO here.
They already got some good ground too, so UVic already have the pipe control. Spike's still way in the back, so they're not going to commit this yet. Bias T just kind of being the lone anchor, and now we're going to see the Jet's going to come on through in the back. Kevin does have the Tour de Force ready to go. Create's going to get the Shock Dart and also the Recon Bolt ready to go for this execute. You can see now UVic are starting to hit this plan. It looks like they do want to put the eggs in this basket, whereas UBCO not sure, and Kevin gets the first engagement, taking down Bias T, but Kurt not able to find that shot. He swings and he misses. And now Kevin, he's been able to push up. He's putting a lot more force. He's a brute force. Can he find himself? The second he will not, but he's able to rendezvous out of this one.
And thankfully able to keep that ultimate just a little while longer. Kurt also missing out that Blade Storm. The same fate will not be met here by Molten. Kurt, you've got to hit these, brother. He'll go for a re-swing, but Kevin is there at the ready. AUS gets rid of Kree now. 2 versus 3, both the Jet and actually Chamber are very low in HP. A Resurrection pops in through. AUS still strikes true, though, with a third. Now in the hands of that Phantom. And things are looking quite desperate here for Kevin. They could try to go for some right clicks or at least have the Headhunter popped. Great plays out but it's still a 1 versus 2. A pretty challenging position, especially since they are on such little HP, and there's no time left as well. UBCO, they understand that, so they're just going to play back, try to go for the proxy. Kevin almost gets rid of Pickles, but is caught picking up a weapon, so that'll be easy pickings there for the Viper player. Brilliant stuff by Kevin once again, but unfortunately not enough to get the job done there, Laz.
Yeah, no, he's doing some heavy lifting right now. Kevin is doing some good damage. Even though he doesn't get that round, I mean, the effort was all there, right? I mean, he's still able to find 2 kills, almost takes down Pickles. If he would have found that, I mean, honestly, I would have been done. Like, I just would have been like, all right, Kevin's, the best player right now, apparently. Clearly, this guy is just a whole other level. But the fact that he's able to do that much damage still inflicts the economy situation for UBCO. Yes, they have enough for an operator, but it does make that difference, right? I mean, those were guns that they were going to be able to transition, but now they have to purchase them all through. So, a good position for Uvik. And now Kevin trying to see what he can find with the Headhunter. Will not be any heads except for his own going to the grave, and it will be AUS now. Goes for a swing, makes the connection with a nice dinger, and Kurt finally lands a shot, and Uvik, they're falling like a stack of pancakes.
And even though they have pretty decent weapons to boot, no ultimates as well to really get that extra advantage here. Only Scar Oak left alive, and they're not even going to be able to find one for their troubles. Flawlessly done by UBCO to now even things up 9-9. A pretty strong second half by them, as they're playing quite well on the defender side. I thought it'd be the other way around, but apparently they are just far more comfortable playing on that defensive role as.
Yeah, and that's kind of the surprising thing too, right? I always feel like teams are a little bit more coordinated on their attacking side. I kind of think, in my opinion, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from UBCO. They're looking a lot more smooth. The retakes have been really nice. There hasn't been a lot, in terms of big gaps, but it's where UVic block now. They're kind of relying on this heavy firepower of their individual players, but even Kurt has a good position. Oh, beautiful. A nice little flick of the wrist. He's able to take down the heavy hitter of Kevin, so that's a great start from UBC.
Absolutely. Once again, Uvik now on the back burner. Some intel being gathered by this owl drone, but a Trailblazer will now get popped. Hachi will try to get a bit aggressive, making space for their team on that duelist role, but only a Sheriff. They're going to have to land these frisky one-taps here, and unfortunately not able to against the Sage playing at the top near that head position. The man advantage back in the way of UBCO, as this push inside of A is just not working out in the slightest, and all fallback most likely have to happen. Pickles going on that flank and actually outduels the operator. Ulton will now fall. Guiding Light has popped out. Doesn't really seem to phase Kree all that much though, but still, you are basically pincered inside of A, and there really isn't much you can do here. You're waiting for that inevitable flank, and you're just trying to bite off your loose ends at this point. But I mean, it's honestly too much fabric at this point, Laz. They are really just trapped in A and just cannot do much in these last 30 seconds. They're gonna have to pull off some sort of miracle if they want this round to still be in the books as a victory, and at least Bias T will overextend their life to just fully die in front of the last 2 attackers here for Uvik, but that is still plenty of information, knowing that no one's actually going on that rotate. Pickles can now go on a very successful flank, most likely. Only 15 seconds left. We're in the red time here for Uvik back. They have to up the ante with that plant going down. They know there's only one gun up at the current moment. They are going to be a little bit slow on that push, but finally the retake comes in through. Great coordination by both AUS and Pickles to get the job done, and that's to be double digits finally for UBCO on the round count.
And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, like you said, UBCO were able to make a bit of a sandwich, right? They had everybody in the front of the site, everybody in the back of A main. So all they had to do was play discipline. And Bias T, the fact that he kind of jumped for that engagement where he probably shouldn't have, it kind of cost them in the sense that Uvik was able to get the spike down, which doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but it does kind of add up that money situation for Uvik Black. So, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty easy round for UBCO, but it's just a little detail like that does, pan out, especially with the way that this game is. This is a 10-9 game, and this is still anyone's game. This is not going one way or the other. Yeah, we haven't seen it, but so far UBCO, they're looking very comfortable. They've only lost 1 round where they've been able to, have 6 rounds this entire second half. So this is a totally different picture of UBCO that we've seen today.
I think a big thing to mention here for this next round is, once again, you mentioned that post-plant capabilities. If we see Uvik actually get a plant down, they have a lot of ultimates to put themselves in a very comfortable position. I think the only 2 ults they don't have are both the Tour de Force and also the Blade Storm here. So a Hunter's Fury for the post plant, a Viper's Pit for the post plant, and also a Res in case they lose anybody early on. That is so massive. Hachi as well getting their ultimate, as now they are fully pipped up, getting that first pick. The Viper's Pit will now get popped. Full control inside of A, and now red flags are dinging off in the back of UBCO's skull. Kevin gets rid of Bias T. This might be around just to throw in the dumpster at this point, because there's so much to worry about here for UBCO. Finally, there's some sort of resurgence, but a very calm one at that. Double digits now in the books for UVic, as well as they just got instant control, and then there was nothing that UBCO could do to actually recover that A bomb site.
Yeah, and there was a lot of ultimates that were available for UVic, and I mean, Molten, all he had to do is get in the site, throw down the Viper's Pit, and man, does that make it a tough task to go for a retake. And now even UVic Black, they still have 4 ultimates that they can use. You're not going to expect much here from the Chamber at this kind of stage of the game, but I mean, you still have the Blade Storm that could be used. You have your Hunter's Fury that could be for the entry or even, you know, the post plant, but you also have your Res. So, I mean, now we might see something a little bit more aggressive where, you know, Hachi could be picked up, maybe Kevin if they get taken down early. So this is going to be very important. There's only one ultimate available from UBCO, which is that Viper's ultimate, which is not a bad thing, but looks like they're going to preserve it for now. And UVic Black, look at this. Fellow, they're just going to group up again. They're just going to go for a why not.
I don't really blame them. They only spent 1 ult last round, so the only thing to worry about is probably that one Viper's Pit. But if they want to, I'd recommend just rotating now and going for a B take. It looks like they're not going to opt it. Instead, they will still try to fully commit inside of A. That could be a big oversight, but so far I'll be proven wrong. Kevin will get rid of Bias T. So we need to worry about that Viper's Pit, of course. AUS will refrag here. Hachi, though, claps back instantly on towards Volt, guys. AUS, once again, even on the Sage roll, is doing wonders. The Resurrection comes in through as well. All of a sudden, UBCO now reclaim that advantage. Only Kevin is left to stand here. Everyone locking down the side of A, and with the Chamber being so low on HP and their position given away by that Recon Bolt, there is honestly just not much this lone player can try to do in the 1vx, especially since Spike is just so entrenched inside of A. It's just looking like maybe some exit frags could be found if Kevin can isolate in this 1 versus 3, but that might not even be a possibility. And Owldrone will spot out Kevin's position as well. The timer is still ticking down to only 20 seconds left, and the Sage player of AUS now top fragging, 24 kills to their name, as they did so much work for UBCO on that last round, Laz.
Yeah, and that was a great picture-perfect retake that we saw from UBCO. I was commenting, you know, that their post plants or their retakes, you know, they start to get a little antsy and they want to push. But the fact that they put all the reliance on Volt to use all the utility of the Sova was amazing. Like the Recon Bolt gives the location away, uses the Owl Drone, gets the location again. And then they were able to get some more ground, a little bit better footing so that they can, you know, have a better angle to fight on the engagement against Kevin. But really good response that we see from UBCO. And now they put themselves back in the lead with 11-10. Tour de Force going to be activated now from UVic. And Hachi going to be on top of 2. Bias T going to push on through, make some information, and that's going to be a free kill. So now they can retreat this. They have the player advantage, and that's a big pickup now.
Simply because of that pick, Laz, we might even see match point. Now, this is a very far stretch, don't get me wrong. We've seen a lot of these rounds play out all the way to a post-plant position, but UVic, they really like to go for that A-game strategy, and then if it falls, they don't like to really try anything different. Kevin will actually spot out Kurt with his pants down, so at least that's something to boot. We could maybe see a rotate, but no, it's still going to be an A commit that actually could catch UBCO off guard, as they don't really have a lot relied into that one position, but still only having to worry about that A site as it's a full man commit besides, of course, that Chamber. This might not be all over just yet for UBCO. Pickles in a very odd spot will get caught off guard by Molten. The Spike now going down as well. Hunter's Fury popped as well to try to maybe stop that plant from going down, but look at this flank by Kevin. Gets 3, the Tour de Force popped, an ultimate as well, the Resurrection to revive out Kree, and Kevin goes absolutely insane. 31 picks to their name, and that positioning inside of B all the way through the defender spawn was just such a godsend for UVic Black.
Listen, I'm just going to say it. I think there was a little bit of a caster's curse there. I mean, you were saying, you know, I think it's a stretch it could be, right? And I mean, man, oh man, give Kevin an inch. He's going to take a full mile. I mean, this guy was in such an odd position, but the fact, again, that he's able to put that Tour de Force and be a force to reckon with, UBCO just crumble like a cookie and they don't know what to do with it. And now look at them. Look at this purchase that comes in. Yeah, they got some rifles, but man, this is a mixed buy. So this really threw a wrench in the gears, and this is a good position for UVic now to put themselves at that match point, but still plenty of action to see. I mean, now they're going to put that pressure towards B. Ultimate is going to be used from the Jet from UBCO, and Pickles does have the high ground inside the site. So very different positioning, whereas Pickles typically likes to play that A. So going to be the first engagement, gets the information, now can fall back, but now they know UBC, we're going to have to see how well they can react to this, but they're taking a lot of damage, fellow.
Well, thankfully, at least Pickles is still able to survive that. They can get healed up by the Sage or even a Sky as well, and at least have that utility to boot during this post-plant position. A barrier orb most likely get popped out here by AUS, but no, it's the wrong way potentially. I don't know if that was intended or not, but AUS will still try to stick it. Maybe it could have been intended, but 100's Fury will simply ignore that wall no matter how it's positioned. Bias T goes big with a nice double swing, but Voltgeist just sticks the defuse, and no one's able to react upon it. And there we have it. UBCO put themselves into match point, but what a massacre inside of B, to say the least, Laz.
Oh, man. Okay, listen, that Sage wall that came in from AUS, that was so important. Everyone's going to be like, why would you go that way? But if anybody's on the other side of it, like, they have to shoot through, like, how many layers of that wall? Yeah, they could go for the wide swing, right? But he knows that. He's calming that. So he says, guys, you need to make sure you're checking my left and right. I'm throwing a straight wall, and I'm going to go stick in this diffuse. That was, honestly, that is, like, a little detail, I think, but honestly, that just allowed them to pick up that round.
Yeah, I had a strange suspicion it was utilized for something besides just fat fingering an incorrect key at the worst time. So I'm glad to see that. Thank you, Laz, for the insightful intel there. But oh no, I don't think we're gonna need that much insight so far. Just some bad positioning and just not quick enough mobility to go on that fallback, giving UVic a pretty substantial lead. Now they can go and rotate around, going for the safer play here. A toxic screen will get popped on out, but it doesn't really seem like UVic is all that phased. Just still trying to phase check, bring out the Owl drone finally to go on some reconnaissance game to make sure they understand what exactly they're getting themselves into when they push inside of B. They can now begin to start going down on that plant with the barrier orb with ample coverage. Pickles gets one on towards Kevin, so things are now in the 3 versus 3. The health advantage, though, still slightly favoring UVic, and now that they're in the post plant, they can just sit back, look pretty, play with those lineups, and they don't have to deal with a flank at the moment either. It's just a direct reapproach here by UBCO. This should be a round to boot for them. Here comes the defuse, though, by AUS. The rush, though, by Kree. There's no coverage, and now we're heading in towards overtime, Laz, as UVic are able to hold round for yet another round.
Oh man, overtime, Icebox, what better combination, right? Both these teams, they're not wanting to let this thing go yet. It was so close, but we'll still keep UVic black. They're going to now go on the defensive side. UBCO will go on the attack. We'll have to see, this is where we saw UBCO. They weren't looking very comfortable on this, so if they could pick up a round, maybe this could be a good transition for them, but we'll have to wait and see. And what we saw before, right? This is where in the beginning, they had that brute force tactic. It kind of worked. Default was a little bit sketchy at times, but when they kind of give up any sort of map control, it seems like UVic, they kind of find it, and then they just have way better information to go for the engagements.
Man, am I glad I took a nap before this broadcast, because I feel like we might be in here for the long haul. Even if things end abruptly in a quick 2-0 as we officially start overtime, we still have a whole nother map. It's not a best of one, Laz, so might need to go tell chat to go get their popcorn and maybe wash up after this matchup is over and done with here, at least on map number 1. Looks like we've got a pretty common, 2-2 and then 1 split with the Viper up inside a middle, trying just to proxy around, see what they can potentially get away with in these first couple of seconds, and then they'll go retrieve the spike, go for a full commit in either A or B, depending on what they can get away with. And I'm not really too sure what UBCO really want to try to implement here. They're still just kind of waiting around. They're trying to have UVic make that first move, but they're still remaining pretty headstrong on their common positions right now, so it's going to be a pretty difficult thing to actually get around unless we see Kurt step up big near yellow. Oh, and there we have it.
Yeah, and even Pickles was the one that was trying to go through tube and getting some info, but Starro gets a free kill. That's going to be nice. So bringing this back. Still the advantage for UVic. And now you can see the lean is going now back towards A, and the spikes made its advancement slowly and surely, but Kurt able to take down Hachi, so that's a good one. A nice pickup still. Lots of time. 30 seconds left. But they are going to commit to this A site now. Kevin, he's already here. The Terminator. He might be gifted the easy kill. Nobody's able to cover him. No, UBC, you give it away. Now it's just down to 2 players. The spike hasn't been planted. Time is dwindling, and Stark was able to find it. So now Volt by himself on a 1-on-3. This might be it in the bag. This might be UVic able to pick up their 13th. Time is ticking. Action needs to happen, but it's going to be UVic that respawn back with a 13th.
I feel like we have said that so many times, though, whether it be going for that spike plant or going for the defuse, a lack of coverage when either one of those things are happening. It's such a simple thing to have. You cannot just expect the site to be completely free every single time unless you've done your homework and you have that information, which I'm not 100% sure we saw really any active information being gathered when the execute finally happened. That type of information dries up quickly, especially with only an Owl Drone and Trailblazer. So a really big oversight there by UVCO to give UVic that upper hand. And I feel like this is not going to be, the only overtime we have here just yet on Simply Icebox, knock on wood, of course, but that does still give match point in the favor of UVic. So a pretty big blunder there by UVCO, to say the least. And oh no, look at this play though. It could have been a blunder by the way of UVic as well, but it was only one pick for Pickles before she finally fell there, Laz.
Oh, and AUS wasn't able to find anything either, but both Volt and Bias T, they respawn back to give themselves the player advantage. Molten doing some damage. He's taken down a lot here, and it's all just down to him. 10 HP in a dream. UBCO are fully aware of where this player is, so they just need to make sure they don't overexert themselves like we saw before. But I mean, really, they should be in the position that they can pick up the 13th, but never say never. You just can never know what could happen. It is Valorant at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Shocked that we've been seeing that cubby play and also the little crevice position in play much more ever since it was done in the, I can try to pull up the name, is a tier 3 Valorant league actually that had a TSM play against another professional tier 1 team. Got to see a couple of rounds of that. Some cheeky positions to say the least. And even during the Samsung event as well for the NECC, that was implemented as well. So having Pickles try that out, very risky, especially since your utility can be so effective as the Viper, especially on Icebox. But at least it still got them a pick. It was better than nothing. So at least she got the first blood for her team. It kind of shocked UVic there for a little while, but not enough to really cry home about just yet. Still in overtime here, 13-3. So things are evened up once again. And yeah, like I mentioned, I feel like we'll be in here for the long haul, no matter really what happens here on Icebox, because these two teams have just been at each other's throats throughout this entire series so far.
Oh man, have they ever. And now UBCO, they're actually going to win that engagement. So Pickles takes down Jet. Hachi's going to fall. Molten by himself. Going to be the sole anchor. Will fall back. And that's a good play. So allowing the spike to go through. Create's going to see, get some information, finds Pickles. Oh, he's actually going to commit to this. He does land the recon bolt from it. But Pickles will triumph him, take him down. And they have the full 5-player commitment still. UVic have to go for this. They can't, go for a save. They need to commit this. They have a bit of utility still available, but it's no ultimates. There's nothing that they can rely on. So Kevin, he is the big threat. He's been a heavy hitter. Can he do more? Molten finds one. Now the Poison Orb's going to come in, and it is just down to 1, but it is going to be UBC. Oh, they're going to be able to put up a 14th. Can they get themselves over the line here, fellow?
Oh, man. Especially in, make or break positions, I always find it to be Pickles, where she steps up big to find at least some sort of frag to really begin to set that domino effect. We saw it there next to mid to actually get that first man advantage, and UBCO just kind of took the bag and ran with it. I mean, to answer your question, Laz, potentially, but we have seen some proper aggression by both UVic and now UBCO, especially in overtime. And maybe a big thing because of that is they know they're not going to have to worry about any ultimates off the bat. So maybe that could be one of the main reasons why, and they all are on completely even footing. And there it is. The attacker aggression strikes true once again as Hachi gets that first pick. Part of it is quickly responded out by Bias T and now Kurt. So they'll bring back the man advantage quite swiftly, but still 3 versus 4. Anything can happen.
Anything can really happen. Stark is still pushing through. The spike's kind of back in towards main or middle, sorry. So I mean they're still kind of testing the waters. A lot of hesitation. And I mean, this is a 4-on-3 situation. The advantage for UBCO, and they do have Kurt on the way the back of B. AUS is going to have that middle. You can see the poison cloud. You're going to block off mid. Create's going to throw a little bit of recon bolt. See if we can find any lingering players. But now they will group up together, go for the execute here towards A, and the Viper wall should be placed. The bias T in the back of the site. Stark needs to get this kill for them to get some control. Oh, the guiding lights through. He doesn't try to find it. He doesn't try to capitalize on the timing. It doesn't even matter. He's able to take him down with ease. So now we're back to an even footing. Recon Bolt's been given a lot of information here.
We got Shark Bolt as well, not able to find anything. 3 versus 3 though. In this retake position, like you mentioned, that recon finding so much value. They know almost exactly where everyone's playing at, but the slower they move in on this retake, the more that information will actually be dried on up. Finally, the push is just about ready to unfold. Starro gets rid of Voltergeist. AUS trying to stick this defuse. Kurt with some ample coverage. Now halved on that spike. AUS swings up at just the right time. Starro, the only one left to stave off series point on map 1, but it looks like that's not going to happen here. Kurt is quicker on the draw with that operator, and finally, Icebox will end 15-3, but with my poor wording, that might have confused some people in chat to think this game is over, but no, we've got potentially one more map in the store for us here going into Split very soon, of course, Laz.
Yeah, and I mean, man, this was a pick for UBCO, so I mean, yeah, they win it. They go to double overtime, but man, oh man, did they have to fight for that victory. And that kind of makes me a little bit nervous for UBCO, to be honest. Like, if you're having that much of a problem on your map pick, it makes me kind of wonder, you know, how much can UVic really pull through? But I mean, we're going to wait and see. We're going to take a really, really short break as we get loaded for map number 2. Don't go away. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final matchup of the night here for NECC's Valorant. New refresher, my name is Fella, also joined here tonight by Laz. And last matchup really came down to the wire. A very long game as well, heading into 2 separate overtime rounds. So going into Split, what are your takes moving into map number 2? Do you think we'll see overtime again, or do you think it'll be much more of a one-sided affair here for either UVic or UVCO?
Man, that's the $1,000,000 question, right? I mean, I think the way that we saw both these teams play, I really do think that UVic, like we said, they are 0-3, but I mean, man, they are bringing it right to the wire every game. So to be honest, I'm kind of expecting a nail biter. I think both these teams are really even when we look at it. So, I mean, the fact that we went to a 15-13 game and it was getting pushed, and honestly, it could have gone either way. I think this is too hard to make the prediction. I mean, this is the pick for UVic, but we have to see if they're better on this map than they were in Icebox. Because like I said, UBCO, they were the ones that picked Icebox, and it was pretty dicey.
And we have seen constant times, overtime positions here, or just very long rounds when UVic is in play. So I could almost guarantee that in their previous 3 maps or matches, pardon, they've gone to Split at some point, and they still have lost on that map. So maybe that could be, you know, a big boot there for UBCO, but I'm also not really too certain either. This could be finally the saving grace for UVic to get a map on the board, let alone a series. That would have to be decided, of course, on the last map of Breeze, if we, of course, get there. Taking a look at agent selection, though, we already have the whole getup here for UVic. They've got a KO, interestingly enough. I haven't actually seen KO in play all that often by Split, but, you know, if your lineups are clean and your aggression's good, which we have seen UVic get aggressive countless times, I feel like that can be a pretty exciting way to deny a lot of powerful util to go for a very early plant, potentially.
Yeah, and what we're seeing from UVic too, I mean, they don't have their jet locked in, but like I said, I mean, Chamber is kind of that other version of a jet, but you also do have the Raze right behind that. So I think this is going to be a pretty interesting composition, whereas we see UBCO, obviously they have their jet locked in, they have their breach, which I think is pretty standard. Nothing is really surprising me. I guess the only thing a little surprised, we want to call that, is that UVic did kind of go away with the jet. But I think I like this combination of having a Raze. She's really impactful on this map, as well as having your Chamber. So this will be this is going to be a very interesting setup of that. But I think it's pretty standard in KO. Honestly, the suppression and all the utility that he can bring, especially on that attacking side, this can make things a little bit more problematic here for UBCO.
Always love seeing a good breach on Split, because other than Split, he's normally only played on Fracture, and you don't get to see a lot of Fracture in play nowadays, especially inside of Collegiate. So always nice to see that in play. In terms of UVic, I'm probably expecting probably a pretty huge emphasis on B a lot of rounds. I could already see like We have Hachi just blast packing into sight with that Sage wall to block off one of the 2 main areas in B, and then trying to set for the post plant afterwards, a bunch of Astra smokes. I mean, that makes so much sense, and yet they still have a lot of capabilities for mid pressure as well, which I feel like is always such a big thing, especially on split. So a lot of potential already for UVic. I'm just wondering what utility they want to bring to the board here on round number 1, because that could be the big make or break if they have enough utility to get that kind of strat down, or if they're going to go for a full rush inside of either B or like mid, for example.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin was playing the Chamber the last game, but now he switched things over, and he was able to get that last game. He was able to get 35 kills. But now you can see UVic. Oh, man, they're already in the mailroom. They got the no postage stamps needed. They're just going to deliver that mail right away. So they have a lot of map control already. UBCO, they're going to have to push on back. But it will be Chocomin that's going to be able to find the one. Takes down Molten. That's a great kill, and that's even another one. So now utility and the heavy hitter from UVic, they've been depleted. They're eradicated. This is a great start from UBCO.
Yeah, no genuine pressure of being established here by UVic. Maybe Kree could deal some damage with that singular shot of the Headhunter. Most likely not. They'll opt for the Sheriff instead, picking up off of their dead teammate's corpse. Still trying to only come in through mail leading into Heaven. Definitely a bit questionable, but if they do just simply play the numbers game, that could maybe be their saving grace. They almost isolate out the Astra, but are not quick enough on the draw. Still at 5 versus 3. The timer is still going down as well, off in the background here. Starrock is able to spot out Kurt near the ropes areas, and will try to go in for an aftershock here just to buy off some time, which is not a bad idea since there are only 20 seconds left. And now they're opting to go in here for this flash if they wanted to push in through A, but with the very limited options here by UVic, they just have to try to stick a plant down, most likely inside of Hell. But no, that's not going to happen at all. Their hands are still completely off, and it's not really going to bode well for them at all. UBCO Serpents just keeping their cool, remaining calm because they have that man advantage, and now they get the pistol round as well. Good stuff so far by the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think there's been a few people that are wondering too. So yes, there was a bit of a swap that we saw from UBCO too in terms of their players, but you know what? That swap's actually looking pretty good. I mean, Chocomin was able to get 3 kills. Sleeper able to get 1 as well. So, hey, having these other players join this, I like it already. And a different kind of pressure that we saw and composition that we saw from UBCO. They didn't get over antsy. When they're up in the numbers, they're not, they are playing very disciplined. And I think that's something that I was really questioning a little bit on Icebox in the early rounds. They seem to just kind of want to go for the fights and try to duel every single time. But now they're starting to get themselves back into that organized fashion. And Kurt's going to be the one that's going for the engagement, finds the one, but it will be great. He's able to create a little bit of an opening. And that's going to be Spike giving the location away. So the chamber from UVic does have it, can retreat it back, but they've already lost 2 players here, fellow.
And once again, just a lot of life already down the drain here for UVic. So not really that big of a concern that they may have lost the breach, which is a great way just to completely disorientate anybody on the side of UVic here. We got Choco Mint, though, up near Heaven, gets rid of 1 before being refragged, but it doesn't matter here for UBCO Serpents. They can just play the trade game and not really be all that phased. Molten here is pretty far away here from Kree. They'll finally join forces, though, for these last 40 seconds to try to make some sort of convoluted plan here to maybe get that spike down. They'll have to trudge through the sewers now to go in towards A, with still having that jet kind of on overwatch in between the vent area / ropes, and they could also look down the ramp near A lobby. So this is not going to be completely over just yet, and if they do not check their corners here, UVic, they could be in for a pretty big disaster once we see that jet player finally step up, but they'll make the smarter move. They'll wait for their teammates to join them in action. Now they get that double-pronged assault. They do give away site control technically, but their retake capabilities is honestly tenfold in comparison to that. Now only having to deal with Kree. There really isn't that many places left for him to be. He actually rendezvous away, so he can now be in a better position here for this post plant. It'll be a stick, though, and we have Skadi just getting incredibly aggressive to make sure they can get that defuse down, and UBCO take a 2nd round in a row here.
Yeah, a good reply that we see from UBCO. And I mean, the thing that's good for UVic, I mean, in that kind of a situation, like you said, they were down in numbers. They really had nothing to work with, and they still got the spike down. So again, that just adds that extra value. You can see it here. Full armor, full rifles, and I mean, the utility is going to be pretty much in full creation here for the UVic squad. And the good thing to note here for UVic as well is that Create does have only 1 orb away from getting the tour de force, whereas right now, I mean, Chocomin is close on by with 2 away, and that's kind of the only person that really is the close one to get an ultimate. But we'll have to see. This is a very important round for UVic to get themselves on the board, but for UBCO, I mean, this is that bonus round. And honestly, the bonus round is really important because if you can win this, not only do you allow to save the money, especially on the defending side, you make it even more problematic for the attackers.
Great fadeaway there, though, at least by Sleeper, to not lose any of their HP from that paint shell. They can still be pretty prominent up near Heaven, trying to decide whether they want to look down through the main hallway, if they want to play up through the ramp position instead. Of Boombot will get deployed now by Hachi for some extra information. I like how Yuvik is taking the time to gather that intel, especially since they don't really have a Sova. Their only two main intel gatherers are going to be that Raze with the Boombot and also now their KO. But unfortunately, with Kevin now dying, it is only up to that Raze. Sleeper still at the top of Heaven, working wonders here with that Spectre. Looks for a third, and they'll get it done. Cannot dash away, though. But once again, still that man advantage. Not for long, though, as Star Oak gets rid of one. A clean headshot on towards Kurt. Here comes Bias T, though. Swings at just the right time with that Ares. Now it's only Hachi. They have the spike. They could go for a plant, but once they start, bringing down that spike towards the ground, they give away their position, but it won't matter. It's a basically one-for-one trade, except not between Skade and Hachi. It's actually going to be the lone Astra of Bias T to get the job done. Brings over a rifle in the next round, and finally, we see a clean 3-round wins in a row in the beginning parts of Split now, Laz.
Oh, man. It's a thing of beauty. And even Bias T was down to like 26 HP. And again, doesn't overexert, waits for the teammate to go for the engagement, then gets the trade. But they weren't even able to get the spike down. So, I mean, Yuvik, they do have the tour de force that should be utilized this round. I mean, the money situation just sucks for Create. So he doesn't really have a whole lot to work with. So if he does activate it, he's the one that's going to have to find that early engagement. But now they're going to actually have a split. So they got the 2 players towards B. Skadee's going to be able to try to see what he can find, get some information now. But they got mid control, so Choco Mint, oh no, he's completely blind, and Kevin taking down one head. Maybe can he find himself another one? So now UBCO, they have to kind of pull back. They're going to reset their plan, and now Yuvik, they're actually going to do a bit of a reset too.
Yeah, shockingly enough, with Heaven mildly given away there, it's not going to be a full B commit just yet. We have someone now allocating for the flank watch, with Kevin now reattempting to establish their dominance near that top vertical presence here. Kurt and also Kree will have to bow out against one another, but thankfully Kurt is able to land that headshot before Kree returns the favor. Kevin now strikes on towards Skadisa, and the man advantage brought back in the way of the attack. The plant going down as well, and it'll most likely come down to this post position. Bias T position technically given away because of that suppression. That knife going to be a really important thing there for the KO, as on this 3 versus 4, that utility game is going to be make or break here for UBCL. If they can maybe pop off some sort of flashpoint there in the hands of the breach, or really anything, that could be marvelous. But no one knows Kevin was still on the top ropes, gets a third before finally being felled by Sleeper. It is only up to that lone jet player, and, well, they're going to fall right underneath hell by the hands of Star Oak to finally give Yuvik a round on the board.
What a weird round that we saw by Yuvik.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a lot of investment into that round, but I mean, the fact they were able to get Kevin to push up through, he had the Sheriff, he was able to find that one player that was in mailroom on the B tower. I mean, that was really important. Some good utility usage. That was his flash that came in, got themselves some good map control, and then they pull back, right? I mean, that's where UBC, they were kind of starting to get their setup ready to go, and it just kind of fell apart pretty quickly. And now even their purchase is going to be mixed. Bias T is going to be the one player with the Phantom. So this is not looking like the greatest situation, but Yuvik, they're going to go hot and heavy. They're going to try to push into this A site. Null Command is going to be used. It is going to try to push on through. Hachi even puts his ultimate trying to stop the show, but there's no show at all here. And it's going to be burned to waste. So good amount of ground that we see from UBCO. They're not going to overexert. So now they can go for the full 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, empty seats inside of A before Yuvik decided to enter in the tent. Hachi gets rid of Skadee now. Sleeper with the Blade Storm pops off the Raze, though. Things evened up once again, but so low on that jet roll. It's going to be a very conservative pushback there by UBCO, most likely here in this retake position. Here comes the showstopper attempt, but it's not going to find anything as they fall for even popping out that rocket launcher. The tour de force to get rid of Kurt now, and it's only Bias T. They'll meet the same fate as their teammates. Almost a flawless round, and once again, a pretty dominating presence, this time on the A site by Yuvik, to finally clap back properly against UBCO.
I mean, the effort from Chocoman, if he could have got out of that just a second earlier, he could have Silver Surfered his way around into the site, maybe find one with the showstopper, which could have allowed them to have some control, because there was the Astra that was in the back of the site, but gets caught right in the crosshairs of multiple people. But No operator is going to be available for any of these players, so it's just going to be a full rifle round. They do have the ultimate available in the hands of Kurt here from UBCO, and the res is now available for UVic. So for UVic, they can try something a little unorthodox. They can be a little bit more aggro than typically normal. We'll have to see what they do in Skadi. Gonna find two potentially. They're gonna be close on by, but he doesn't clear it. He tries to, be patient in the trigger discipline, but it falls apart. And now Kevin again, he's gonna sue. What a repeat. No, the gravity well, and Choco Mint gets his revenge.
Ooh, fantastic. I want to go back to that knife play. They knew the Viper had to be playing close. That was a great way just to isolate one free pick essentially there, but unfortunately they could not replicate the exact same thing on towards Choco Mint. Like you mentioned, the res is definitely there, but where KO died is just a really tough position to do that. So that resurrection, if it does come out on round number 6, it most likely will happen at a far later time. This position, though, inside a vent, normally people don't sit right next to that rope that could potentially catch Stark off guard. And oh no, it does exactly that. Bobby catching that quite well. Also catches Hachi, able to swing wide inside of heaven. Still wins that gunfight, though. Can now allow for a plant to go down in this 3 versus 3. Not completely over yet just for UVic, but not having heavy control could allow for a very seamless retake unless Hachi goes absolutely big right next to this lobby area, gets rid of one before falling back and having the paint shell as well to give plenty of ample space. And what a blast pack, but no, they don't check next to the Nebula, unfortunately enough. A rolling thunder comes out as well to maybe allow for a much easier swing out here by the defense. That's exactly what happens as Choco Mint gets aggressive for their third. Only Kree left to stand, but they're both on such low HP. 3 rounds now for UVic in a row, completely evening things up, all coming down to a 1v2, but Kree is able to hold the fort inside of B.
Man, this guy's a gangster, dude. He's driving and just running and driving, getting kills. I don't even know how he gets away with that with a Phantom out of all guns. He was fully stunned by the rolling thunder, kind of does a little bit of a bait and switch, and then he's able to capitalize by both those players trying to do a bit of a ping pong sweat up. But man, what a beautiful spray, and pretty lucky in some degree. I mean, you don't win those kind of engagements very often.
Oh, not at all. Thankfully, both of those players were on very low HP, and bobbing and weaving, like you mentioned earlier there, able to get that done for UVic. So things are evened up. It's not going to be a complete one-sided affair, thankfully, for all the UVic fans in chat. I'm hoping they spot out Choco Mint there once they finally commit towards that male push, because if not, that judge could be an absolute force to be reckoned with. You also have Skadi out with the shoddy as well, the Bucky up near the top of vent as well. This could be a pretty good pincer maneuver depending on the timing here between both UBCO and UVic in these next couple of moments, but it's still a bit of a stalemate inside of mid. Finally, the wraparound occurring inside a garage to maybe go for that plant, but once again, if the information is not there in these last 50 seconds, this could be detrimental here for the offense.
Oh, that's a perfect stun too. Bias T holding a tight angle. Chocomin's taken down. Oh man, they sweep it. They get it. It's a 2-on-5 now, so for UVCO, they're just hoping to pick up a gun. And now it's just down to one lonely jet. On the clutch situation, Sleeper. Oh, gifted a kill. Yes, we'll be able to find this. Should be able to retrieve the gun. Maybe. Oh my goodness. Now should be able to get out. Doesn't have a dash to get away, but anticipates a bit of a getaway, and UVic, they're still going to put on the hunt, and UVic now find themselves in a lead position. And the money situation is enough that we see UBCO go for the full weapons. They do have enough that they could glass cannon operator if they decide to. And I'm not against it in some fashion. I mean, if you can get that operator in the hands of Sleeper, and that could be a difference maker. That really could change the way things go. But we will see the timeout come through. And I believe that's coming in from the defending side. So that's going to be from UBCO. They're going to call the timeout. And I definitely agree with this fellow. This is a time where they really need to polish things up.
Yeah, I feel like they've been giving away a lot of map control for free at certain points, and also just kind of going for some incredibly high risk and sometimes no reward plays as well. I think the coach was be opting to talk over the basics with them, because they started out incredibly strong on the defense, and then they just kind of simmered down, letting 4 rounds slip through their fingers like sand at a beach. So hopefully this timeout could work wonders. I think in the past when we had UBCO go for a timeout, it was instantly a recovery round for them. So on this full buy round, it really is going to be make or break, because if they don't get this one in the books, it's probably going to be a couple of more red rounds in the books for UVic constantly in a row.
All right. A lot of pressure here. So they won't decide to go for the operator purchase. And you know what? That's a tough one to go for. I think it makes a lot more sense to have the armor, your rifle, a little bit more utility in your inventory. Makes sense. But again, like sometimes what we notice from teams on the defending side is an operator really does kind of give that opening. It's kind of that, you know, secret ingredient to the whole strategy. But we'll have to see what they do a little bit different. UBCO, they're starting to play a pretty standard setup, but they do have their 3 players at B, and Hachi able to find the 1. Oh, but Chocomin able to get that trade, so that's a good reply. But right now, UVic, they still have the mid control. Now they pushed in through A main, leaving Bias T by himself at A. And oh, Kevin is getting a little roasted alive here. He's taking some poison, and that kiss will take him out. And now, UBCO, they got themselves in the advantage on Bias T. Swing, can he get himself a second? Create's looking to see what he can do. He has the advantage, but Create's going to be able to make some good room.
Oof, thankfully wins that 1 versus 1 though. Still, plenty of time left for UBCO to get themselves in those proper positions. Choco Mint, one of those players, and Kurt off screen gets rid of Star Oak as well. So, like I mentioned, the timeout will allow for a nice breather for UBCO, and that will give them recovery rounds to put themselves back on even footing between their opponent 4-4 going in round number 5, Laz.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. A good reply back. They have the ultimates too, right? So, I mean, you do have your Cosmic Divide. You got your Viper's Pit. You do have a Showstopper. We haven't seen a Showstopper, you know, find any kills yet. Doesn't mean to say nothing can happen, but right now with the Viper's Pit, the nice thing about it, you know, on a defensive side is you can put it through middle. You can just lock down a site by itself. But you know what? They're gonna counter-aggress. They're gonna push through the garage, and they're gonna end that garage sale real quick.
But once again, not going to be all that successful towards that part of the map so far for UVic. Looks like they will still opt for the plan A, though. No mid presence, though, just yet. At least the resurrection gets popped. Things are looking very tunnel vision-esque for UVic, unless that singular player with the spike, out of all things as well, is able to actually push in through the top of mid at a correct manner. But that is such a heavy risk, especially against all of these toxic fumes. The rotate into A is finally abrupting here in the next couple of moments near lobby, so that's a much better call by UVic, not trying to stick to their guns, and having themselves in that 5v5 is much better than the 4-on-5 as well, so they just need to make sure they have this rotate be successful by both the Raze and Sage to actually get the process going for this A take.
Yeah, and Bias T is the one player that is kind of locking this thing down at A from UBCO, so the stars are placed, so lots of opportunity for him to kind of stop this aggression, but this is a lot of pressure. This is really starting to put it all on the line here. It's a 4-1 split. Cosmic Divide is going to be used. Now the stars are going to be placed. Showstopper going to be activated. Oh, man. UVic, they've been able to kick down the door. They've been able to get into this site. A Showstopper from them will not find a connection. Bias T does take down Kevin, so that's a big kill. I talked a lot about finding that impact. That is the impact they needed. So now Bias T takes down their rendezvous. This is just falling apart for UVic. They still have all the utility in the world, UBC. And Bias T is still being a menace in this situation.
Oof. Now things turn to a 2 versus 2, though. We've got Kree going big, and oof, the Headhunter as well to seal the deal. Good night, sleeper, as UVic with the response of a lifetime, especially by Kree. We talked about how well Kevin was playing on the chamber role. I guess it only makes sense now why Kree is up for that Sentinel role, because that was such a crisp one-tap to get the 5th round in the books there for the attack.
Oh my goodness. I mean, man, Create, man. This, you get the Headhunter out. I mean, not thinking great, all the space in the world. And the thing is like, it does full damage. You hit one shot on the head, that's it. It's not like a Sheriff where it's like a 145 damage thing. Like this thing, you make the connection, they're done. They're dusted. So that's some great aim work that we see from the UVic squad. I mean, it looked like UBCO, they had that dead to rights, but they got 4 ultimates now. They do have that available for them. They are going to put some, you know, force onto this. Sleeper does have the Spectre. Create, look at this. Oh, man, all they got to do is shoot each other, and Create gets it. And that's the beauty of it. Rendezvous, you're out of here. You're not going to contest with that at all.
Well, great stuff so far here by UVic. Once again, Kree being an absolute menace there on that chamber roll. Also, the Raze now very low on HP as well. The paint shells being able to wisp away plenty of HP against Hachi there. Choco Mint lands a 1-tap. Skadi as well joins in on the action. Hachi, they'll finally get something for their troubles, and I believe the Viper's pick gets popped inside of mid, so no heaven contention here for the attack as we see a flank being attempted through garage. But so far, things are quieting down to a pretty big extent. No one's expecting this flank at all. Bias T whips out the knife, though. Not expecting another. Skadi was not there on the swing as well to find some sort of refrag. So once again, things have been completely equalized now, with B still trying to be the main point of attack here by Uvik. Finally, they get the spike inside of B to maybe go for that plant, but no direct information between either the defense or the attack. Hachi, though, waiting in just the right position. Here comes the wraparound here by Chaco Min with the showstopper. Gets rid of three. Now a direct 1 versus 1. Both raises here. Very low. The paint shell gets popped here. Luckily, though, Hachi is able to evade it. Here comes the pistol attempt, but it's not going to work out. Hachi with 3 beautiful picks to now have double rounds in a row for Uvik.
Oh man, the effort was there. Chaco Min was so low. I mean, I think he was down into the 20s early on in that round, and the fact that he stayed alive that long and was able to bring that thing down to a 1v1 situation, something miraculous. Little salt in the wound though, and now Uvik, they got themselves a 6th round. They have a 2-round lead. Only got 2 more rounds to go for this first half, and I've been enjoying what we see from UBCO. It's a mixture. They do have the 3 players playing towards B, where they like to engage for the garage control right away, but they do have just kind of the 3-1-1. So they put a lot of pressure for Skadi and both Bias T to lock down middle and A. So that's asking a lot here, but it is going to work. And look at that utility usage, and Skadi now pushing through, still trying to see what he can find. And oh man, Stark takes some damage, but does have the heal, and that's good though. So now the heal's not available for a long time here, fellow.
And what you've got on right now is probably what you have to stick with, time being. There's about a minute left on the board here. Uvik really not in a bad spot at all. They want to get this mid control. Not the end of the world here. What could be a big issue though is not dealing with Kurt. One flash will get popped here. No one's able to work off it just yet. Kevin goes for a pretty aggressive flash, not able to find anything once again though. Really no space being made. It's just a pretty big barrier here for the attack, not able to really get anything done. Skadi still waiting around near that rope, and with this mid pressure really not being dealt with at all by the attack, they could still just try to forget about it and try to wrap around towards A, which is what I think is happening. The only one here is still Hachi, able to find at least something here, and as the null gets popped off in the background, that'll be a rally call to try to rush inside of A to go for that plant. But are they aware the Astra of Bias T is so close? Looks like they're not aware of it. Thankfully though, Molten is quick on the draw and now could go for the revive, but no, Sleeper is right there. No information being gathered by the down KO apparently, and all of a sudden complete and utter chaos has erupted. The tour de force missing as well by Kree. Bias T steps up off screen. It's only Hachi left to stand. Gets rid of one, a showstopper now pop. They'll have to try to risk it, and Sleeper cannot evade it. Hachi with 4, even getting the spike down as well for extra pocket change. Oh my goodness, Uvik by the skin of their teeth win 3 in a row now.
Dude, my earbuds just flew out of my head because of that shot. I mean, that showstopper, I said there's been not a lot of connections tonight. Okay, we see you, Hachi, man. Oh, man, does he deliver it? And he stopped the show. I honestly thought that was it. I thought UBCO were able to bring that thing back. But Kurt, I don't know where his crosshair was, but he was kind of looking at the wrong place in the wrong time. And that was a nice swing that we saw. And man, Uvik, they are looking strong on the attacking side. The last round of the first half, everything on the line here. Chaco Min by themselves. Oh man, the Rays has been able to dash on through like Rudolph, and they got themselves into the site. Kurt has the Rolling Thunder to be used, but Create is finding a double. And now they're losing bodies. They're losing them quick. They're doing some good damage. And now Uvik, they've actually retreated this plan.
Honestly, don't blame them. So much has already been committed inside of B for the defense, that Rolling Thunder, and plenty of flashes being spent as well. And then just having Star Oak in a very rat position, waiting for someone to maybe rotate around towards Garage. I think they're just baiting for sound. They might have called to their teammates that they can maybe try to reapproach B, and it could be all for naught. I think that's the inevitable plan here by Uvik. Kurt is still playing in the back of B, though, waiting around near the steps to maybe get something done, perhaps, but only time will tell. That push is still being weighed in upon by Uvik if they want to make that commit or not. They've got 40 seconds, so if they wanted to fully rotate A, they could more than definitely do so. There would be an Astra waiting for them by Bias T, but that would be about it. But nope, looks like they'll commit inside of B, try to go in for the rush play, get that plant down, but I don't think anyone is aware of Kurt's position. This could be huge for the Breach player. Gets rid of Kree. Skadi steps up as well with the Ghost, able to proxy around this smoke as well. Kurt now swings out, gets another one. Star Oak will fall. It is only Kevin left in the middle of the site, is aware of Kurt's position, almost gets him down, but no, he'll get disorientated, and Kurt nets 4 in the middle of B to keep UBCO alive and deny a 4th round in a row for UVic.
Well, I guess Kurt must have heard me talking about him or something, because I said wrong place, the wrong time. Yeah, it is the wrong place, the wrong time for UVic. I mean, a great amount of work where they were trying to execute into the site. Like you said, UBCO, they burned like pretty much all their utility for the most part. But man, oh man, does UVic, they throw down the smoke. And that's where Kurt was able to play in the back corner. And he was able to have all those engagements where UVic, they had to push through it to find him. And he was still able to prevail. So that was a triumphant effort that came in from just him alone. He was able to bring that through. And that was a quad kill for him too. And that's a good response back going into the second half. That's kind of the momentum we needed to see from UBCO.
Yeah, still an incredibly close matchup. 7-5 is not a bad split at all on the map split. Funny enough as is. Here comes the aggressive play, though, by UBCO. They try to get instant control of A. They lose Sleeper, though, early on, so they might have to deal with that ramp presence along with somewhere inside of Screens and Heaven. So this is a very do-or-die position here. Thankfully, they have a late rotate by Skadi, potentially, so it might not be all for naught. They can maybe get actually a double flank happening, depending on how quick this Viper player is, but that might be the do-or-die play. Stark will try to step up. Spots have 2 separate players, but they've got backup from their team, thankfully enough. Is caught on the reload, but so is the Raze, funny enough, and the complete entourage by UVic will get them that first pistol round, but the options by UBCO were so limited. They basically just put themselves in their own grave, and all that UVic had to do was just apply the dirt into that grave.
Whew, okay. UVic, they want to push this thing to a map 3. They've lost the first, and this is the pick for them, right? We talked about Icebox was UBCO's pick, came into a double OT, and now things are looking a little bit more paramount here for UVic. We'll have to see what they can do. They put a lot of investment into this. Not much that we see here from the UBCO squad, but they do have the attacking side, so they have to make sure that they get the utility. If they can get the spike down, again, it's going to add that more money value to it. And whatever amount of damage they can do is going to be perfect. But it doesn't look like there's much that they put on here. A couple pistols, nothing really to worry about. And look at that wall. That is the worst thing to go against, especially when you only got pistols.
Yeah, just going to have to start stabbing through the ice, trying to break open some sort of opening to reach out into Heaven. Stark is just waiting here with as much patience you could ask for there with the Stinger. Could maybe get back up at some given moment, but I highly doubt that. Kevin, though, off screen gets rid of Skadi. Here comes that play up and towards Heaven, gets rid of 1, and now Kevin has backup finally. So I guess I was right. At least someone would be there to get some sort of repack eventually once that stage has fallen. Man advantage well in the favor of UVic, as it is only the Jet of Sleeper, and they're just getting shot in the back at this point. They might try to go for the knife kill at this point. They attempted and finally get it done. To add insult to injury, Kree will add another one for the kill count. 17 to their name. Both him and Hachi are actually tied with the most kills in the map currently and on their team, so well stuff done by, once again, both that Duelist role and the Sentinel. Just 2 different players from last time around, Laz, when we saw those top fraggers in play.
Yeah, I mean, it was Kevin that I talked about, right? Kevin was the one player that I think pushed about 35 kills. And I mean, his ACS score is pretty high. I mean, it was like high 300s. I know ACS can only mean so much, but I mean, it does kind of paint a bit of a picture. But now this is a different squad that we've seen. It isn't just one player that's doing a lot of work. It's now the UVic squad as a whole that's doing all the work. And that's what you want to see. And they're feeling a lot more comfortable on their own map pick. Hachi's going to be able to push on through into the sewers. Molten, oh man, death from above, and he's able to find more, and he gets the assistance. It is a full sweep, and UBCO, you're not invited to this party, and it's double digits now.
Yeah, doors completely locked inside of A, apparently. Flawlessly done by UVic. That's twice now we've seen pretty much 3-0s in the beginning of a new half. I think one point to mention was how no one was looking at the top of Heaven, and I think that was just a lack of proper communication. You have that whole buy phase to talk about how you want to approach upon a round, and I guess when they were going, okay, let's just go for an A push inside of, you go ramp and also A main itself, we didn't have anyone talk about, who's going to watch Heaven and whatnot, who's going to play this aggressive and all that. They just all ran through the smoke blindly, and that allowed UVic to kind of get away with robbery at that point. And I think it's definitely showing maybe that communication factor with having subs in to boot now. That could be one of the main reasons why UVic is actually in that upper hand on you. So things are looking quite tough here for UBCO because of those picks potentially, and it still looks like their communication is a big problem to worry about because they get first pick once again, Laz.
Yeah, and this is where they were falling apart on their attacking side on even Icebox. I mean, they put a lot of the reliance on their defending side, and this was kind of the big question mark for me, is how well can UBCO bring to the table of Split on their attack. And now it's looking like it's not a sight that I want to see right now, and that's going to be another flawless round that comes in from UVic. Only 2 rounds away to push this thing to map number 3 in UBCO. They're going to have enough money that they should go for the full gun investment. This is it. This is the tail of the tape, if you want to call it that. This is a round where we need UBCO to kind of keep that Band-Aid on to stay alive in this game. Otherwise, I think this thing's done.
Big thing as well, only a singular ultimate as well, moving into the 5th round of the second half. Pretty odd. But, I mean, we have seen a couple ultimates beforehand, I suppose. But that is going to be very worrisome here for UBCO. They can't just kind of brute force their way into really any site they want to unless they get some sort of opening pick, which against even weaponry is kind of a 50-50 coin flip, which having to deal at match point, depending on how this round goes, is not a statistic that I personally like. Speaking of opening picks, it'll be Hachi to actually open things up. Choco Mint will fall. At least Kurt is there to refrag pretty much off the rip. So 4 versus 4 here. Things not completely over yet for UBCO, but currently an ice barrier is currently blocking them from actually getting a round towards heaven. They most likely will have to pivot around, maybe go for an A push unless they want to just wait for that wall to fall down and then maybe try their luck near that top heaven area once that happens.
Yeah, and that's a long time too. So that's a really good wall placement that we see from Star Oak. I mean, it's pretty basic, but hey, it's going to work. And I mean, you can see it was Sleeper that was trying to, use the updraft, trying to, find that kill. But I mean, he realized there was 2 people there, not even going to contest to it. The wall finally depletes away. So they can go for it if they want. Krieg on the side here, gets the 1, Rendezvous out. Why not? Nice, easy one. Sleeper gets a reply back. It's back to even footing here, fellows. So this isn't a bad situation. The spike now all the way in the back of spawn. It's going to go for the long road. Now they're going to commit to this A hit. But look at this UVic. They got the read. They know exactly what's going on. The jig is up. It's going to be up to Skadi to find something in the heaven position. If he can get the timing right, he might be able to find something. But Kevin, just on the other side of this wall, needs this kill, needs to find it. Oh, Kevin, you brought a nade at the worst time in the world, and now they got their little bit of an opening.
Oh, an even bigger one as well. Skadi gets rid of Kree. Molten left alive, tries to spring into action, gets rid of Bias T, but Sleeper is there immediately once the spike has gone down. There is some sort of response. We know that UBCO is alive and out there still on Split as they get their first round in the second half and now can bring over a couple of rifles and also some ultimates as well to play around the... Both Cosmic Divides are in boot for both sides here, so a lot of play there during the post plant, but man, at least we finally see something done here for the attacking side, lads, because it took a hot minute to see them back on the board.
Yeah, it really has. And I mean, that was a lot of work that came in from Skadi. I mean, like I said, Kevin brought out the flashpoint at the worst time. And I mean, yeah, he had the right idea. He was going to pop flash and he was just going to go for it. But just that, little bit of ground that Skadi was able to find just won them the round, in my opinion. So Cosmic Divide is going to be used here from UVic. So that's going to be placed on through. And now Kurt's going to be on just the other side. Ready to throw the flash, waiting to see what they can do. A lot of tension built on this one. Now it's going to draw. And now it's going to be the operator. Rendezvous is going to come on through. Stargo is going to be throwing that same wall, which has been a problem here for UBCO. Document does get slowed, so not able to put the pounce onto that chamber. And they're kind of where they were before. And look at this. This is just Utility City all over the place.
Yeah, just a burnout currently between both UBCO and UVic. Chocolate will try to open things up, just flies in through, catches Star Oak off guard, and Kevin clearly as well, as they actually died to that rodent raise currently so far. A second one now, as they tend to double down on that aggression, but it's working wonders. Kurt as well gets one for their troubles, tries to find yet another one towards that staircase leading into heaven itself. Things are looking quite dire here for UVic. All of a sudden, Kurt picks the wrong time, though, to fall back, giving Molten a small opportunity, and Hachi now as well in the back of Garage. I'm not too sure if the attack is actually expecting this push from Garage. No one actually watching it, but thankfully Skadi is there, swings at just the perfect moment to strike, forcing Molten in the 1vx. a lot to try to accomplish here at the top of heaven, especially since they're pretty aware that they either have to go in through lobby or the top of heavens here. So maybe that rifle being able to get moved over, or even the operator since it's out in the open here, that'll just be a save here for UVic. Yep, that's the better option here. Molten now fully running away towards the top of that heaven area near A and probably falling back inside the bomb site itself. So at least they've got that for their troubles, but it's still a round win by UBCO because that spike is now fully detonated.
Some good patience that we're seeing from UBCO. So now they have their 5 ultimates ready. 5 ultimates. So they can decide what they can do for this. I mean, they do have the Cosmic Divide, which is great, you know, for going on and execute sometimes. But, I mean, again, they do have the Showstopper, and Chocomin has been phenomenal with the movement. I mean, this is, you know, being able to get out of tight situations and blast packs his way out of B Tower. We saw that, right? And you can see, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Star Oak was trying to spray them down, but man, there is nothing worse than when you see a Raze just on the movement train and just gliding through the sky.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the first time we have seen it either. Several occasions we have seen the Raze players trying to get jiggy with it and just not coming into fruition. But hey, Hachi does not need a blast pack this time around to get rid of Skadi early on. There goes your Viper all ready to boot. And once again, we see this mid pressure trying to be established. Star Oak will actually not opt to put out the wall quickly enough, so there might be a pretty decent gap here for the Serpents to try to crawl in through, slither in towards the top of heaven, but they are still at that man disadvantage, so they need to play their cards pretty dang near perfectly. And thankfully, Kevin not looking in the right direction allows Choco Mint to now equalize things. About a minute left on the board here, still plenty of pressure being established. And I think we just saw across the mini map, we had Choco Mint just blast back directly into A, and now gain a bunch of map control here for their team to allow for a plant to go down. Despite the fact they've got that man disadvantage, they have their Blade Storm popped and are in pretty powerful positions to try to stall out UVic. I think the only major thing they've got to worry about besides that man disadvantage has got to be the operator in the pocket of, I'm not too sure who it was, to be honest here. It is in the hands of Korea. That does make sense. But now Resurrection gets popped as well. That man advantage now being stacked quite heavily in the favor of UVic. The only thing that the UBCO side has to fall back on is potentially this Cosmic Divide to maybe allow Molten to not be fully aware of that player's position. Oh my goodness. It is just a bloodbath inside of A, all coming down to 1 versus 1. The Showstopper popped as well. And now it's in a pretty difficult position. But oh no, the suppression. It almost worked, but thankfully it does not suppress your weapon, and Choco Mint can rely on that 24/7, 8-11. UBCO, they're still on the back burner, but they are slowly making their way back to potentially deny match point here.
Oh my, that's a lot of ultimates burned, but I'm glad that we saw BIST throw it down. I was kind of waiting, wondering when that Cosmic Divide was going to be used. But honestly, the long delay was perfect because, again, it allowed them to have a lot more control. And Choco Mint, and I thought he was dead. I mean, you could see the barrel was kind of poking out on the side here, but hey, they respond back. And now UVic, they're going to put a lot more pressure into middle. They want to put this counter aggression. They want to see what they can do. Find somebody to eradicate if they can. BIST is going to be suppressed. So now they got mid control. This is a good note for them. But again, UBCO, they can kind of change their pace. They don't have to fight for mid. Instead, they can have that execute where they can either commit towards A, but it looks like they want to go towards B right now. But again, they have plenty of time, fellow. They don't need to commit to it. And even now that mid control, it's been falling back. So UVic, really, they didn't gain anything from it.
I really did adore having the Viper as well moving through sewers, so in case we saw any aggressive play style, they could probably be punished by that Viper instead of sewer. Finally, the fallback did actually happen, so you're just down to the player stacked up near vent, which actually the KO, if Kevin falls back, shockingly enough, that could maybe open things up here for UBCO, but they are still remaining very patient on that mid presence. Instead, they'll look like they'll try to allocate all of their cards into one area inside of B directly through garage, which could allow for a flank potentially. Here comes the Rolling Thunder now popped. There goes the high mobility by Choco Mint once again, but there is a tour de force to actually greet them. Star Oak, though, is not expecting Choco Mint to overextend their life, but we've seen that happen so many times. Although there was a small sliver for Creed trying to find another opening, they cannot get the job done. Only one shot left in the tour de force. Kevin drops down blindly, but thankfully Hachi is there. It's actually the flank from garage that we were mentioning moments prior. Only now Skadi left alone. They've got the Vipers picked up.
God.
2 massive picks, but they've got to get the plant down. There's a great toss out though.
Oh my God.
Being denied. Only Only 4 seconds left, though. You have to commit in this position. Kevin knows this, and knows Skiddy gets off it, and the fallback by Kevin is more than enough to guarantee match point. A great 4K, but it does not guarantee you the round win outright. And finally, Uvik can hold off the onslaught by UBCO to at least guarantee overtime.
Oh, from bad to worse, man. Skadi almost able to put matters. That was for the ace potential. And I mean, it's a tough situation to be in when you're getting that spike down. Time is ticking. And I mean, you decide to commit to it, then you might be dead. But I love the fake plant, and it's a 50-50 move. But Kevin, he played that very well, and he waited things out. But it was really, really close. And UBCO now, their backs are against the wall, and Uvik are at one round away from taking this map number 2, which is their pick to go to map number 3, which of course which we mentioned is the decider of Breeze. And the timeout's going to be used now from Uvik. So we'll have to see what they want to do with this. But I mean, Chocomin has been the player to watch. He's the one that gets a lot of the entries, being very aggro, bringing that big heavy hitting punch. So I'm kind of expecting to see something from Chocomin, maybe Sleeper, but man, this is that's a dire moment here from UBCO.
And what the main difference, though, between Choco Mint and Hachi is just how often they're able to successfully get that opening pick. We have seen Choco be in the kill feed first off no matter what, but it's been kind of 50-50 whether he's the one to die or actually get that first pick, whereas Hachi, 22-13, a much more substantial scoreline, or pardon, kill KDA favoring that Uvik defender. So definitely a big make-or-break player indeed, Choco Mint. We did see him get that first pick last time around. He tried to get aggressive with maybe some sort of cheeky play through mid, but getting suppressed, not able to do that just yet. Still keeping things in the 5-on-5 for the time being, of course.
And now they're going to put the pressure into middle. So that's going to be the Nebula that's planted. So it's going to stop that aggression. Boombot's going to be used. Staroak tries to take it down, so Hachi's still got the tight angle. Oh, man, he gets the one. Finds himself a second. Sleeper finally puts him to sleep. But now needs to find it, but it's all just down to this. It's all down to Bias T by himself. Doesn't even have the spike. It's a 1-on-4, and fellow, unless we see something, the wishes have been granted. I think we're pushing ourselves to a map 3.
I think you might be onto something here, unless we see Bias T perform a miracle of sorts to try to rope their way up into heaven, and nope, that does not happen. Kevin is there at the ready, gets the final pick of the round, and yeah, they weren't as dominating as they were last time around, but they still did their job as the KO, so that's not a bad scoreline at all, 14-17. I can't really complain that much, and they still have people like Hachi still get plenty of frags for their team as well. We just managed to get away from it on camera there, unfortunately, but he did go kind of big in that rat corner because the Boombot didn't spot him out, so hey, great second map there. Finally a map for Uvik altogether, but Laz, can they do it? Can they actually win the entire series altogether on Breeze? That's the million-dollar question yet again.
It is the million-dollar question. It's tough to say, and I was thinking, Uvik were going to look a lot different on this map being their pick, and to be honest, they looked like they had it pretty much in full speed. I think there was a bit of a big hiccup, where UBCO were able to kind of claw back some rounds, which I don't know where they found the gap. I mean, they realized that mid was kind of the easy part to get, and when they got Choco Mint to get that entry, that was kind of their key of success. But once Uvik found it, that was it. And I mean, now we're going to go on Breeze, which is a bigger map, a lot more real estate to cover. But I think while we wait, we're going to get those players a moment to rest. We're going to get ready for Breeze. Don't go away. Grab the popcorn. We're coming back very shortly. Well, welcome back. We said this was going to be a bar burner, and it definitely is. And now you're back here with Fellow and myself, Laz, here for the mics for the last map of map number 3 of the NECC week number 4, and UBCO versus UVic. And man, oh man, have we had ourselves a series tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned this briefly, but the communication, I feel like that was probably one of the biggest issues there for UBCO. We heard up through our little headsets, of course, through our prod and also obs guy, Bulby and Tofu, that we have a resub in of some of the older players from map number 1. So maybe we could see those problems be remedied, but we are going into game, so we'll get to see all 10 players and their confirmed rosters for UBIC and UBCO in just a few short moments. And yeah, heading into Breeze, it's a very different map in comparison to possibly Icebox, for example, but there are a couple similarities like inside of Split, because that mid control can be kind of make or break, especially for those rotates later in the round. So I'm wondering how that's going to shake up. Maybe that could give UVic the upper hand, because they were able to clear out and also hold mid pretty predominantly, especially when we were on Split, of course. But in terms of agent selection, what do you think we'll be seeing here today, Laz?
Well, I think we're going to be pretty obviously seeing a chamber being locked in. Jets are obviously the easy go-to too, but I mean, the obvious is having a Viper. Honestly, having her, toxic screen is really, really important. Just the amount of utility that she can hold down on attacking and defensive is really, really critical. So, I mean, I think, and then it kind of comes into a bit of a mixture where you can have your Sky with the guiding lights. You can have a few other options. I mean, there is Sages that typically get played on this too, but it's not looking like that's the case from these squads. And it's actually looking like the Sovas are going to be locked in too, which again makes a lot of sense with the Recon Bolt and having that Hunter's Fury per post plants as well.
And with the last round as well, major lack of information as well for both teams, especially since we didn't have a Sova on Split at all. So I'm glad that problem can be resolved pretty quickly as well for both UVic and UBCO. Chamber back in action, funny enough. I'm not too sure how effective he can be on the attacking side. Maybe he could be someone that kind of late holds mid, or just kind of sits there throughout the whole round. Or if you like to go for A, then you could have that long range potential once you get a plant down for Pyramid. but both lineups being very similar to say the least, Laz. So I feel like we're probably bound to have some sort of like pretty even matchup as well for map 3. It only seems fitting though, of course, because we've had pretty even bouts between these two teams on both map 1 and 2.
Yeah, we really have. And I mean, the one thing that I kind of made a comment about, and I'm kind of glad he's going back to his roots, if we're going to even call it that, was Kevin. I mean, Kevin wasn't on top of the scoreboard on map number 2, but I mean, a lot of things that he did was bringing a lot of openness for his team to do well. Now he's going to go back into playing the chamber, where on map number 1, I talked about it, he dropped 35 kills. 35! But now, I mean, on map number 2, I mean, he was kind of the one more quiet one. You know, he's a bit negative, but again, it doesn't matter about that necessarily. But him playing a chamber really allowed UVic to go into a whole other gear. So for him to be in the chamber, this is going to be a good note for them too. And I know Stark has switched up the composition too, typically played the Sage, but now he's going to be the Sova. Molten just staying true and heavy to the Viper, and Hachi as well, just staying on that Jet. So I think this is a good composition. And UVic, if we see any sort of a glimpse that we saw on map number 1, this might be a dire task here for UBCO on this last map.
Oh, did that Trailblazer not spot a Hachi? Oh, no, it did not, Laz. Oh, dear. No. Oh, the patience here by Hachi gets her to 1. Cannot find another, but hey, at least both of the chambers find a couple of Headhunter picks so far, with the Serpents only now reclaiming some sort of equal position. Kree will manage to deal with that, not for very long though. Post-plant position here for UBCO, as that play from Hachi could have honestly been way more detrimental, but thankfully it was not. Still though, a very tough position here for the attack. 1 versus 1 here by ST. We already saw them find 2 very impactful picks, but already on Slipsword HP, Molten was able to clean up that last one pretty effectively, getting that diffuse down as well. So UVic will still take round number 1 off of a very back and forth round, to say the least, there for that A push.
Yeah, that was very back and forth. But I mean, good reaction that we saw from UBCO. I mean, the fact that Hachi was in that aggressive position, but then they were able to, you know, get that response with only 1 kill goes in their favor. So that's a good reply. I mean, Hachi, honestly, in that position, probably could have gotten both of them, but wanted to hold the trigger discipline, which is a hard thing to do in certain moments. But that was a nice little glimpse that we got, a preview, if you will. And UVic do take the pistol round just barely, but now they can put the full force into this. They can have all the Spectres they need, and money is going to be spent. And really, UBCO, it looks like they only purchased, I think, 1 Sheriff with 1 Frenzy. So a very light round that we'll see from them. The chamber probably will have the Headhunter, and now Hachi's going to play very aggressive. And look at that. He already takes so much damage, and there's no Sage to go for the heal, but the AoE here from the sky is there. And now, oh no, bodies are flying.
Oh, thankfully, though, at least it's refragged out by a nice shot by Voltergeist. And the team play there, stacking up bodies, definitely the effective move here. At least Staroak is able to solidify out AUS. So, man advantage back in the favor of UVic, though. This pistol round's still been very effective, though, for UBCO. Do not get me wrong, but they still want to try to win the round outright, and unfortunately, lining up for Kevin like that is not the way to do it. Already in the first 2 rounds, 4 picks for the chamber player, but I guess he's just really comfortable in the chamber role, I suppose, because he is still doing God's work this time around on Breeze.
Yeah, the comfortability, man, for him to play it on the chamber. I mean, like I said, it was the thing of beauty that we saw on map number 1, and when he gets that Tour de Force, I mean, look out, man. This guy just packs a full punch, but he's getting closer and closer, only 2 orbs away to getting that, and even Hachi's close on by as well, so both, you know, the Duelist and the Sentinel are getting close and ready for that activation of their ultimates. And now it's going to be a purchase from UBCO. The Viper Wall is going to get placed, and now BIST does get some information. Hachi tries to get a bit aggressive. The Shorty's out, does some damage, not able to get the kill, and now they got themselves the early advantage.
I think a lot of the bloom on that shotgun actually did not connect on anybody, in all honesty, despite the fact it was technically a dink. Choco Mint gets rid of Kevin right next to that toxic screen. A shock bolt gets popped, but it's far too late. The plant will be confirmed here by the offense, and still not losing a singular soul. Kree has to find all 5 and is not able to do that with only a pistol. Great stuff by UBCO, keeping all of their rifles in their back pocket and now transitioning into a pretty calm 4th round. It's most likely to be much more difficult, though, because now we can see UVic buy, and oh man, they're double opping this early in the round. Oh my lord.
Yeah, okay. I was like, man, they're going to go double ops this. That's a bold statement to make. All right, we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, honestly, that was a good execution from UBCO. We didn't really see too much of a hiccup, but I mean, it was a bonus. So for them, like, there was a lot more pressure for them riding on this. And this is where I said this entire series, UBCO, they've been kind of lackluster, up and down on their attacking side. So this is really going to tell how well this map can go. We are in the distance, but Kevin already pushing them to the short doors. Oh, and Chocomin again doing what he does. And now, oh, Hachi, no, he's robbed. Chocomin is able to find him.
Thankfully for UBCO, they catch the man going for another cheeky play. So it's not going to be an equalized position. AUS through mid, the late play by the Chamber. Exactly what I was talking about earlier. Will remain to have some good overwatch for now, but Molten finally shut it down. Still though, UVic are not in a very good position. They have to go for a very long retake to try to get this job done inside of A. And honestly, they might just play for exits at this point. A lot of time has already been expended, and they're still at a pretty grave disadvantage. It'd be nice just to have these rifles to boot up in the next round, and I think that's an operator.
It is
in the pocket of the Viper as well. So yeah, keeping that sniper in for the next round as well could be massive if they're able to not die in this position. And yeah, I don't think that's going to happen just yet. No one's really overextending to their position. It's just going to be everyone sitting around near the attack respawn, moving their way inside of mid. So things turned up completely 50-50 now with a second round in the pocket of UBCO, but at least we see those rifles and also the sniper being brought over in round number 5, Laz.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you mentioned that, fellow, because that's very important, right? I mean, if the fact that they can pick up the operator is critical for Hachi, because now he can put a lot of money into his utility and also have that armor available too. And like I said, having that operator on your defensive side is kind of the critical point for you. You need to be able to rotate that thing around and get it, for the connections. And Hachi has done some pretty nasty things with it. We're probably going to see the Tour de Force going to be activated from UVic, which we will. Hachi does find the dog, gets the easy one, dashes forward, actually doesn't go backwards, but hey, it doesn't matter at all. So that's a good start already. UBCO lose a player early on, and that is their duelist. Tour de Force is going to be used from UBCO in addition to this. And they do have some good footing. The toxic wall has been placed at the B site. So now you can see UVic, they're starting to hesitate. They're starting to put a bit more of that lean towards middle and also B.
It was actually the Tour de Force popped here by Kevin instead. And now they can actually double op, technically speaking. Some don't call it an operator, but it is still a one-shot sniper rifle, depending on how well they can hit their shots. 3 versus 5 here. UBCO now on the back burner. And oh, look at that. Kevin just snuffs out AUS instantly. I think both Tour de Force actually got pop-up. Maybe we heard them in synchronization, perhaps. So a little odd, but hey, always interesting to see happen in a live matchup here. Voltergeist will try to tussle against Kree. Will get that first pick, but there's Molten at the top of the middle nest area to get rid of Voltergeist. So now it's only Bias T left, 1 versus 4 position. We've seen a lot of one-sided rounds happen towards the middle parts here of this first half, and it'll happen once again with now the operator still in the pocket of UVic, and a pretty strong round to clap back after 2 were found in a row by UBCO.
And like, this is what we were talking about, right? I mean, we're putting a lot of hype behind Kevin, but man, there's a reason. Like, you give him the Tour de Force, you give him an operator, the guy's going to do work. He was able to pick up a triple that round, and now he's sitting himself at 7-3. So now they've been able to take the lead by 1. This is another bye round from UBCO, so that's fine. But I mean, it just seems to be the answer. And that operator is still in rotation here for Hachi as well. So that's a good note for them in addition. And the wall will get placed here at A. Very standard placement. They're actually going to try to put some pressure towards Hull. So what they're going to try to do is have that 3-2 split. And now Volt's going to be able to get the information. You can see the spikes making his advancement. Seeker's going to be used, makes the connections. Oh man, he's getting eaten alive.
Once again, Kevin going big there, this time with a rifle though instead of that sniper. Spike goes down once again here for UBCO. Their retake position, though, not up to snuff, especially now that AUS cannot hold off the flank. It's not going to be a back around from Cave instead of full commit towards the middle and also now backside of the A side itself. Thankfully, the Voltergeist and Bias 2 are able to hold off for only a little while, not for that much longer. And Kevin with 3 picks. I mean, we keep talking about the man, but he is still doing phenomenal no matter what gun you put him on. I guess it's just the role of Chamber that he just fits so well into. Double digits for him, and he is already getting pretty close to picking up that Tour de Force once again. I mean, just absolutely brilliant stuff here by UVic, always able to play range but also know when to get aggressive at just the right time to really catch UBCO off guard.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is too, for UVic, if Kevin's alive, they can let him get the defuses of the spike just to build up those orbs to get his ultimate that much quicker, right? And again, it saves the money that you don't have to put the full investment for double ops, but I mean, there's plenty of utility that can be used here. And I mean, Molten does have the Viper Spit ready to go if needed. And I mean, he is playing B by himself. So that is a good thing too, because now once you use it, it makes it even harder for UBC to get any sort of a footing into it. And now Hachi going to be able to find that one kill to Takumin. That's a big pickup because Takumin is the entrier of UBCO. And now Volt, a little bit too slow, a little bit sluggish. And Kevin, he might be able to get gifted that operator now.
Unfortunate timing there by Voltgeist, not going to be quick enough on the draw. Uvik, once again, just a dominating opening start here. 5 versus 3 once again. And really no map control being established by UBCO. And we are just beginning to see that collapse abrupt here for Uvik. They don't even need to overextend themselves, and they kind of know this. They have Spike being locked down here by Kevin. He's really the only one trying to get antsy for the most part here. A Trailblazer gets popped, so now Bias T's position is known too. Molten may fall, but it's still a man advantage here for Uvik. A guiding light gets popped out. I'm not too sure if Kevin got blinded, though, and Hachi across the ways near mid will shut down AUS, so it's still a pretty dominating position here overall. I don't know if Kevin is actually where the spike got retrieved, but when the plant goes down, I'm sure he'll be aware of that. Then he can just flank through cave. So it's not that horrible of a position altogether. And maybe he won't even need the flank. If Starro can get aggressive, this could be big, but no, they'll fall to Pickles. At least Korea is there to now completely shut out any other picks there for the Viper. But it is only Bias T left alive. And finally, we'll see that flank being attempted here by Kevin. They are basically just, once again, just suffocating out Bias T. And yeah, eventually they'll fall by Create, though, not by the flanking player of Kevin. Still, though, a fantastic round once again for Uvik. They're doing so well on this defensive side, Laz.
They really, really are. And I mean, the thing that's really important the one thing that's really important to note too is, I mean, Uvik, they are putting some really good pressure into middle. So again, when you're on that defensive side, I mean, the thing that you want to make sure is that you're not allowing the attackers to have full control of the map, right? So right now what they're doing is they're fighting for elbow. Sometimes they go deep middle. And that last round, we saw that. That was where Kevin and both his other teammate were able to kind of have a nice crossfire where they took down 2 players and he was able to get an operator too. And I mean, if you don't get the trades as an attacker, that's when you start to lose control of that round and maybe even the game. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from Uvik. They're looking really, really comfortable on this defensive side. And honestly, UBCO right now with this tech pause, this is where they have to kind of talk things over and kind of figure out a quick, remedy to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned everything perfectly. I briefly talked about mid pressure, and yeah, we're not seeing that by UBCO. And I think one of the reasons why they actually moved Pickles back into this matchup is because Viper is much more viable here on Breeze in comparison to Split. I don't think I've actually seen Viper in play on Split in a very, very long time. So I guess that might be the main thing here, just to once again have comfort to favor both these teams. But in general, UBCO just don't look that strong overall here against Uvik. We did mention as well that their attacks aren't as good in comparison to their defense, but we've at least seen some sort of bite back where it's like a 7-5 split or maybe 8-4 as well. So it hasn't been as one-sided as what we've seen right now. So I'm hopefully expecting some sort of bite back by UBCO sooner rather than later, but they haven't found their stride just yet. And I'm really worried if they don't find it in these next couple of rounds, we might not see it at all until the second half potentially.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. So for them, they put a lot of investment into this, and Bladestorm is going to be utilized now. So that is going to be, there is no weapon for the jet that we see from UBCO, and AUS now has some good holes control, but is he going to clear this? Is he going to clear this? No, he's not, and Create is going to be able to find it. Gifted. So now UBCO have lost their chamber. Bias T now going to push through tunnels, trying to put matters into his own hands, but it's a crossfire. Oh man, it's all crumbling. And now it's looking really good for Uvik. A potential for a flawless round. Chocoman is low. He's got 26 HP, down to 17. I don't know how he survived that. I don't know what the options are here, fellow. I mean, they don't even have any utility to really rely on now.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what they could do here as well. Maybe go for a plant and have Voltergeist utilize the Hunter's Fury. That's really about it, but Choco Mint not here to cover. A Shock Bolt will get tossed on out. Voltergeist is able to evade it, but it's only a matter of time before people start actually applying pressure onto this lone player, and the Jet really can't do much, holding from that long range with only a classic. Gets rid of one. That's a great shot there with only the pistol, but you're on one shot away from your own death, and yeah, that one shot will be right to the Chrome Dome. So it's going to be pretty much a flawless round here for Uvik, and unfortunately, we have not seen that stride achieved by UBCO just yet.
And it's actually a pretty good game plan that we saw from UVic. I mean, some people were probably thinking like, how could you let UBCO cross into the site, get the spike down? But the thing is when that planter is going through, it's putting it from a 2v5 down to a 1v5. So that spike planter is pretty much useless because they're just trying to get that extra money. They're trying to get it down, add some extra time. So for UVic, they had the right read in their retake situation. They were in, the perfect spot. So that's a good little, amount of discipline that we saw from them. They didn't just try to, hold the site and try to stop it from getting planted. I mean, that ideally is the best, but the fact that they did it, like you saw, that was a nice move that we saw from the utility being burned. And now Hachi able to find one, trying to see what else can happen. And Kevin's able to help out too. Man, this thing packs a major, major punch.
Say one thing I'll definitely mention is certain utility usage probably once we have some time to maybe go down and towards the color segments. But of course we have this this retaliation being attempted here by UBCO. Pickles will manage to somehow dodge enough bolts to actually cross over to now retreat from cave.
Oh no.
But, oh no, look at this Molten. They have no idea where this guy's playing at. Gets rid of one with a nice spray down. Bias T has been dropped. Now they have spike control. Star Oak is there as well from the backside. Finally get some retribution from the hands of AUS. But it is only this chamber left alive. I think one thing to point out, Laz, from this last couple of rounds, we've seen nothing but like default attempts here by UBCO. I think one thing to mention is how little they've been able to alleviate that pressure from A, because we've seen so much aggression to counteract that toxic screen. I don't know why we don't have Pickles trying to maybe just position that wall in a better place to get better instant map control. Definitely something to note about later on when we take a deeper dive, but still going to be a round win nonetheless there for UVic. That early round setup was not good by UBCO, and then that round kind of ended up with a fizzle. And not only started out with a timeout here, but it might be far a little too late because it's already such a huge advantage here for UVic so far in this first half.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing, the small little note that I caught is that AUS actually did get one more kill before getting taken out. So that actually allowed the Tour de Force to be utilized this round, which is actually really important because, I mean, AUS doesn't have any money. So going to put that into full effect into this round. But the other thing is too, and I'm glad you mentioned that, is that we saw them kind of putting a lot of aggression. And now that they slowed things down, they're just allowing UVic to have full control of this. And they just don't seem to have any remedy. But I'm almost wondering if they want to go back to that, full aggression brute force kind of setup that we saw in the first map, which was kind of successful in the beginning, but we're going to have to see a game plan changed here. And Pickles does call it, so she's going to allow some time for the team to kind of talk things over. But I think this might be kind of the remedy, and we need to see them kind of isolate that op here from Hachi.
100%. It'll be a battle of the range once again, but on a map that's so open, you could really only expect that, I suppose. And once again, the make or break kind of turning in towards the latter end of this first half. If we do not see like even at least one round in the bag for UBCO, I'm going to be very hesitant to see what they have in store for us on the defense. But at least this round in particular, they've got a couple ultimates. You mentioned that Tour de Force. They also have the Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury. So if they get site control, then they're going to have a great post-plant position, playing for range and also being able to just play directly on the site as well with that Viper's Pit potentially. But despite the fact they have a lot of good ultimates to utilize and still plenty of fine weaponry, they're actually going to take their time, not overexpend anything just yet, but I really don't blame them because one wrong move and they could be toast. But thankfully, they actually make a right move in the proper direction, but not for very long. Kree gets two brilliant picks. Thankfully, Pickles is there to refrag, but already so much damage being done in those first 30 seconds, Laz.
Yeah, I mean, we're already down to a 3-3 somehow, right? I mean, everybody's just falling apart. And now Star Oak. Oh, man. Pickles. And no, not able to find it. But Volt's able to get the trade back. So right back at it. Hit me, baby, one more time. We're at a 2v2. The Viper here from UVic. Going to be moving around. Hachi able to find that. So now it's just down to one. AUS. 40 seconds left on the clock. So a little bit of time to work with. Can go for the fake plant. And you can see Molten actually does get the information. So now a tough spot for AUS to be in because he either commits to this plant or he goes for the hunt. He's actually going to try to go for this. And now look at that. The decay is going to bring him down to 1 HP. So all you got to do, you just got to breathe on him and he's going down.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Might as well just sign your death warrant at this point because of that decay. And on the red time as well. Yeah, Hachi's just waiting all the way down, looking through connector from the top of mid-nest to get the job done. Really odd to see Pickles get so aggressive when they have the Viper's Pit. That is such an important ultimate to have as just either a major choke point or something stronger to have during that post plant. That was probably the one thing to note, was that it was AUS, Pickles, and also Voltergeist that were all alive. 3 of the most important ultimates to have there, yet they all just positioned themselves in ways they couldn't really utilize that ultimate, except for AUS, of course. Now moving into this round, they're going to have to fully save and try their best on round number 12 to at least get that 9-3 split, because I really have a hard time believing, unless they have something like these Seekers be very impactful, that they're going to get the job done to actually maybe find a 4-8 split here, Laz.
Oh, look at that. You can just see the Trailblazers just staring at him. And he doesn't even rendezvous out. He's just like, nah, I'm not even going to waste it. It's all good. And look at UBCO. They only have a little bit of elbow control. One player going to push on through halls. So now UBCO are going to try to put all the pressure into this A site, where Stark is the one that's going to lock it down, just sitting in the site. This guy's going to be on just the opposite end here of yellow. Seeker's going to be used here from UBCO. Oh my goodness, create. Oh my goodness. Make some space. Yes, please. Take a seat here, UBCO, and now it's just heads dropping, bodies falling, and it's all just down to Pickles. See what she can find, and she's just going to go right down, and her name is on a gravestone.
I mean, I guess to add on to what Madam Spears would say, oh baby, baby. Both Korean, I guess Starok being those 2 babies there, finding 2 sick double kills, and Kevin to be cleanup crew in that last one with the tour de force. 1 more round left, and we have seen little to no conversations being held by UBCO throughout this round in terms of getting anything on the board. Only 2 during round number 3 and 4. I mean, this just looks like such a dominating map here for UVic, to put it bluntly. I mean, the proof is just in the pudding right now, Laz. And yeah, we may have some full weaponry, but the ultimate advantage is still favoring UVic. Hachi as well, not dying to that op shot, able to actually dodge it pretty effectively. That could be huge, but is going to actually get caught in a pretty bad position, so Choco Mint will punish for that. So hey, at least on round number 12, things are looking out pretty decent so far for UBCO. Let's just hope they keep that forward momentum moving closer towards the end of this round.
Yeah, and they're going triple operators too, so they lost one of them. We'll have to see what they can do, and I don't know if UBCO has caught that memo yet. Star Oak now. This is confidence. This is a BM a little bit here from UVic. Molten going to be on the other side of this. Good placement. They haven't cleared it. They haven't cleared the... Oh, no. But Volt's going to be able to get that Hunter's Fury. The connection comes on through. It's back to a 3-3 now. Wise T going to be on the backside of the site. Recon Bolt's not going to use. And now the Viper Spit's going to be utilized now from UBCO. So now that allows them to get some footing, get the spike down. But oh no, the Hunter's Fury now from the defensive side. It's not making any connections, but it's burning that time. And now Create. Oh, Create. Can you find it? Yes, you will. It's right down to a 2-2. The spike finally gets planted. But now it's all just down to one lonely Sova. But Volt's out of somewhere, out of nowhere, and he's able to get 4 to bring it to a 9-3.
Absolutely pristine 4K by Voltergeist. Someone who's been rather quiet in the round, but able to do just enough, getting that refrag onto Molten with the Hunter's Fury, able to open up just enough space in that round, and being in Connector, a pretty odd spot that probably threw Kevin and also the last player of Create off guard as well, was able to make it at least that 9-3 split, but still not a very strong showing at all in that first half by UBCO. You and I both have mentioned a couple of times that the defense is definitely much more favorable for UBCO, but to a degree where they can win, in theory, 6 rounds to at least make this technically 9-9 or even gain the advantage in some sort of way, I am not too sure. That might be just too much of a task to try to accomplish here for UBCO. Too tall of a hill to climb. Might end up just falling over and just starting back at square one and potentially losing out this series altogether, but I might just be getting ahead of myself at this point, Laz.
No, I mean, it's all going to come down to this pistol, right? Because if they lose this, UVic are going to be able to get themselves a 10, get themselves, the Spectre purchase. So it just makes it more of an issue here for UBCO. So they need this pistol. It's very, very, very important. Some damage being good exchanged here from both sides. I would give this, the slight advantage now. Never mind, I was going to say UBCO, you have the advantage. But nope, Kevin's going to be able to find it. A good trade back from Pickles. She able to take down the Duelist. And the Spike does still have its advancement towards B, but now it looks like might try to retreat this plan. Lots of time on that clock. Star Oak being in the connector in a great spot, so if he can get this kill, it's going to allow them to have some good map control, but Volt just being a little bit of a sneaky devil gets another one, and they have the player advantage now, fellow.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, and I think Uvik are either opting to go for more of a connector-based approach in B, or they're going to go A. Looks like they'll opt for the first option, not the latter, and Headhunter up inside of B main. Pickles will try to watch down through connector first and foremost, will ping out the spike, almost cost them their life, and eventually that does happen as they begin to fall back right into Kevin's unloving arms. 2 versus 3, though. The retake probably won't be horrible at all for UBCO, especially since we have that chamber very low on HP, and the regrowth not an option here as Kevin will finally fall 6 feet under. Create, only one left alive. We've seen this player pop off before in the past, but no utility, only a ghost in the pocket is going to be very challenging. Playing Ring Around the Rosy, though, right in the middle of this long pillar, catches one off guard, almost a second. The diffuser, or pardon, the spike has now been halved during the defuse, but still having to win out 2 separate gunfights here. Voltergeist, a bit of a whiff. Now,
no way.
Direct 1 versus 1. Oh my goodness.
No.
AUS has no idea. Create. Oh my goodness. The positioning around the mid pillar in B the entire round still gives Uvik the round to boot. You have got to be kidding me, Create.
Holy moly guacamole. That is just something you don't want to see. UBCO, I was just going to give them praise and say, yeah, this is it. Look at how smooth they are on the defensive side, but they put so much anticipation that the player was going to come out of B main, but Create was in the back lines and played that so well. And like you said, I mean, Ring Around the Rosy and UBCO, they just did not know what to do with it. They fell into the pressure and panic mode, was getting slammed with that button. So now we got the 10 round being here for Uvik, and UBCO going to need to count some blessings and some wishes because, man, they need to do something big, and that's a good start. AUS actually takes down Molten, so that's a good pickup. Bias T makes the flash, but not able to find the kill at all. So now Chocoman's trying to find a little bit more with the Sheriff, but this Ranger's dead.
Yeah, looks like we've got a new 6-shooter in town here, apparently. Kevin with the Headhunter. Everyone just falling down here like ashes, similar to the last round here. Only a 1 versus 3. Things were looking so promising at the very beginning of that round for UBCO, but unfortunately things have fallen down once again. Pickles gets 1, but Kevin once again, the straight shooter there with the pistol at hand, gets their 4th, and 20 kills to their name. Well, maybe not as impressive as 35, but still a pretty great lead. And now having the tour de force as well for this next round, we could definitely see match point, to be honest here, Laz.
Yeah, it's starting to look like this too. And I mean, UBCO, like, they're not even going to be able to really commit any kind of a purchase, right? Like, look at this. Volt's going to go for the Marshal. I mean, it's going to be Sheriffs that are going to be used with light armor. Oh, man. So really what they're banking on here is they're going to try to, you know, if they lose this round, they're hoping for a massive comeback. And now if Uvik, they want to end this thing quickly. Pickles not able to get the right click, and now they've gotten into the site, and they're going to have to find something. Volt misses the shot, not able to do any damage. Finally makes the connection, so that's a little bit of collaboration between them and the Sky. Waiting a little bit longer. But man, now look at this. Uvik, they're just clustered in this site. They have so much control of this.
And they just don't need to fall back at all. There really isn't much that UBCO can do except throw bodies as a problem, but they don't even have the man advantage. Not even close at this point. Star Oak lines up 2, only leaving AUS. Got the Headhunter, but they don't even have the life to actually utilize that pistol. Hachi gets the final pick. Match and now series point as Breeze just feels like a home at this point for Uvik, apparently. A timeout gets called by the defenders of UBCO, but I really, once again, I feel like it's far too little too late. It's 9 rounds in a row you've got to come back from, but hey, at least you've got weapons, so it is a pretty fair chance you could get this one as a success, at least for the time being, to maybe prolong that inevitable, perhaps.
Whew, man, this is going to be a long road for UBCO. I mean, and on map 2, we saw that, right? And I mean, that's where they were able to make a bit of a comeback on split. It was looking like it was done and dusted, but they were able to, you know, give that hiccup, but they were on the attacking side. And this is where typically they're a lot, you know, cleaner on their defense. But I mean, now Uvik, they're driving this freight train, and it's looking like it's a one-way ticket. And I mean, they only need one more to take this thing home for a 2-1.
Yeah, that's the big thing to worry about for UBCO. And hey, at least the storyline for UVic potentially could be that they finally get a match as a victory altogether. We saw their first map as a win a few moments ago. They're on Split, and we actually see technically the 2v0 winning 2 maps back to back here on Breeze. They just need one more in the boot. That's it. Or one more in the books, I should say. One more round 2 boot, pardon. And having that tour de force, able to play for longer ranges actually could be a pretty huge thing. That's going to get instantly popped out by Kevin, someone who we've talked about numerous times as being that main point of muscle for UVic. If he's able to find any sort of opening sightline, he could most definitely capitalize upon that. Here comes the rush, and speak of the devil, Kevin gets the first pick for his team. Not the first opening duel altogether, but because Star Oak found something as well. It's a 4 versus 3 now. Post plant as well. The retake game will need to be top notch for UBCO if they want to keep themselves alive. Pickles losing out on a very important fight. Star Oak as well. And Kevin, another one to put in the dirt. 3 on the round to make it 23. And then we saw him, I believe 35 on map number 1 as well, like we have both mentioned beforehand. What a brilliant showing. I think we've learned here at the end of the day that you've got to keep Kevin on the chamber, or he is going to be rather silent. But man, he was so loud on Breeze, Laz.
Silent and deadly, man. I mean, map number 1, 35. Map number 2, I mean, again, he wasn't the top of the scoreboard, right? But holy, I mean, this guy, he's pushing in the site, and he's still getting entries with the Tour de Force. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, honestly, but, some great work that we saw from UVic, and this is now their first victory that they're able to have this season. We talked a lot about them being 0-3, but hey, they were able to take down UBCO in a pretty interesting fashion. And I mean, it was definitely a nail biter game, but man, they made Breeze kind of be a breeze.
Yeah, and that is it. No interviews, of course, until we get into playoffs. That's not for a very long time, but this is the time where we go and shout everybody out. Bulby, of course, up for an observation, working a very long and grueling time here on the secondary stream. Also, Danny as well. Tofu out on production. Then, of course, myself and you as well, Laz at Laz_TV, and then at Phil the Caster as well on Twitter. But all being said, hope you all in chat have a great rest of your night, and to see you all again very, very soon for some more NACC action.